Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones. Now let's begin. Something was wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. Not only did this strangely shaped fruit taste strange, but the effects of it were even stranger. No sooner had he swallowed the first morsel of his meal, then the sweet nectar of his mid-afternoon snack turned to ash in his mouth. For some reason, he decided to swallow, despite the sudden surge of dread that swelled upward from his stomach. It was a costly mistake. No sooner had he taken that first, fateful bite, than a strange, prickling sensation trickled up his spine. Then came the burning. Hot, he yelped, for his body was suddenly incomparably so. Flames swept outward from his lips, scouring the ground black beneath him. He couldn't breathe. He felt a deep hollow enormity swelling upwards from his throat, because in the next instant, his fingers morphed into flames. No, not just his fingers. The blaze was spreading, and already he was growing numb to the searing intensity of the inferno that swirled around him. What? His hand. His wrist. Heck, his arm. Is this? In his desperation, in his overwhelming desire to quench the flames that spread from his body and consumed him, the boy didn't hesitate. Although the water beneath him had begun to boil, his legs were only partially submerged in the shallows. He didn't even consider the repercussions of hurtling himself into the water's embrace. Sunning himself from the riverbank that had become his favorite fishing spot, he all but flung himself into the lake, frantic to cool himself down, finding a strange fruit in the river and thoughtlessly wolfing it down. Now this. A quick swim, for all his dislike of water, an easy escape from the heat. This too, proved to be a costly mistake. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. The current took him, dashing his suddenly rigid body against something hard. A pained gasp escaped him, and too late, he lost the breath he'd been holding. His head crashed against another rock. Then another, and yet another still. What the heck? Blackness. You owe me, Gaki. Someone or something wrested him from the water. They, whomever they were, lowered him gently to the ground. The boy lay on his back, just breathing. It was still dark, but high overhead, he made out a branch. Stretching beyond the canopy, the harsh rays of afternoon sunlight gently slapped him across the face. After the black waters, it felt like stepping into a universe of light. Someone was standing over him, speaking to him, because he recognized the words, rear, and idiot, commingled with one another. Oi, a man's voice growled out. You alive, Whiskers? Nah, Naruto, he gasped out, before a boot could nudge his whiskered cheek. My name's Naruto, not Whiskers. If he peered closely, he could just make out an orange hat. Because the man standing over him had the kind of face that suggested he didn't take bullshit from anyone. Wait a second, he was barrecested, too. Why did that voice sound so familiar? Still struggling to blink away the swamp water from his eyes, the blonde struggled to regain his vision. Who the heck are you? But there was nothing. You ate a devil's fruit, the bleary voice announced suddenly. Didn't you, kid? The boot nudged him again, less gently this time. The boy known as Naruto whined aloud and in protest, the 17-year-old adolescent pushing off against the muddied footwear in an attempt to regain his balance. He failed miserably. His strength promptly left him, deserting as he flopped onto his stomach. I feel sick, an amused chortle echoed overhead. That's because you ate the mara no mi. Wazot. The boy mumbled into the dirt. He rolled over, struggling into a sitting position. He instead found himself forced onto his back for a second time. As impossible as it seemed, he still couldn't quite make out the man's face. Whomever this fellow was, he was well muscled. Save for his hat and black heavy shorts, he wore preciously little in the way of attire, making him all the more suspicious in the eyes of our waterlogged youth. Tell me, kid, how are you feeling? Hot. Naruto conceded at last, scrubbing at his eyes with the back of a hand. I feel no heat. His entire body was warm. Not even the blazing sun bothered him now. He had surpassed it. He sat up, wondering at it, even as the water turned to steam against his back and shoulders. His orange shorts, once wet and damp, were no longer so. In fact, they were perfectly dry. Save for a thin cloud of steam leaking from the remains of his once pristine blue tea, he was relatively intact. I feel good, he acquiesced at last, warily accepting a hand from the stranger when it was offered. I feel really good. He felt warm with energy. Something bright and full of fervor danced beneath his skin. It coursed through his veins and made his entire body tingle with elation. Pure power, the like of which he'd never felt before, misted from his body. A stray droplet rolled from his wet bangs to his nose, plinking to the ground as steam while the rest of its brethren began to fall around them. It suddenly occurred to him that he knew this man. Oi, Asan, Naruto began, you never told me your. I hate to drop something like this on you, but I'm going to ask you for a favor. His as of yet unnamed rescuer declared suddenly. He reached down, tousling the boy's bangs mirthfully. You see, my little brother's always sticking himself into all kinds of trouble. Despite the fact that he stood against and amongst the rain, he too exuded a strange, otherworldly mist about himself, much like the blonde. He laughed. It was a deep, throaty sound. Keep an eye on Luffy, for me, nay. With that, he pushed up his hat with a finger and exposed his face. Lightning crackled through the sky overhead, exposing the shadowed visage that lurked beneath a peculiar orange hat, manifesting amidst the steam whilst the raindrops plinked off his exposed and tattooed back. The man smiled. Even as Naruto's gobsmacked expression widened in comical fashion for a moment. Oi, Asan, he cried out in dismay, both against himself and the thunder. But when the lightning next flashed, when next he turned to thank him, to condemn him, his savior was gone. All that remained was a charred piece of earth where the man had last stood, leaving the blonde alone with the accursed power of his flames. Naruto paused, glancing at his own smoldering digits, now eerily aware of the power contained within them, the power of heat and flame. Naruto's mouth worked wordlessly, he curled his fingers into a fist. Forced himself to exhale. He was trembling. He'd been this close to death, only to be snatched away by the very man he'd so deeply admired as a child. Looking back, he still felt like one, having just been in the presence of the beyond, of an event that defied the very laws of reality and time itself. That was, only 6 words remained of the man's voice. I'm counting on you, Uzumaki D. Naruto. Somewhere up in heaven, Portuguese D. Ace leaned back on a cloud, and smiled. Next time. 2 years later. The beginning of a journey. Of a crew. Of destiny. Ignite. After 2 long years, his journey was reaching its end. At last, he was nearly there. Rumors carried him at last to Sabayati Archipelago. With no nakama, no crew, and naught but the clothes on his back. He opened the doors and departed the spacious cabin for what would indeed be the final time. He stepped into the last remaining lifeboat, a rickety old thing, practically falling apart at the seams. Irate, he warred with the urge to simply spread his wings of flame and wing himself to the mangroves. Unfortunately, that technique required a running start. One that, standing aboard a rickety raft, he no longer had. That being said, he couldn't help but eye the prospect of entering the relatively lawless port with more than a little Charon. Just a bit further. If his boat sank here, now, before it hit the dock, then it would be all over for him. All the power in the world wouldn't be able to save him if he took a plunge into the water. Almost. Yes, his eyes lit with renewed life as his boot came within reach of the dock. A ways behind him, he detected the sound of enthused shouts and other relieved cries of mirth and relief, mirroring those of the slaves he had freed. The ensuing chaos had attracted a large crowd of people, and for that, he was grateful. Even as he heard the odd cry or shout of thanks directed at his backside, he remained grateful for them. What happened? A woman cried. What were pirate ships doing this close to the Saboti? Someone sank those ships. This from a wizened old coot who looked old enough to be Naruto's grandif. Ather, as if he even knew him, discerned as everyone milled about. That meant it was time to leave. The Marines were bound to hear of this, the sinking of 3 ships, done in by a wanted criminal. At said criminal just so happened to have a great and terrible loathing of all things related to slavery, was unimportant. The last thing he needed was to draw attention to himself. Not here, not now. There would be time to pat himself on the back, later. For now, He had arrived at Sabayati. The worst was still yet to come, especially if he encountered a celestial dragon. With that thought in mind, Naruto drew his cowl up to his face, pulled his head down, tucked his chin in, doing his level best to be discreet as he began to move amongst the people. Men, women, children of all ages. Many were drawn to the sight of 3 ships blazing upon the open water. They knew not the culprit, only that there was a spectacle to be seen, and naturally, such a sight drew unwarranted attention. By the time the slaves had disembarked and been helped onto the dock, he was already gone. He thought that the clear-eyed one, Hinata, locked eyes with him for a moment as he slipped away. But, surely, that was impossible. Must have been my imagination. He mused, frowning as he watched her tug on the sleeve of another figure, the latter's face hidden within a cowl. Sugoi, what a woman! Wait, was that a fan on her back? He frowned, recognizing the figure as female, not by her face, but by her figure alone. Then Hinata pointed. Then the cowled woman turned, her jade green eyes peering through the cowl, seeking, trapping. Finding his sapphire. She'd saw him. Perhaps it wasn't a coincidence after all, he realized, as she began to make her way through the crowd at an undeniable pace, headed in his direction. Without a word, Uzumaki Naruto disappeared into the crowd. If the rumors were true, that the Straw Hats were recruiting members, then there was only one way to find out. Naruto has arrived at Sabaody. Marines and slavers beware. Yes, some Naruto characters will be making passing appearance in this story. Hope you liked the passing appearances of Ino, Hinata, and, who wears a gigantic fan on their back? Make no assumptions. Naruto's harem will be most of all predominantly one piece. You'll just have to guess the who, what, where, when and why. I know I may die from asking this so many times. But, review please. Then again, being a skeleton. I am already dead. Skull Jooke. Yoho Ho. Will of Fire. Yeah, this chapter was rough and written a long time ago when I wasn't as skilled. I've been going through fixing mistakes in grammar. Sorry for the mess. The Will of Fire. A few miles outside Sabaody Archipelago, Boa Hancock, the only female member of the Shichibukai, was helping Monkey D. Luffy ready his disguise. Far different than he was 2 years prior. Save for his recognizable straw hat, Luffy wore a long-sleeved red cardigan with a yellow sash tied around his waist. During the last 2 years, he seems to have gotten only somewhat taller, and his hair is also faintly longer. On his chest was the X from scar he gotten from Admiral Akainu in the war over Marineford. That shadow on the horizon is the Shibondi Archipelago, Hancock told Luffy. This is as far as we can take you. We can't afford to risk our association with you to the rest of the world. You should wear this to stay safe. You don't have to do that, Hancock, Luffy replied. Nobody is going to find out it's me. It's wise you keep it, Luffy dear, Hancock warned him. While the world believes you had died, your face is too recognizable even if 2 years has passed. I guess you're right then, Luffy responded as he put on his disguise. And don't worry about your things, Hancock also said as she brought in a very large and heavy book bag. I have assembled everything that is yours. Make it light, said old Nyan. Thanks for all this, you guys, Luffy replied in a gratitude manner. Also, there is just one other thing I wish to ask you, Hancock, growing embarrassed. What is it? I'm still not going marry you, said Luffy. No, Hancock half lied, still having the schoolgirl crush look. What? I'm trying to say, don't say goodbye to me. It will be easier we don't say goodbye to each since we won't be seeing each other again. What are you talking about, Hancock? Luffy answer in a good manner. Now that we're friends, I hoping to see you again. However, as Luffy left, Hancock mistaken what he says as a marriage proposal, although old Nylon told her it wasn't. Just as Luffy's boat disappeared from sight, someone called out. There is a ship coming from Sabayati. Hancock sent a Kuja pirate to grab a telescope for her while she went to have a look herself. Looking through the telescope, Hancock sees what appeared to be a majestic ship, a massive galleon. Hancock notices that the ship was heading towards them. Sister, I think that ship is heading tight towards us, said Boa Marigold. Is that so? Hancock replied in an emotionless tone. In that case, let's undressing everything that ship owns. Wait a minute, Snake Princess, said one of the Kuja pirate named Aphilandra. She was recognizable with her great height over the rest of the Kuja pirates. She was using the telescope to take a closer look on the ship. I think O notices someone on the ship that looks familiar. As the majestic ship came a little bit closer, the whole Kuja pirates got good look on the people of the deck. That is when they notices two young women that wearing Kuja outfits. That looks like Ino and Hinata, said one of the female pirates named Marguerite. Ino and Hinata, old Nylon repeated in surprise. Those two girls went missing several days while hunting. What are they doing here? Boa Sandersonia said in confusion. A moment later, after coming aboard the ship, Ino and Hinata was kneeling before Hancock. It was reported that you two had been gone missing for 5 days after you went to the mountains hunting. Hancock spoken down on them with stern tone, eyes motionless. Where have you two been and what were you doing at Shibandi? Both Ino and Hinata were quiet for a moment, as if they were too embarrassed to say anything. From the look on their faces, they feel a heavy pressure under Hancock's gaze. Finally Ino responded in a hesitating tone, we were kidnapped by some slaver's snake. Princess. That's impossible, Hancock replied in a disbelief tone. There was no way any slavers could have kidnapped you from Amazon Lily. We thought it was impossible as well, Snake Princess, said Hinata. However, we learnt that the slavers use some sort of material to easily sail across the waters of Amazon Lily, immune to the Sea King's senses. What kind of material they're using? Old Nyan asked, sensing something on what Hinata was saying. I believe it is seastone material, Grandma Nylon, Hinata replied. Everyone was already aware of seastone material. It is a substance that naturally originated from the seas. It is also the main thing that can cancel out devil fruit powers. Because the calm belt is infested by countless numbers of sea monsters called sea kings. Amazon Lily is naturally protected against outsiders. However, thanks to a brilliant scientist named Drive Vegapunk, the Marines begin using seastone on the bottoms of their warships, which they escape unnoticed by the Sea Kings. With their protection now eroded, the only way to keeping outsiders from entering Amazon Lily is for the ruler of the tribe, such as Bo Hancock, to uphold her standing as a Shichibukai, and sign a treaty with the world government for their continued security. But now slavers are using seastone substance to easily infiltrate Amazon Lily. If what Hinata and Ino said is true, how did you two manage to escape the slaves? Said another Kuja pirate named Sweet Pea. The slavers were attacked by someone, Hinata began to explain. Ngle handily defeated all of them before he disappeared into Shibandi. However, Hinata was very hesitant as she seems afraid to finish what she said. However, what Hinata? Hancock insisted. Did you see your savior's face? I did, said Hinata. I recognized him from the wanted posters. He was regarded by the Marines and the world government as an extremely dangerous pirate. Do you know the aim of this pirate that saved you, Hinata? Hancock asked. She believes it was burning will Uzumaki d. Naruto. Ino finished. The very mention of the name sends a shock wave to all the female pirates, including Boa Hancock, Old Nyan, Boa Sandersonia, and Boa Marigold, whose faces was covering absolute doubt and surprise. Hancock have heard that name before and thought that she wasn't hearing right on what Ino just said. Burning will Uzumaki d. Naruto, repeated Marguerite, whose tone was in disbelief and surprise. You must be mistaken, said another female pirate by the name of Ran. No, we are not, Hinata insisted in her reply. We saw him last night ago when he saved and freed us from the slavers at Shibandi. How do you two know he's the Burning Will? Hancock demanded. Even she really didn't believe what Hinata and Ino has said. Something inside tells her that they were telling the truth. I saw his face perfectly, Snake Princess. Hinata gives out the details. Spiky blonde hair, fox-like whiskers, sapphiric blue eyes. It matches the descriptions on the bounty from the Marines. The crew of that majestic ship that drops us, Ino also added. They turn out to be former slaves that Burning Will freed. How do you know that? Old Nyan asked in an interest tendency. We saw the slave marks on their bodies, Grandma Nylon, Hinata explained. It looks like the mark of a world noble, a bull hoof tattoo. Quote, although no one seems to notices it, Both Boa's sisters' faces were growing serious as they understand the truth since she felt the slave mark burning on her back emotionally. They claimed that Naruto freed them from the world nobles and are heading back to a hidden camp of escaped slaves. Ino carry on with her story. But there is something you also need to know, Snake. Princess, I fear the man Straw Hat Luffy may be in danger, for Naruto is looking for him. What was that? Hancock cried out loud, while quickly standing up. What do you mean Luffy is in danger? Why would Burning Will be looking for him? Based upon what information we got from the crew, Ino comprehensive. They have seen him carry Luffy's wanted poster with him all along. We don't know why Burning Will was looking for him, but the ex-slaves told us that he'd been traveling across the Grand Line looking for him. Right now we need to return to Amazon Lily and warn Luffy about him. You're too late, Ran responded. Right now Luffy is already in Sabayati as we speak. There is possibility he might run into Burning Will, Naruto. If he's there, then we must find him and warn him about Burning Will, said Hinata. We don't know what his motives are towards Luffy. Suddenly Hancock bolted from her seat and began walking towards one of the smaller boats of her ship. However, Old Nylon stopped her. I know what you're thinking, Hancock, and what you're about to do. Old Nylon sternly said to her. You're planning to go after Luffy and warn him of Burning Will is looking for him. If you do that, you'll not only expose Luffy to the world, but you'll expose Amazon Lily's connection with him. But Grandma Nylon, Hinata answered desperately. Despite Luffy being a man, he's our friend. He owns him, that. She right. Marguerite also agreed. We can't just stand here and do nothing. It's out of our hands, Hinata and Marguerite, Old Nyan responded. There is nothing we could do. All we need to do is trust in him in case the Burning Will catch up to him. Although she hates to admit it, Hancock knows Old Nyan is right. The last thing she needs is to attach connection between Amazon Lily and Luffy. If the world government finds out about it, they wouldn't hesitate to revoke Hancock's membership as a Shichibukai and move into position to destroy Amazon Lily, a pirate nation. Still, it tormented her deeply with the knowledge that the man she loves is being hunted by one of the most dangerous rookie pirates to exist in the world. Hancock has to have that man she loves is able to protect himself since he had been trained by Sliver Rayleigh, the former first mate of the legendary Pirate King, on how to master his hockey powers. Yet she slowly begins to have doubts since Burning Will was looking for Luffy. After the attack on the capital Marioa, a large task force of marine warships and soldiers was dispatched to go after Burning Will, Uzumaki D. Naruto, and bring him to justice. Leading the task force was Admiral Kizaru, one of the ultimate powers regarded by the world government. However, when the marine task force caught up to Naruto, he easily wiped them out. According to Admiral Kizaru's reports, Naruto was a hockey master, having displayed the 3 forms of hockey in battle. Kizaru also reported that he inherited the power of the Mera Mera no Mi, the Logia devil fruit that once belonged to Luffy's deceased brother. Naruto proved to be too much of a formidable opponent to handle, and Kizaru was forced to retreat, being the only survivor. As a result of Naruto's fighting abilities and crimes, the world government places a $350 million belly on his head, as Naruto had managed to hold his own against a marine admiral. The bounty on Naruto's head was second to Luffy's bounty, $400 million belly. Yet through her access as a Shichibukai, Hancock learned the reason of the vast bounty was because Naruto killed 3 world nobles. Before Luffy, Hancock felt it was impossible for anyone alive to oppose a world noble. After she had heard Luffy struck a world noble, she quickly befriends him, consider him trustworthy outside her family. Due to her feelings, Hancock has a tough time looking at Luffy in the eye due heavy crush she has on him. Then last year Hancock heard about the attack on Marioa. According to the newspapers, a pirate that goes by the name Burning Will begins the purge of the capital of the world government all by himself. During the ravaging of Marioa, he freed countless numbers of slaves who escaped to freedom. To Hancock, Naruto was the second man to attack Marioa. The first was a fishman adventurer named Fisher Tiger, who invaded Marioa and freed thousands of slaves. Hancock and her sisters have barely met or seen him only once, as they too were slaves to the world nobles. They owe him a debt which cannot be repaid. However, to Naruto, unlike Fisher Tiger, and despite being the third man to defy the world nobles. He was the first man to commit a crime that was unspeakable. Hancock learned that Naruto had murdered 3 world nobles. The killing of the descendants of the 20 kings was unheard of, unbelievable in this world. It completely shocked Hancock, measure up to the Marines, and the world governments as well. Although the killing of the 3 world nobles was kept from the public, the Marines and the world government were heavily pressured by the world nobles, angrily demanding that Uzumaki D. Naruto brought to reprimand for what he did. Under the pressure of the world nobles, the Marines and world government had been using all their resources in looking for Naruto. They'd mobilized their entire forces to look for him, not just in the Grand Line, but also the 4 other seas such as the East, West, North, and South Blue. However, Naruto had disappeared from public sight following his attack of Marioa. Nobody seems to know where he is for the last 6 months. Hancock has long thought about the one known as Burning Will, Uzumaki D. Naruto. In her mind she believes men are degraded, disgusting and vile, that deserved to die. Through Luffy had proven to be the opposite of her viewpoint on men. She never met Burning Will in person and is unable to tell his true character. However, she has heard how he attacked Marioa, free thousands of slaves, and murder 3 world nobles. Fisher Tiger did the same thing, and Hancock begins to think Naruto was like him, although Fisher Tiger didn't murder a world noble, especially 3 of them. Burning Will, Uzumaki D. Naruto. Hancock thoughts repeated. What kind of person are you? What are you up to? And why are you looking for Luffy? She doesn't know why this Naruto is looking for Luffy. But if harmed the man she loved, Hancock vows to avenge Luffy's death, even if it cost her life. Meanwhile, indeed, Sabayati Archipelago was the absolute best. There was food, booze, women, and plenty of entertainment to be had, if you had the coin. And if you didn't, then you were out of luck. Naruto mulled it over as he risked a precursory glance to the pouch tied to his belt. 100 million berry. Someone was bound to try and snatch at it. Sooner, rather than later. The same could not be said of his raft, however, the light dingy having already capsized during his skirmish with the slavers, practical. Lee sinking even as its former master stepped off the mast and onto the dock. Risking a precursory glance back at this vessel, he tipped his head in farewell, because the mast had already quietly dipped below the waters of the pier. Now it was merely a matter of staying out of sight until he could find what he'd come here for. Of course, there was also the matter of ditching the bothersome wench who'd taken it upon herself to tail him halfway across Sabayati Archipelago. He was nearing Grove number 47 as planned, but so too was his pursuer. Now, he'd dodged into one of the many ramshackle establishments set up by the street vendors, chosen a seat, and contented himself to see what it was that fate had in store for him. That had been nearly an hour ago. Something on your mind, stranger? Naruto had been ignoring the ruckus outside. It hadn't been any of his concern. Now he creaked an eye open as someone approached the empty seat at his right. He frowned, shifted in his chair, his left eye reappearing over his shoulder, and immediately regretted it. He found himself staring at, quote, ? Naruto half turned, only to find his view suddenly blocked by a large, very large pair of chest. Attached to said chest was a chest, and to that a neck, the latter eventually leading up to a darling pair of jade green orbs that utterly captured his attention and captivated him. The owner of these eyes met his gaze and smiled brazenly, brushing aside a stray strand of sandy blonde hair from that bewitching gaze. She was the girl from the pier, the one who'd been following him. Which, of course, didn't sit well with Naruto at all. A lot of things, he said, his face betraying nothing, his mind already racing. And you, more than I'd like to think about, she finished, fixated upon him. May I join you? Naruto yawned. Excuse me, he said, pretending to look at the many baubles of the shop. Sure, I'm Tamari. She introduced herself abruptly, sweeping into the seat beside him. And you are Naruto, he countered, unwilling to give any other reply than a lie. I'm a traveling merchant. Fascinating. Tamari smiled warmly, reaching into her right sleeve as she did so. So tell me, Naruto-kun, Do traders such as yourself regularly commit themselves to random acts of piracy? She emerged with a charred piece of timber and summarily slipped it onto the bar beneath them, her gaze never leaving his. Not even for an instant. I don't think that's any of your business. Naruto countered, smiling thinly. Speaking of which, I take it you have a reason for cornering me here, on your home turf. He did not think she'd be foolish to attack him openly, and so he yawned again. He hadn't freed those slaves because he'd wanted to, it'd merely been a matter of professional disgust and distaste. There was nothing personal about the way in which he'd slaughtered the slaves. Heck, he even considered saying, "I've killed people like you," just to see what her reaction would be. Oh, if only it were that easy. She shook her head. You said so yourself. You're no enemy of mine. At least, not at the moment. She was pressing him, not only with her words but her gaze, making it increasingly difficult to look away, despite the ever-growing ache in the pit of his stomach. And it wasn't hunger. Her scent, her perfume, her attire, nearly everything about Temari bespoke of it. Not just of anxiety or gratitude, though these two could be seen in the features of her face, but also of vulnerability. Either she was a damned good liar, or she was deliberately trying to hash it out with him. Regardless of either, gods, she was cute, maybe even too cute, because for every second he spent chatting up this bodacious beauty, Luffy was getting further and further away. Well, isn't that wonderful? Naruto snapped back. Not really. She turned aside, sparing a longing glance out the porthole, the smallest of smiles adorning her features at the sights she found there. If it's not too much, I have a favor to ask of you. She exhaled softly, and a strong breeze gusted between them. I understand that you might have some business on Fishman Island sometime in the near future, and then she turned chalk white, her smile shattering like so many shards of glass, her mouth working wordlessly. Naruto eventually found his curiosity aroused. Reluctantly, he allowed his gaze to drift across the table in a light upon the spectacle that had captured her attention so and left her riveted. It must have been something to stop a woman like her in her tracks. And it was something indeed. He felt his spirit sink like a stone as he saw them, marching a steady rank and file line across the streets. Marines. So they were onto him after all. Blast. So much for secrecy and stealth. If the Marines knew him to be here, then an admiral was likely to be already on the way. Troublesome, as his old friend had once said. So very, very troublesome that for a terrifying second, Naruto considered just wiping out the whole of Sabayati in one giant fireball. The realization that he'd likely be destroying himself as much as the Marines put a slight damper on that plan. As did any other notion of finding Miss Temari to be incredibly attractive. Now, unless he wanted to tangle with an admiral again and risk destroying the archipelago itself, all plans for leisure would have to be discarded. That meant cutting ties with said buxom blonde, and cutting them fast. Naruto painted a smile onto his face. And here I thought I'd kept myself inconspicuous. Temari smiled thinly, her face only just regaining its usual pallor. I could say the same for Monkey D. Luffy, I beg your pardon. Naruto blinked, his composure forgotten. Here, his fellow blonde offered the unamused Logia a poster. Think of it as a gift. Oh, Naruto read over it rapidly. I see, he's gathering followers here in Sabayati. Naruto frowned, the words having scarcely left his lips before a fireball ignited within his hand. He smiled at it, twirling it over in his hand as he would a coin. You've done me a wonderful service, Temari-san. However, whatever your favor on Fishman Island might be, I'm afraid I'm not in the business of simply stealing or kidnapping or whatever it is that you might possibly ask of me. But, no buts. He leaned forward, breaching the distance between them with a deceptive amount of agility. Temari stiffened. One moment he'd been within arm's reach. The next, he loomed over her, his lips brushing her outer lobe as he spoke, whispered softly in her ear. There was something seductive, almost primal in his gaze when he spoke. If I find out that you had any part in the Marine presence here, he purred, tracing a finger over Temari's jawline. I'm going to find you. Rip out your spine, flog you with it, then scour the flesh from your bones until you beg me to kill you. He paused, let it sink in, let the words soak into her features. And if, by some chance, you had nothing to do with their arrival, Then I will be perfectly blunt with you. If I see you again, following me, shadowing me, in any way, shape, or form, I will send you back to your master or masters or whomever it is that sent you to possibly recover any possibly lost property of any possible person that is possibly an owner of a possible ex-slave, in a body bag. He smiled, apparently amused by the elaborate terms he had used. Understand. She managed a nod. But, wonderful. Naruto clapped his hands together, for the Marines had passed. His point was made brutally clear in the resulting blow that chopped across her neck and speckled black spots before her vision, banishing her to the depths of unconsciousness. She didn't even have the time to cry out, and she knew only thus. Discussion closed. Sir. The shop vendor looked at Naruto questioningly as the blonde reached into one of the many racks and procured a thick, matte black cloak. Then he saw He slumped girl slung over the shoulder of his would-be customer. He flipped 2 silvers in the man's direction. That's one for the coat, he said. Another to take care of her until she wakes up. Thank you for your business, sir. The vendor replied in a hushed tone, humbling scooping up the money that had been gifted to him. Clearly he recognized the face of the man before him, because the man's wanted poster was strewn all over Sabayati Archipelago. That said man had just bequeathed a substantial amount of coin unto him spoke not only of his generosity, but of his infamy. Naruto laid Temari down, donned the cloak, and laid another few hundred berry at the man's feet. This, he began slowly, as for your silence. He pushed the stack of bills forward. You didn't see anything now, did you? The man's eyes bulged, his mouth working wordlessly. And nothing at all, he managed at last. Naruto smiled. Pleasure doing business with you. With a small smile, he spun on a heel, ed up his cowl and headed toward his destination. At the Sabayati Marine Base, platoons of Marine soldiers had begun mobilizing for action, readying themselves for Grove 46 #. A scout had reported that the infamous pirate known as Straw Hat Luffy is begin seen at pirate recruit gathering. To the Marine forces of Sabayati Archipelago, this may be a chance to redeem themselves. The Marines learned the legendary pirate Sliver Rayleigh was being sold as a slave at the human auctioning house. Seeking a chance to capture the right-hand man of the previous pirate king, the Sabayati Marine forces surrounded it with their troops. Then come the unthinkable thing that occurs, the Straw Hat Pirates attack the world nobles. The Marine base was ordered by headquarters to prevent them in escaping. Weaver they failed misery as Luffy along with the captains of the Heart Pirates and Kid Pirates easily defeated them. It was a shame that emotionally burned all the Sabayati Marines. With Straw Hat Luffy now making an appearance after 2 years, they felt their blessing with one last chance to take down the infamous rubber pirate. However, one other person that arrived in Sabayati Marine Base felt they're underestimating the Straw Hat Pirates, and his name is Sentomaru. Sentomaru was a very large man, looking like a sumo wrestler. His outfit consists of a shirt that looked like a giant brown apron with a symbol meaning heaven on the front, and a large red and white rope. He was carrying a very large battle axe and has marine officer coat over his shoulders. You're going to mobilize the pacifistas? A marine officer asked with surprised look. Of course Sentomaru replied. It seems you guys are underestimating the Straw Hat Pirates. You think they'll be the same as they were 2 years ago. They must had gotten much stronger, which is the reason why they came out of hiding. I can't understand what the heck was wrong with Kuma, Sentomaru kept on. But he seems to lost his personality due his behavior. I knew someday that the Straw Hat Pirates are going show up here in Shibandi Archipelago. This time they won, escape us. Just then another marine officer, ranked as a lieutenant, enters the room. His face was covered in panic. Captain Sentomaru, the marine lieutenant said in a panicking manner. I have terrible news. Whatever terrible news you got, it has to wait, Sentomaru responded to the marine lieutenant. But you don't understand, the marine lieutenant pleaded. I just came from the interrogation room with shocking news of dangerously and powerful known pirate here in Shibandi Archipelago. I already know Straw Hat Luffy is here Shibandi. I'm not talking about Straw Hat Luffy, sir, said the marine lieutenant. I'm talking about Burning Will, Uzumaki D. Naruto. What did you just say? Sentomaru asked with shocking look on his face. I trying to tell you that, burning will, Uzumaki D. Naruto, is here on this island, the Marine lieutenant said again. Burning will, Uzumaki D. Naruto, the Marine officer repeated in disbelief. No way, you must be mistaken, Lieutenant. Do you remember that incident last night at shipyard coating? The Marine lieutenant begins to verbalize. There was a survivor from the burning 3 pirate ships. A pirate captain claimed that he saw, burning will, Uzumaki D. Naruto, with his own eyes. There no way. The Marine officer refused to believe it. He hadn't been seen in many mouths since he defeated Uncle Kizaru. Sentomaru finished what he about to say. Yeah, I know that. Sentomaru had heard how the rookie pirate driven his uncle into retreating after he wiped out 50 Marine warships and several tens thousands of soldiers single-handedly. Based on his uncle's reports, Naruto was far too strong for Kizaru to defeat. And recognizing him as a hockey master, Naruto was the strongest supernova pirate to able to hold his own against a Marine admiral, far stronger than the supernova 11 that occurred here in Sabayati Archipelago 2 years ago. It was the reason why the world government decided to raise his bounty to $350 million. Do you think he's here to join the Straw Hat Pirates? The Marine officer asked. It's possibility, Sentomaru assumed, but if he is, then taking down Straw Hat Pirates is going to be harder than thought. Later at a certain bar of Grove number 47, a woman was taking a drink. In her appearance, she was 20 years tall young woman, very lovely with her long orange hair, along with attractive body. Her outfit was a revealing green and white bikini halter top, low-rider jeans that expose some of her hips, orange high-heeled sandals, and a pair of pearl-like earrings. She bore a blue tattoo on her left shoulder which represents Mikan and pinwheels. This was no ordinary woman. Having a conversation with the bar owner. Say, have you heard news about the Marines? Said the bar owner. They've set up a new headquarters. Isn't the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the one near Sabayati? The orange-haired woman asked the bartender. It was, but it's switched places with a place called G1 Base, the bar owner explained. G1 Base was once a branch station right on the opposite side of the Red Line. Sengoku's replacement, the new Marine Fleet Admiral, is showing the world he means business. We're talking about the Marine headquarters within the territory of the Yoko. As a result, Sabayati Archipelago has become more uncontrollable, with pirates being able to act more freely than before, the bartender continued. I see what you mean, orange-haired woman replied. I was wondering why the town has so much wild activity than it was 2 years ago. Just then someone took a seat next to her. This newcomer was wearing a long black cloak. It was like a shroud, and it hid most of his face, save for half of his mouth and what looked like a whiskered cheek. Roughened blonde bangs could just barely be seen if one focused their gaze into the shadows of his cowl. Most, however, were simply too intimidated to give the stranger more than a passing glance. Pardon the interruption, but, he spoke, his voice tumbling to a low pitch even before the words had left his mouth. I heard that you sell good ramen here, said the cloaked stranger. I'll take 10 bowls, if you don't mind. 10. For a moment, orange-haired woman nearly choked on her drink. She rounded on the voice, almost expecting to find him there. Only one person could possibly order, let alone eat, such a vast amount of food. But no, she realized, it was not him, not the man she had been waiting for. If anything, she couldn't possibly have been closer to the truth, and yet, she hadn't a clue as to whom had just joined her at the counter. 10. The bartender gawked. Kid, are you sure you can eat that much? I'm more than willing to pay. The voice reassured the baffled owner of the bar. Please, heat them up right away. Having a new customer, the bar owner turned round to arrange the cloaked stranger's order. The orange-haired woman studied the stranger carefully. This man's body, as well as his face, was carefully hidden. That was nothing new. Many a man wanted to keep his identity a secret from those around him. Given the lack of Marine presence in Sabayati, it really wasn't much a surprise that he wanted to keep his identity a secret from the general public. Then she noticed a necklace around his neck. It looked like a perfectly shaped green stone object around the stranger's neck. Examining the necklace careful, Nami estimated its worth to be lots of berry. That is, if she could manage to steal it. That was also a sizable pouch of coin that he had strapped to his waist. "Can I help you with something, miss?" "Damn it," she balked. It seemed that her attention hadn't gone unnoticed after all. She'd been noticed as well. Upon raising her gaze to meet his, she was greeted by a small smile, twin orbs of pure sapphire, and the strangest inclination that she'd seen this man somewhere before. Or, at the very least, heard of him. When he said nothing further to divulge his identity, she opted to let the matter drop. "Sorry about that," orange-haired woman replied. "I thought you were someone else. Someone I'm waiting for." "I see." The cloaked stranger inclined his head in a gesture of minute deference. "You see, I am also waiting for someone. I wonder, might I trouble you for a moment of your time? If you have some to spare." The ramen was set down on the counter before him then, and his attention swiveled toward his meal. He broke out a pair of chopsticks and, almost immediately, began to quietly partake of his meal. "Just who is this guy? You seem like the type of person who knows Sabayati Archipelago like the back of your hand," the cloaked stranger began, doing his best to keep his attention fixated on his ramen and nothing else. "I was wondering if you might help me with something." 10 bowls clattered to the countertop, and now, the orange-haired woman truly gawped. In less than 10 seconds, he had simply devoured 10 bowls worth of ramen. "Something?" the orange-haired woman inquired. "Someone," the cloaked stranger corrected. "There's coin in it for you, if you're willing." After a pause, he decided to add that money was of little to no value for him, and she would be well rewarded for her services. The orange-haired woman considered his offer for a moment. Obviously, this stranger was searching for something and more than willing to pay for it. The orange-haired woman smiled as she thought what price she wanted. She could, of course, demand all the berry he had in her pouch. Inevitably, her gaze gravitated toward the necklace draped around his neck. An item like that, she mused, would be far more valuable than any amount of berry. She wanted that necklace. "Yes, I know much of Sabayati Archipelago like the back of my hand," the orange-haired woman replied at length. "But in exchange for some information there is a price." "What sort of price?" the cloaked stranger asked, half of his face is still hidden. From what she could see, his smile had all but evaporated. And yet he made no move to clutch at the pouch at his waist or count his gold whatsoever. Did he really place so little value in his coin? The orange-haired woman believed his relief would be palpable, therefore, when she met his gaze and named her price. "That necklace around your neck," the orange-haired woman responded. "That is my price." "You want my necklace?" asked the cloaked stranger. "This old thing." His words were edged with confusion and, was that amusement she detected in his tone? No, it couldn't possibly be. He was wearing a veritable goldmine around his neck, and there wasn't so much as a glimmer of deception in his eye. Truly, he seemed genuinely pleased by the confusion flitting across her features. "Yeah," said the orange-haired woman, composing herself. "I'm willing to give you any information you're looking for in exchange for it." The cloaked stranger rips the necklace from around his neck as if he was ready to give it to orange-haired woman. Just as he was about to hand it over to her, he suddenly held it back. "I'm sorry," the cloaked stranger said. "I don't think I could do that." "Why not?" asked the orange-haired woman. "It's a fair price." "No," the cloaked stranger said. "It wouldn't be a fair price if I handed somebody their death." "What?" the orange-haired woman answers back in a surprise tone. "Wait a minute, what do you mean by that? Handed my death?" "Well," the cloaked stranger began to explain. His necklace once belonged to my godmother. She once gave it to her little brother and boyfriend because it is a sign of good luck to help them in their journey. However, however, the cloaked stranger continued. Her little brother, then later, her boyfriend, each died a gruesome deaths. The necklace that she had given each of them the day before that death inevitably returned to her, and he began to view it as some kind of curse. He paused, peering at a point past the orange-haired woman, almost as if he'd seen something there, but he said nothing. "How come you're wearing it?" Her curiosity piqued. The orange-haired woman couldn't help but broach the subject further. "Or should I expect you to die a horrible death as soon as you leave this bar?" Her concern wasn't entirely fade, if the necklace was indeed cursed. Then she wanted to sell it as quickly as possible before it could be passed on to her. "Well," the cloaked stranger began to say. I made a bet with her. I bet her that I would be able to unlock my Haoshoku haki. She didn't believe I would have it since only 1 in a million people can possess the power. The orange-haired woman had heard the word haki before. As she tried recalling her memories on what it was, someone interrupted her thoughts. Did I just hear right? Someone's loud voice was heard. $55 million belly. Bang. A gunshot was heard that causes everyone in the room to turn their heads. At a table with food and drinks, a large and fat middle-aged man has shot a pirate in front of him. He was wearing a straw hat, a shirt that is open and tight to closed due to his overweight figure, and he wearing what appeared to be boots. His legs are thin and hairy. He has an X-shaped scar on his stomach and another scar on his left shoulder. Why reading the poster correctly next time, the fat man with straw hat sneered. The least bounty is $70 million belly. I'm not interested in taking captains with bounties lower than that. But heck, I'm amazed you ever made it this far. Who is that guy? The cloaked stranger asked. That guy there is Straw Hat Luffy Stranger, said the bar owner behind the cloaked stranger and Nami. Straw Hat Luffy. The cloaked stranger responded in an almost surprising tone. You're telling me that guy is Straw Hat Luffy? Of course he is, said the bartender. He's the son of the infamous Monkey D. Dragon ND, the grandson of the legendary Monkey D. Garp the Fist. His bounty was increased to $400 million belly after his actions between the inescapable Impel Down and the war over Marineford. Right now he and his crew are coming out of hiding. The bar owner continues. They're recruiting a strong crew for the new world. Get lost, trash. Straw Hat Luffy cruelty shouts down on the wounded man. I'm the son of the legendary revolutionary dragon, you know. We don't have any time for weaklings who are going to slow us down, said a Sniper King. You've just not at our level. You think we're dumb enough to allow a fool into our crew? Turning to another crewmate, Luffy said, Hey Frankie, how many do we got? The total is about 100, Frankie replied. 3 full pirate crews have joined us. 10 of them had bounties on their heads. And 2 of them are supernovas everyone talking about, Luffy sneered. They are the brother captains, Wet Hair, Caribou and Blood Splatterer, Koribo. Their bounties are worth $210,000. 000 and $190 million belly on their heads. Those are the kind of guys we needed in our crew. Wouldn't it be so much fun if we had Burning Wool, Uzumaki D. Naruto on our crew, Captain? Said Nami. He has the largest bounty of the supernovas, $350 million belly, the biggest bounty we've come across so far. Yeah, agreed Sogeking. But nobody's seen him these many months since the incident at Marioa last year. However, even if he did want to join our crew, it will be a big risk since he's been hunted mercifully by the Marines and the world government. Perhaps you're right, sighed Luffy. Screw it. We got enough bounties to expand our reputation in the new world. Ain't that right? Turning to the bar owner where the cloaked stranger and the orange-haired woman are, Luffy shouted, Oi! Bartender, bring me some rum. He grinned lecherously seconds later as his gaze fell upon the orange-haired woman whom the man had been servicing a moment before. And you lovely lady, it's obvious you've been standing there for a long time. Why don't you come and have a drink with me, No thank you, answered the orange-haired woman curtly. I'm waiting for someone. Everyone in the room felt their jaws drop and their eyeballs bulge from their sockets. A refusal, a blatant refusal. Orange-haired woman had turned down Monkey D. Luffy. To refuse an extremely dangerous pirate with a bounty of $400. Was unwise. So unwise in fact, that the bartender felt inclined to remind the woman of her mistake. Listen lady, the bar owner whispered to her on frightening tone. You'd be better off doing what that guy said. That mad pirate went charging into the middle of the war 2 years ago. I'm sure you heard about it, right? She refused to honor him with a response. Waiting for someone, are you? Said Sniper King as he approached the orange-haired woman. I'm sure he just a puny weakling who'll be crying on his knees the second he hear Captain Luffy's name. Now get over here right now. He leaned forward threateningly, clearly believing that the orange-haired woman was about to come to her senses and grovel for mercy at their feet. Instead, the Aked stranger deftly placed himself between Sogeking and the orange-haired woman. Now, rather than dragging the vixen over to the captain as Sogeking had intended, he found the hand of that man clamped upon one massive forearm, halting him in his tracks. And to make matters worse, Sogeking couldn't seem to move. Literally his arm, no, his entire body, was suddenly frozen in its tracks as he locked gazes with the man who had dared to assault him. "Listen, friend," said the cloaked stranger. "Why don't we just let bygones be bygones and leave the nice lady alone?" With a deft flick of his wrist he released the Sniper King. A simple backhanding that not only expressed his contempt, but utterly embraced the famed King of Snipers. It was, quite literally, a slap on the wrist. Though this particular slap was heated to nearly 90 degrees Celsius, and therefore, quite warm in its intensity. For a man of Sogeking's caliber, the blow should have been nothing. Sogeking screamed. "Ah!" he yelled. It was a plaintive, pitiful whine. "Hot. It's hoot." "Shut up, Sogeking," Frankie hissed, seeking to calm the belligerent man. "It's not funny anymore." "It should be." The man lowered a smoking hand, revealing that it was he who had left the red palm print in the flesh of Sogeking's forearm. "I didn't think that little love tap would hurt you so much, Sogeking." He all but spat the last syllable, as if the term itself was poison to him. Abruptly, the humor trickled from his features like so much steam, although there was no such thing to be found in this silent challenge. Suddenly, the silence was deafening. "You better mind your own business, fellow," Luffy warned the cloaked stranger, his contempt evident. "I despise fools, above all fools who don't mind their own business." Thread alone was enough to make the bar patrons quiver in their boots. The orange-haired woman simply arched an eyebrow, took a sip of her drink and wondered at the true identity of this man who had so pointlessly come to her aid. "Fools, you say?" The cloaked stranger scowled, a blood-red iris reappearing over his shoulder. "Funny you should mention that." It was then that Luffy had a hard time seeing the man's face. It was carefully hidden by the hood of his black cloak, save for his mouth, and he'd gone to great efforts to keep it that way. "I too despise fools. Above all, a fool who thinks to pose as a pirate and pass himself off as one." "Why are you wearing hood over your head?" Luffy asked, wondering who this cloaked stranger was. "Who are you?" "I'm keeping my real name and appearance hidden," said the cloaked stranger. "I'm a wanted man by the Marines and world government. They find out I'm here in Sabayati Archipelago, then they're going sends a heavy amount of soldiers after me." He paused, thumbing his chin, as if in thought. "Perhaps even a Marine admiral or two." "You're a pirate," said Nami. "Yes," the cloaked stranger responded tersely. "Then how about you remove that cloak that covers your face?" said Straw Hat Luffy, "and tell us your name and bounty. If your bounty is higher than $70 million, Barry, maybe I'll even offer you a place in my crew, ha." "No," cloaked stranger shouted. "Nani." Everyone panicked as the cloaked stranger said no to the most dangerous pirate alive. "Huh," Straw Hat Luffy replied in confused tone. "What you mean, no?" "I just said no," said the cloaked stranger. "That's all. You think that's the answer I want here?" Luffy snarled, reaching for his flintlock pistol. "I'm telling you to take off your cloak and reveal yourself. Do you have any idea who I am? Who you're messing with, punk?" Everyone but for the orange-haired woman dropped to the floor at the appearance of the pistol. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. I have a bounty of $400 million, Barry, and you? You're nothing." "So you claim." The stranger didn't so much as flinch, staring down the barrel of the gun with something akin to resignation. The orange-haired man watched the impending standoff and felt a bead of sweat slip down her neck. Had it always been so hot in here? And watched and waited for the standoff to meet its inevitable conclusion. Surprisingly, the man held up a hand palm outward, fingers splayed, then curled into a fist. "Last chance," Luffy crowed, ignorant of his own peril. "Take it off or eat lead." "I wouldn't, if I were you," the stranger cautioned. "Bullets won't work on me." With a resounding clack, Luffy pulled back the catch on his pistol. "Go to heck." The man heaved a great and heavy sigh. "Miss," he murmured softly. "Yes." The orange-haired woman blinked. "Get down." And with that, the bar erupted in a curtain of orange flame. Mawahaha. I rather like this dark, good Naruto I have crafted. Enjoy. And don't forget to review until my ears fall off. Although, being a skeleton, I have no ears. Skull Juke. Yoho ho. A.N. Naruto has arrived at Sabodi. Marines and slavers beware. Yes, some Naruto characters will be making passing appearance in this story. Hope you liked the passing appearances of Ino, Hinata, and who wears a gigantic fan on their back. Make no assumptions. Naruto's harem will be most of all predominantly One Piece. You'll just have to guess the who, what, where, when and why. I know I may die from asking this so many times, but review please. Then again, being a skeleton, I am already dead. Skull Jooke. Yoho ho. Passing the torch. Passing the torch. Nami considered herself to be a practical woman. She had to be, serving as the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates. Her overbearing logic, greed, and overall reason were practically a necessity when surrounded by a bunch of testosterone-fueled men, most of whom acted like boys and pirates, no less. She had an answer for everything. Every change in the wind, in the currents, for every cloud into the sky, and then some. But she didn't have an answer now. Not for this. Only a moment ago, Monkey D. Luffy faked that he had shot a perfectly harmless stranger. One who had little to no monetary concern whatsoever, claimed to be a master of hockey as well as a pirate, and, apparently, believed that bullets could not harm him. While she found this interesting, the fact that he claimed to be a wanted man whom both the world government and the Navy were pursuing was more than enough to set her threat estimation to a bright get the heck away from this guy red. Miss. She blinked. Get down. Unfortunately, she'd been too mesmerized at the time to even consider fleeing. That, and she really didn't want to turn a blind eye to the fakes who were claiming to be them. That ugly bitch didn't look a damn thing like her and give them the satisfaction. Instead, she sat there, her eyes growing ever larger as negotiations broke down between the pirate and the faker, ending in the former taking a mouthful of lead from the latter, to which the former smiled disarmingly. Bang! Imagine her surprise when the bullet went clean through his skull, wedged itself in the wall, and that smile did not fade in the slightest. He'd died on his feet, she supposed. It wasn't exactly the cleanest way to go, but away he had went, or so she'd assumed. Then the first ember settled upon her nose. Nami blinked, brushed it away, alarmed at this sudden turnabout, as well the disbelieving screams offered by the crowd in reply, scrabbling back from the cloaked stranger as if he were the devil himself. Which, given the eerie circumstances of his supposed death, was a distinct possibility. The cloaked stranger half turned, exposing a blood-red iris over his shoulder. Flames licked across the gaping wound that had severed the left side of his face. But instead of blood and guts and gore as there should have been, there was naught but flame. Glowing tendrils of smoky shadow and flame gathered about the offending injury, forming up on one another after the other, gaining substance and form, until something miraculous happened. Bereft of the tattered cowl that once shielded it, the ruined portrait that was his face consumed itself in flame and simply closed the wound from the inside out. For a moment, for one blessed moment, and the instant before he yanked that blasted cowl back into place, the orange-haired woman saw his face. She recognized it almost instantly, for how could she not? He was a handsome fellow, if intense. But that absent thought was neither here nor there. Oh, my gods. Despite herself, despite all her calm, cool, level-headedness, Nami lost the ability to breathe. She'd seen him. She'd seen his face before, many times over the past 2 years. His was a face that was known even in Weatheria, for tales of his infamy, exaggerated or no, had spread far and wide, even there. She saw him in say flickering embers of flame and fire, and she wanted to say something, but she could not bring herself to speak the word she wanted so very desperately to say. She was looking at a man amongst men, a man whose very soul was said to be blacker than the ninth circle of heck. A man who murdered whomever dare stand in his way, and a man not to be trifled with, because his wrath was simply not something that mustn't be aroused. She'd heard the stories. She'd read the papers. This was the one man whom stirred in her both fear and respect, though whether the former was stronger than the latter remained to be seen. This was Oi oi oi, young lady. She dimly recalled the warning Mr. Haradas had given her. If you see Burning Will on Shabandi, will you give him my regards? Nami had dismissed the comment at the time, chalking it up as nothing more than one of the man's many quirks. Thanks to the donation he made, we'll be able to continue our research here for what might be another decade. She hadn't bothered to ask how it was that Mr. Haradas knew one of the most infamous rookies in the Grand Line. Let alone why said criminal would possibly make a donation to something other than whores and booze. She'd been busy at the time, far too busy to take heed of what might have been her only warning. But how could she have known that Mr. Haradas would know that Burning Will, aka Uzumaki D. Naruto, would be on Shabandi Archipelago? It was also at that time that Nami realized something else, something far more devastating than knowing that she'd nearly been duped into accepting a cursed necklace from a potentially chivalrous stranger. No, this was worse than that. Much, much worse. She had looked him in the eye and she hadn't even known. She'd been shooting the breeze with a mass murderer without even knowing it. Oh, this is just too much. His words, the words of the man who had the entire world after his head, gently tugged Nami from her reverie. The infamous rookie had doubled over with one hand clutching at his stomach as though it might burst between his fingers. He was laughing, Nami realized. Incredibly, he seemed to find the fact that he had been shot amusing somehow, and at length, he straightened, standing woodenly and not taking enough care. I came here looking for Monkey D. Luffy. He snickered softly to himself. But you know, I never expected to find him this quickly. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze fixating on Nami with such an intensity that for a moment she thought he might turn on her as well. He didn't. Instead, he looked her up and down as if truly noticing her for perhaps the first time. Nami felt her cheeks darken, such was the overbearing power of his eyes. Abruptly, he averted them. He Chuck L. Ed softly as his gaze slid away from her. He. Ha ha ha. The formerly cloaked stranger laughed. It was a deep, throaty sound and it chilled her to the bone. Everyone, including the Strafut pirates, cowered before that laugh. Only the fake Luffy managed to maintain some of his former belligerence. He jammed the flintlock pistol back into its holster, wiped the shock and dismay from his face. ND rushed to his feet as though he feared someone would somehow beat him to the punch. Aha, he laughed, painting a smile upon his face when all eyes eventually found their way back to him once again. Why yes, it's just as I suspected. The great Burning Will has decided to join us, after all. Seeing their captain's bravado feigned though it most certainly was, the crew of impostors seemed to regain some of their former bluster. It was only Burning Will who smiled in kind. Oh, I'll join you all right. He paused, smiling sardonically. But first, I have a question. Sure. The Luffy seemed to be rapidly regaining his composure, Nami realized, and her own awe at the sight of Burning Will was rapidly evaporating. She found herself making for the door, all respect for this so-called criminal lost and forgotten. Then an unusual inquiry stopped her cold. She paused, her curiosity piqued, and before long, it became clear to her just what kind of man this Burning Will truly was. Tell me, Luffy, Burning Will continued with that deadly soft tone of his, why waste a bullet on me like that? Aren't you a rubber man? The silence was deafening. Hey, that's right, someone whispered. I heard that. Strafut was made of rubber, wasn't he? Yeah, that's right, another added. But then, why use a pistol? Still another asked. Shish, quiet, he'll hear you. For a moment, fear seemed to prevail over the bar patrons. Then, Burning Will took a step forward. It was a small step, nothing imposing about it whatsoever, but the intent behind it remained clear. Peering upward at Luffy, he reached into his chest pocket. Everyone cringed aside in terror, expecting him to pull out a weapon of some sort, only to flush with shame as he exposed a wanted poster bearing the latter's face. Also, would you mind telling me why you don't look a darn thing like your wanted poster? He asked genially. In that moment, as the whispers grew ever louder, Nami mentally reassessed her opinion of Burning Will. Now would have been a perfectly reasonable time for her to leave, as she could not hope to gain any coin from staying to watch the impending brawl. Like a certain priest she knew, Burning Will was well renowned for his legendary temper and an annoying tendency to incinerate those who vexed him. It was for this reason, if not her own personal satisfaction, that Nami observed the proceedings with great amusement. She couldn't be bothered to deal with the fakes herself, of course, but witnessing their downfall would still be all too satisfying. Especially at the hands of this rather handsome pirate. Now, if only he'd take off that blast cowl too so she could get a good look at his face. Meanwhile, the tension was reaching a breaking point. "You better watch yourself, buddy," Luffy snarled at his fellow rookie in a dangerous tone. "You might be a hotshot with a $350 million berries on your head, but my bounty is $400 million berry, which is higher than yours. Meaning I'm 10 times more dangerous than you can never be." He loomed over Burning Will with his girth, clearly trying to use his reputation in a feeble attempt at intimidation. "Yes, and more's the pity." Burning Will sighed. "Unfortunately, you're not the Luffy I'm looking for." "What?" Burning Will cocked his head to one side, the smile dropping from his face to shatter across the floor like so much broken glass. Abruptly, the bounty poster in his hand began to fizzle and wither, burning itself from the bottom up. In a matter of seconds, it had been reduced to a pile of ash on the floor. Now it was that everyone's attention fell upon him, this stranger who had not once, but twice, demonstrated the powers of flame and fire. Hey, did he just? Nami watched as the realization flowered in their eyes and withered in equal measure. She watched as they shrank back from him, men, women, and children alike. Watched as Naruto brought his palms together and called upon his element for the third and final time. When they parted, he was clutching a brand, no, a pommel, no doubt was that a hilt of some sort. Weaving streaks of orange-yellow flames flung themselves between them as his and straddled the shadow flame once more, but this wasn't an etching of fire. It was fire, inside the blade, where the crimson burned, and for several inches past it, the sword became transparent as glass. It was as if the limb itself had become flame, and that flame banished the darkness to the trees and was something almost unholy within its majesty. Now spread from shoulder to fingers, his hand blazed out flame. Nearly 3.5 feet in front of him, and then died down. Nami was on the verge of forsaking this endeavor altogether before Naruto smiled and brought the blade around in a sweeping arc. Cold dread froze the lot of them further as the pirate placed his hands further apart. "He'll set the bar on fire." He brought the other hand up and flexed it, and his fingers closed around the fires. Held them, and the blade re-materialized, simply appearing from the chakra, glowing reddish black as was his skin. The crescent hook of a tip dangled from a relatively simple and not at all oblong pole of a handle. One that he shouldered it deprecatingly. Naruto didn't seem to mind at all that he was holding a weapon composed of more flame than actual steel, and if he did, he wasn't doing much to convey that annoyance. Once more, the gaze of Burning Will found hers. His eyes narrowed slightly, a silent, unspoken warning that told her to, quite simply, get down. Kagetsuchi. By time she did think to drop to the floor, a screen of orange blaze was discharged without warning. While everyone felt the strong heat of the orange flame, the only ones who absorbed the worst of orange fire were the imposter Straw Hat Pirates. Unable to believe their eyes nor their ears, the unlucky impostors were flung clear out of both bar and battle, sent flying across the next street ere they caromed into the stall of an unfortunate dung vendor. Yet strangely, the only one that was left standing was the mysterious stranger who seems unharmed by the flames. It almost seemed as if orange cone of destruction might have originated from his very flesh. But that was impossible. The only person she'd ever seen using such an ability had been dead for 2 years now. The only other and who held such an ability had vanished from the face of the earth for 6 months after making a name for himself in battle and blood and booze. Now, as a curtain of orange flames swept itself between them, roiling, boiling, baring its fangs with a mind-numbing intensity, she began to understand. With a squelching soft sound they retreated inward, forming human flesh once more. "Sorry about the mess." The cloaked stranger apologized to the shocked bar owner, paying for the damages inflicted by the fire. I believe this should cover the damages, plus a little interest for making me those last 10 bowls. The owner gawped as he beheld the stack of berry that had just been handed to him. Muttering to himself that he'd never seen so much money in my life, he offered his most humble gratitude and swiftly departed. Nami's sweat dropped. Is this guy for real? But before she could hope to voice her opinion on the matter, the eyes of Burning Will found hers once more. They were no longer the molding scarlet they'd been previously, she realized, though the thought of staring into serene sapphire brought her little comfort. She could still see the rage burning beyond his vision. At length, he smiled. It was a warm smile, this one, bellying the flames he had so blatantly released upon Shabandi Archipelago. He chuckled. It was a soft, amused sound. I see you heeded my warning, Miss Navigator. He let the statement hang, unadorned between them, and for that, you have my thanks. There was a strange twinkling within his eyes as he spoke, because Nami held no illusion that this vagabond did not know who she was. Having ascertained her true identity, all that remained was to see what he'd do with the information he'd gleaned from her. As with most men, he didn't fail to disprove her suspicions. Nami, he spoke suddenly, looking as if he'd just had the mother of all epitomes. That's your name, isn't it? So you're the navigator of the Strafut crew, are you? Like heck I'm admitting that. Nami thought to herself. No way, absolutely not. I don't know what you're talking about. She really didn't want to reveal her identity. Bad enough that Burning Will was here on Shabandi Archipelago. Bad enough that he'd already raised a bar and barbecued a band of ungrateful imposters. But it would truly be bad for her if she was to be recognized in the company of such a man, one who had the world nobles breathing down his neck, no less. For all your skill, you're a poor liar. Naruto sighed and sent her deception crashing down around her ears. I'll ask you again. You are Nami, are you not? Like I said, Nami began anew, desperately hoping to impress upon the rookie the need for silence. I have no idea who or what you're talking about. Do not lie to me. For a moment he was fire and brimstone again, and Nami could see the murderous intent raging just beyond the veil of those crystalline orbs. Suddenly the likeness of herself was moving closer before her face. Because Nami was looking at herself. In the form of a wanted poster. I recognized you from the moment I walked into that bar, and your face has only grown even more beautiful than the one in this poster. Now, I will ask you again. Are you, or are you not, Nami-san? Even more beautiful. She wondered at the compliment for a moment longer before his tone convinced her to comply. Yes. She relented, albeit softly. What do you want with me? Nothing, really, Naruto answered. Really? Naruto grinned foxily. I just wanted to have the honor of meeting the infamous cat burglar, face to face. He mused this aloud, the smile simply refusing to leave his face. I must say, however, your bounty does not do you justice. Or does the world government truly see you as so little a threat? He shrugged then, dismissing the matter as an afterthought. But I digress. Say, if your captain was anywhere nearby, you'd tell me, wouldn't you? You see, I've been searching for I am for the past 2 years, and now I believe that he might be here in Shabandi. And why might you be looking for him? Nami demanded. Naruto's expression darkened instantly. I've a score to settle with him. A cold pang of horror seized upon Nami's heart. A snake of dread coiling inside her gut, a snake of losing everything she'd ever held dear, and not knowing the price. The look in his eyes was a strange one. Torn somewhere between amusement and nostalgia, in direct contrast to the stabbing spike of panic that stabbed through her chest. How could he say such things and remain nonchalant? How could he have a bone to pick with him, of all people? With Luffy. What on earth had that idiot done this time? Angering one of the world's foremost pirates, whose bounty was already so dangerously close to his own. If Burning Will had any business with Luffy, then it certainly wouldn't prove to be pleasant. Of this, if nothing else, she was certain. Fury washed Nami to her toes. If Luffy truly was in danger, and it was any fault of hers for leading Burning Will find him. I think it's best you get out of here, Naruto said suddenly. Although that attack may have knocked the wind out of them, they won't stay down on count and may take it out on you if they come back. A fleeting fixation of concern flitted across his features. And if they're anything like who I think they are, then they will be back. So you're just going to leave? Nami stated flatly. Just like that. It's obvious you don't know where he is. Naruto answered. Therefore, I see no point in haranguing you further. Hey, Nami called out to the stranger who was heading to the doorway. Wait a second, Nami. Someone in the room called her name. Hearing her name called out, Nami turned to where the one that called her name. In that direction was someone she fully recognized. It was Usopp, but far different than before. Instead of a tanned, slim teenager, he was now taller and muscular. He was wearing had appeared to be a new pair of goggles around his neck and has some ear protectors on. He also now has a little goatee along with a new white suncap he wears on his head. In addition, he has a new pair of rolled up yellow pants with red suspenders, and a couple of walking boots. He has a brand red shoulder bag, but he still has his white blue striped wristband on his left arm. Usopp, is that you? Yeah, it's me, he replied. It's great seeing you, Nami. You seem to have changed. So have you, Nami responded happily. You were here all the time. I was, Usopp answered. I was about to use a new technique I learned on that guy that bothering you until that fellow in dark cloak steps in. You know who he is? No, Nami replied. He was looking for something in town. He looked familiar, but I can't seem to recall who he is. Well, we better do what he said Usopp. Because those imposters he blew away, they'll be back. While the two of them quickly left, the imposters emerged from where they fell, burned, injured, humiliated, and angry. They didn't heed the fact that they could have all too easily been burnt to a crisp by the legendary, burning will. At least, Monkey D. Luffy didn't seem to recognize that. Find that guy, fake Luffy angrily snarled. Shoot him on sight. At the same time, the cloaked stranger, who happened to be Uzumaki D. Naruto, was making all due haste from the scene he had created. He'd seen the looks on their faces, all of them. They'd seen his face. That navigator certainly had. While it was indeed regrettable that she knew next to nothing where the whereabouts of Monkey D. Luffy were concerned, there was nothing that could be done about it, and thus, it was time to move on in his search. For the time being, Naruto knew he'd just pulled himself back into the limelight. While he didn't regret in helping that orange-haired woman, the last thing he needed was for the Marines to find out he'd taken shelter on Shabandi. If they did, they'd call in an admiral to look for him, certainly. Should that happen, not only would the fighting destroy the mangroves, but the chance of finding Luffy as well. He couldn't risk a battle to distract him from his destination. Especially with Akainu. Even though Naruto is confident in his fighting abilities, he was still not yet ready to face Akainu, yet. He needs the time and place if he was going to be ready to avenge Ace's death. That is why he has spent years mastering his powers to full measurement should he face Akainu. He had thought Akainu will be the one sent to come after him after he attacked Marioa. But instead was Kizaru, as his perverted mentor once told him, always pick the right time and right place to fight your enemy. Naruto also thought about those imposters back at the bar. Whoever those idiots were, they didn't realize what kind dangerous siltation they'd got themselves into. While they appeared to dress in the similar fashion of the Straw Hat Pirates he remembered, they looked nothing like the originals. Let alone act the part right. The leader that was pretending to be Luffy, was the worst of them. That fat freaking should be grateful I didn't kill him outright. Naruto groused aloud to himself. He reminded him of the world nobles, though rather less extreme. Awfully cruel and arrogant, using Luffy's status to act with impunity, getting away with everything. While the men and women around him lived in utter fear of his reputation. Surely he must have been a brilliant liar, if he was able to fool everyone into thinking he's the real deal. But he's an idiot, for thinking he could possibly emerge unscathed. Also stupider than he imagined. While the imposter Luffy may not realize it, his arrogance was leading to his downfall far sooner than he realized. And to the imminent arrival of an admiral. Meanwhile, in Marioa, what you mean you're coming with me? Kizaru asked in drawn disbelief. There's no need for two admirals. There are two extremely dangerous pirates roaming around on Shabandi Archipelago, Akainu cut him off. Not only Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy but Burning Will, Uzumaki D. Naruto as well. This truly is a job for 2 admirals, if not 3. He let the statement hang unadorned between the 2 of them. The silence was deafening. For a terrifying second it seemed like Kizaru would outright refuse the offer of his fellow admiral. Then he sighed. "And why is it so important that you come with me?" he asked again. "Burning will," came Akainu's curt reply. "Oh ho." Kizaru arched an eyebrow. "So that's the reason, is it?" Akainu cringed, refusing to admit that he had a personal stake in this. Because it was personal. He'd been humiliated by a certain pirate nearly a year ago, though said pirate'd fled from him rather. And fight when Jewelry Bonnie had quite literally been snatched out of his grasp and impelled down. Most speculated that Burning Will's infiltration of prisons past were solely to gain follows to his cause. Akainu knew better. Jewelry Bonnie hadn't even spent all of an hour in the infamous undersea galley before another, nameless prisoner, had joined her. Akainu hadn't taken any notice, nor did he care for that matter. Who appeared to be in her crew? All he knew was that, somehow, Burning Will had snuck into Impel Down, massacred the guards, defeated Magellan with substantial ease, and made his departure. And after his escape, amongst the countless hordes of prisoners that could not be recaptured, was Jewelry Bonnie. He shouldn't be dwelling on such a simple matter, but still, it irked him. He'd caught up with this so-called escapee, only to have his ship burned out from beneath him whilst Burning Will and his fellow fugitives made their escape. But Borsellino was peering at him expectantly, and thusly. Akainu had to grace him with a reply of his own. "There no doubt in my mind, Monkey D. Luffy is stronger than he was before 2 years ago, Akainu continuesti, he's probably acquired the use of haki by now. And, Burning Will, Naruto, this is the same man that defeated you a year ago, and he's bound to have only grown stronger by then." He pointedly left out the fact that it was either him or her that had to accompany Kizaru. Given that Aokiji was now the new fleet admiral in place of Sengoku. Naturally, they'd been expected to find a replacement for Aokiji in the last 2 years. And they had. Unfortunately, the replacement for Aokiji had an annoying tendency that involved the careless slaughter of not only the pirates she was assigned to capture, but that was neither he nor there. He wanted Burning Will alive. Therefore, she wasn't to be permitted on Shibondi for the duration of this assignment, lest half the population of Shibondi find themselves massacred. Honestly, that bloodthirsty woman scared him shitless. "You don't have to bring that up," Kizaru complained wistfully, referring to the bruising he'd received at the hands of Burning Will. "It's embarrassing." Flashback. Marieoa was burning. Great columns of flame swept through the spire, sweeping clouds of ash and smoke across the whole of Marieoa. They devoured everything without pause, sparing only those terrified slaves who fled for their very lives, some risking a glance back at the strange, swirling inferno that raged behind them, occasionally taking the form a man at times, a demon the next, and something else entirely and altogether. For these were no ordinary flames. Contrary to the whims of the wind, the fire seemed to move of its own accord, barreling down not on the slaves who tried to escape its wrath, but whomever was foolish enough to dare impede their path. Those who sought safety and shelter from these flames of justice found that safety, and those who wished otherwise, those who served the world nobles, found themselves charred and burnt and branded in recompense for their temerity. There was naught but travesty for those who tried to recapture the escapees, fishman and giant and human alike. All were freed, none were left behind, and all the while, the once proud land of Marieoa burned beneath these flames. It was to this scene that the Marine Task Force and Admiral Kizaru arrived. It was within this carnage, this chaos, that they first heard the sound of screaming, of shouting, and, most eerily, of laughter. Spread out, Kizaru began to issue the men their orders almost immediately. He should be here somewhere. A dim, cool blue illumination spread across the plaza, gradually brightening. It started as a whisper. Then, all in a rush, he came into focus. Eyes burning with blue flame. Puffs of fire escaping his lips with every breath, body alternatively invisible, wispy as black smoke and gleaming, hard iridescent black metal muscle. He appeared in their midst without warning. Then vanished. There one moment, gone the next. With his sudden departure so too did 7 Marines forsake their bodies for the underworld. Suddenly, Kizaru was alone in the plaza. He stood there for a moment, blinking, slowly registering the loss of his troops. The bluish glow was already fading, rounding a nearby corner with an indefatigable speed, only to find itself headed off by Kizaru. The admiral was already fading into existence as the robed figure skidded to a halt before him, its eyes little more than twin sparkles of crimson in the twilight. An impasse was struck. For a moment the assassin stood there, bouncing on the balls of his feet while he considered his next move. Borsellino wasn't too accommodating in that regard. Yasukani no Magatama, he drawled lazily. Piercing pinpricks of light lanced out from his fingertips, skewering the shadowy assailant, riddling him with holes as though he were cottage cheese. The silhouette did not cry out under the barrage, nor did he flinch or whimper, much to Kizaru's annoyance. Instead he answered with a gush of fire. A veritable sheet of violet indigo flame rushed forth against the harsh jewels of Infinite's brilliance and set the entire courtyard awash with flame. Oh! Borsellino blinked as black spots speckled across his vision for a moment. You're a Logia type, aren't you? The intruder did not honor him with a response. At least, not of the verbal realm. His heel crackled outward, little more than an electric blue blur, and for the first time in nearly a decade, Kizaru tasted blood in his mouth. The flinty, acrid taste caught him off guard, lending his attacker just enough time to plug his knuckles into the admiral's gut. Darn, but the boy was quick. Then there was pain. Pain. Searing and agonizing pain. The likes of which he'd never felt before, even as he felt one of his ribs splinter beneath the blow. Hockey. Somehow, the boy had imbued both blows with hockey, so much so that He was able to deal actual damage to his physical form. The lad doubled back and Borsellino braced himself to dissolve before the next attack could find his face, or worse. And then, as suddenly as they had come, the flames were gone. So too was their master. Kizaru blinked the heat haze away from his eyes and spat the blood from his mouth as he struggled to take in the signs he'd been given by his body. The boy darted out of sight around the next corner, nearly loosing the hood of his cowl as a stray beam took out the hem of his robe. Then he was gone again. Undeniably irate, Admiral Kizaru stormed around the corner. Ryusenka. Kizaru stood in dumbfounded disbelief as he materialized directly in the gaping maw of an inferno. And still the intruder reached out with the flames, past him farther, farther. Farther still until his element was barely even recognizable. Cram. An unspeakably bright flare peeled open the horizon behind them. Despite the shouts and the screams of his men, Kizaru didn't turn. He'd seen this technique before, already he knew what he would find there, should he show his back. The destruction of their fleet. Ruination surrounding them, one and all. With the loss of his ride home, he stormed into the keep, ready to do battle with this flaming apparition whose abilities so greatly resembled those of Portuguese Ace. Still, he couldn't believe his eyes. He sat motionless as God atop the mountain of corpses. The demon awaited their approach. Set upon his throne of destruction, he inclined his head politely, looking down upon them for the ants that he clearly thought them to be. So still was he, that Borsellino almost mistook him for a statue at first. But a statue did not move, nor did it laugh as this one did. Here was a rare breed of man. The first man to actually murder a Tenryubito since the founding of the world government itself. He was smiling. Well now, are you the one who did this? He asked through a strained grimace. Did I do this, you ask? The man laughed. It was a deep, throaty sound. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. Remember it well, you who allow the subjugation of those who are oppressed. He beckoned, indicating the Chow's and destruction that had not so long ago been the holy land of Marieoa. Do you see this? He asked. This is your justice. This is the sin that the world government permits, because the children of the 20 kings desire it to be so. Because they wish it to be. It is filth. It is perversion. It is decay. He scoffed, rising from his throne of bodies and flesh. Tell me, Admiral, do you know why it is that I have not simply destroyed this postule of a city? He stood woodenly, not taking enough care. I will tell you. Were I to destroy this place, this Marieoa, I would leave no evidence of my existence behind. Therefore, I have decided instead to wait for one of your so-called champions of justice, a Marine Admiral, to find me in this place, so that I could make my cause clear. Kizaru snapped his heel forward. Naruto twisted, arching his back at the very last instant. Instead of striking him in the face, as the admiral had intended, the wisp of light banked overhead, narrowly missing its given target, where it screamed off into the horizon. The blonde held his pose for a moment longer before he straightened, bending at the knees with all the grace of a fluid dancer. Such was the ease with which he rose again. "I warn you, do not underestimate me so easily," Naruto pointed out. "I have mastered all 3 forms of haki. I tell you what's not going to be easy," Kizaru began to warn Naruto. "After what you did, the world government is not going rest until they catch you. I'm sure they going place an enormous bounty on your head, if you're able to fight me evenly. Yet even if you kill me here, there will be other that will still coming after you." He sneered with a smile as he'd always done, but the pirate's remark failed to leave him anything less than amused. "I'm not trying to kill you," Naruto declared. "Not yet. I've made sure that the others managed to get away. As I said previously, fight me at your own risk, but know that you shall not pass, regardless of the outcome." He clapped his hands together and suddenly his hands were wreathed in flame. But these were more than any flame. All manner of color and perception clouded his fingertips, wreathing his hands in various shades of oranges, reds, yellow, indigo, violet, black, and beyond. Kizaru pondered these flames and their eerie properties before speaking. "I take you won't surrender, then?" Kizaru ventured. "That depends." The burning specter blew a drawn-out breath. "Are you truly intent on fighting for a cause so unjust?" "Now, isn't that a silly question?" Kizaru drawled. "I've come here just for you." The burning man did not find this amusing. "So you've come to take my head, Marine Admiral." He swept his fingers forward in a grandiose gesture, encompassing the ruination surrounding them. "I must say, you have disappointed me. I'd hoped that you, of all people, would understand. But if you do not, then perhaps you'll fare better than the others." "Sure." He shrugged his shoulders, and the cloak fell to the wayside, smoldering away in a trail of embers. "If you desire my head, by all means, try and take it." He raised the flames to the surface of his skin, and brought them not only into his arms but around his face. He allowed them to break through his scalp and form a living crown, a blatant mockery toward those he had slaughtered. There was pain there in his face, pain, as they broke the skin and as they broke through channels of power that he had blocked long ago. He was powerful again now. Powerful and dread. "What do you think you are, Fisher Tiger?" Kizaru challenged Naruto on that fact. "I'm sure you know what happened to." "Not at all." "Not at all," Naruto replied. "I originally came to Marieoa to save a friend. But after what I saw there I decided to free every slave that was imprisoned in that living heck. I can understand why Fisher attacked Marieoa in the first place. For that he has my deepest respect and admiration, through I can never truly hope to measure up to him." Seething on the face of his skin, the flames hissed and spat at the distance between them, threatening to devour the admiral at the slightest provocation. But the only difference between you and Fisher Tiger," Kizaru pointed out, "is that you killed 3 world nobles. It's my job to bring to justice and see you answer for crimes." He too was drawing upon his own power, willing himself to ignore the visible strain that had been inflicted upon his body already. Dark wisps of shadowy flame did their level best to intrude upon the light he was exuding and failed, filling one half of the courtyard keep with light, the other with flame. "Now," Naruto sneered, "if you think you can take me down, bring it." Tendrils of smoke flame burst from the strange tattoos etched into his wrists, visible even amongst the etchings of shadow and flame. They began to take shape, form, abandoning the ethereal and favoring the material. For a moment, Kizaru marveled at it. He watched, witness to the strange shaping of the serpentine creature, almost as if it resembles Dragon of the Darkness Flame. The mighty beast of white and black flames plowed forward, jaws gaping wide. For him, for its prey, its victim, onrushing with such a speed that it occurred to Kizaru that he'd best move out of the way before it intercepted his current trajectory, and a hand seized upon his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. "Going somewhere, Kizaru-san." And then there was only blackness. End flashback. "What's wrong with you, Kizaru?" The harsh, grating tone of Akainu ear vocably dragged Borsellino from his memories. He went to speak, but for some strange reason there was blood in his mouth. Why on earth would there be blood in his mouth, now, of all times? He drifted amidst these thoughts for a moment before he recognized the dull, aching throb in his mouth as his own, as his tongue, protesting the forces that had been applied unto it. He'd bitten his tongue, Kizaru realized. The flinty, metallic tang tasted hollow in his mouth somehow, leaving him with an eerie sense of foreboding. He doubted from the look of Akainu's face that his fellow admiral felt anything like it at all. And why would he? Akainu was too wrapped up in catching burning wool to think of much else. It mattered to him only that they inflict the most righteous, heinous justice upon this Ma, and whom dared to do with the world as he pleased. Still, Kizaru had been prompted to reconsider Sakazuki's proposition. Say, Kizaru began, Sakazuki. Quote? Perhaps 2 admirals would be best after all. Meanwhile, back on Shibandi Archipelago. What do you mean you can't find him? Fake Luffy raged impotently. He has blonde hair, blue eyes, and whiskers for Crisix. How many guys like that do you see around here, huh? He's burning wool, so he can't be that hard to find, so find him. Now, while he continued to swear and spit and spew all other manny of improper babble, a large pack suddenly swung around and bumped into him. He cried, falling into an unglorious heap. Oh, did I bump into you? The hooded person asked. Sorry about that. Everyone gawped. Does that guy not know who Straw Hat Luffy is? He's so dead. Hold it right there. The hooded person in the parka turned, exposing his face. His was a young face, a face that should have been easily recognized. Were it not for the ridiculous fake mustache he was currently wearing, someone might have indeed recognized him, and the oversized pack which he was wearing. Thankfully, they did not. You just bumped into me on purpose, did ya? Fake Luffy snarled. Do you know who I am? You tryin' to start something, huh, punk? You made a fool of me in front of all these people. Me, a pirate with a $400 million berry bounty. Now, on yours knees, he demanded, prodding a gun against the cheek of the silently unamused pirate who had not a clue as to what was going on. Tremble in fear, and beg for mercy. No thanks. The hooded person in the parka mumbled. I'm in a bit of a hurry, so. That's it, you little runt. Veen. One burst of hockey later, and fake Luffy and company found themselves taking a very long nap. Meanwhile, even further away on Shibandi Archipelago, the galleon was massive. Sails that would soon be fat with wind were currently furled. A deck which often bore the brunt of many scurrying feet was now pristine near to perfection. Everything about it, this ship which bore a massive lion's head at its tip, was magnificent. Perhaps even more so, considering it had been lying here in wait for the last 2 years. Approaching this masterfully made craft, with its skull and crossbones held high, fluttering in the breeze, could only marvel at an outright awe. Hence the reason Uzumaki D. Naruto was gawping wordlessly. This truly was a ship among ships. So, this is the Sunny, huh? He whistled softly. What a ship, rather fitting, for the man who would one day become king of the pirates. Its outlandish, over-the-top style seemed to be a perfect fit for the Strafut crew, although none of them seemed to be present at the moment. That dampened his spirits a bit. He really would have liked to have met at least someone other than Nami in her outright hostile approach to things. Oh, a deep, booming voice rang out over the deck. Oi, who in the heck are you? Hello. Naruto blinked, shouldering his pack. Who is that? Is someone there? Abruptly, his enthusiasm surged to the fore. He failed to recognize the voice, but, then again, save for Nami, he'd never known an. Why met any of the original Strafut crew to begin with? That one of them might be on the ship lifted his spirits considerably. Might it be the pirate hunter Zolo, Black-Leg Sanji, Sogeking, or not an other step if you know what's good for you? A harsh clack drew his attention, then a single red dot hovered upon his chest, emitted by the thin strand of light the like of which he'd never seen before. A targeting system, perhaps. Seconds later, nearly a dozen other gleaming red periods joined it, leaving a grand total of 12 weapons locked upon various parts of his body. Who's there? He called across the deck. Is anyone home? You bet your rear I am. Naruto had been expecting some semblance of welcome. Instead, he found himself face to face with the strangest looking human being he had ever seen in his life. Words alone could not suffice. Nor could they hope to describe him, this massive muscular monstrosity of mirthful metallic substance. With one of those giant hands, he tilted up his sunglasses and peered across the expanse that separated in less than an instant. "Oi, bastard," he called. "Keep your hands off Sonny." "All right." Naruto held up his hands. "I'm not touching." "See, what the heck do you want?" That earned a response. Naruto puffed out a stray strand of flame from his lips. "Is Luffy here?" "Luffy?" The strange man-bot blinked. "Just how the heck do you know him, huh? Will you believe me if I tell you?" Naruto asked. "Probably not." The cyborg conceded. "You're not the first to try and play that card. Now get out of here. If you'll just listen." "I won't. To what I have to say." "Scram. I'm sure you'll skedaddle. Understand? Get lost. What I have to beat it. Trash. Trash." Now, Naruto considered himself to be a patient man. And with good reason. Long had he suffered through the last 2 years of endless searching, endless training, making his share of friends and foes along the way. Long had he looked, high and low, for all the secrets that came with the subtle but dangerous art of Haki, and of the Mara no Mi and the whereabouts man he'd so fervently sought. But today, after encountering obstacle after obstacle after obstacle, his patience was at an end. Here, at the cusp of completing the quest that had consumed the last 2 years of his life, being insulted and affronted at every turn. Something had to give. "Uru-sai," he bellowed, a great gust of flame sweeping from his form. "Will you just shut the heck up and let me talk, huh, Baka Uru?" For a moment, the cyborg cowered, then Naruto felt a round fizzle through his flesh. He paused, peering down at the now gaping hole in his chest. Frowned, watched as it closed. Then, before the cyborg could fire another shot, he came forward. "Listen you." His boots thudded upon the deck as he landed. Bringing himself face to face with the strangely clad cyborg. He made it all of 3 steps before another shot sputtered out of his chest, turned to ash upon contact. He permitted himself a small smile. Then he was upon the cyborg. His hands flashed outward, once, twice, 3 times, batting aside a great overhand sweep with one and striking barehanded with the other. It was an abysmal failure. He'd neglected the use of his flames during the attack. He couldn't bear the thought of damaging the ship, but in the end, all it gave him was a pair of swollen knuckles. Hands throbbing, he backed off, leering furiously. "Yow!" Naruto yelped. "What the heck are you made of, cast iron?" "Atsui." The cyborg yelled, likewise waving his hand up and down comically as well. "Hot." "What the heck are you made of, Kono Yuru?" "Why I oughta." "Frankie." A voice like living liquid interjected softly, "There's no need for violence." "Frankie." Naruto blinked. "Wait, so you're actually Frankie?" "Oh." The strange cyborg shouted suddenly, eyes sparkling. "That voice." He turned, as always, striking a pose, "That booty." Naruto twisted, a blue-red Ursa's slow Lee reappearing over his shoulder. That niece beauty can only be. For the first time in his life, Uzumaki D. Naruto was truly, utterly, speechless. Despite all the majesty her eyes held, keeping his gaze focused upon her face was quickly proving to be its own a trial, thanks in part to the open blouse and the glorious sight that lay within. Naruto felt his cheeks inexplicably darken as a result. Then he chastised himself with a shake of the head. He was a pirate for Crisix. So why couldn't he stop staring at a pair of. My eyes are up here, if you don't mind. Her voice gently tugged him from his reverie. She had a gentle look about her, and it was then, in that instant, that he realized the identity of this buck's beauty. Nico Robin. Naruto croaked out in disbelief. "You're looking well, yourself." The blonde blanched. "Well, Yoho. Thank you so much for all of you giving me all of these wonderful ideas. I hope you liked the chapter. Also, as the pairings, there is now a poll. Vote on that to determine the results of the eventual pairing as to who will be in the harem. Oh, and I know I may die from asking this so many times, but review please. Then again, being a skeleton, I am already dead. Skull Jooke. Yoho. Conflagration. For those of you who guessed, yes, Naruto and Robin do know one another. They had quite a past together, actually. I won't reveal their exact origins yet. Where's the fun in that? But you'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, at long last, the moment you have all been waiting for. Taking place in this chapter. Naruto finally meets the Strawhats. Conflagration. Listen up, men. Fake Luffy, now fully recovered, pronounced before a crowd of pirates. You may not know Theseus' face now, but from here on out every one of you is a member of my crew, the Straw Hat Pirates. Once I become the king of the pirates, the impostor continued. You guys are going to be crew of the Pirate King. And for that goal you all will serve as my arms and legs in the adventure that are to come. All the pirates cheered by the fake Luffy's words. It's like a dream come true, said one pirate. I can't believe we get joined the notorious crew of the man who destroyed Enies lobby, created chaos at Impel Down, and charged into the heart of the Whitebeard War. This legendary pirate is going to be our captain. Another cheered. He's really a candidate for the title of Pirate King. But before we set sail for the new world, fake Luffy continued, biting off every single word as if it were flint. We need to teach those a lesson for disrespecting me. And one of them is known as Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto. For a terrifying second, there was silence. It was deafening. Like a mighty wave, so too his words rippled out. Amongst those that had assembled to become his subordinates, plastering their faces with expressions of shock, awe, and in exceptionally rare cases, fear. There wasn't a single pirate alive that hadn't heard that name. All the pirates gawped at their captain and what he'd just said. Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto. They thought he was joking. Such were their expressions. Monkey D. Luffy wanted revenge on the only man who had dared to murder not one, not two, but 3 Tenryubito and escape with hundreds upon hundreds of slaves to mention equally priceless treasures and artifacts and invaded Impel Down, no less. The infamous rookie who, given enough time, might very well fill the vacancy left by Edward Newgate, one of the 4 now reduced to 3 Yonko. Their captain wanted the head of Burning Will brought before him like some spoil of war. No way. Impossible. Truly, if there was a man more terrifying than Straw Hat Luffy, then Burning Will clearly fit the bill. At length, members of the newly reformed Straffut pirates began to murmur amongst themselves, with a complete and utter lack of regard to captain's orders. Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto. Gashed. Albion, another of the rookie pirates joining the imposter Straw Hat pirates, repeated in a shocked tone. Darn, that makes my bounty of $92 million berries look like chump change. No way, gasped Lip, Service, Dowdy, another rookie pirate whose head was worth $88 million. He's here in Sabayati Archipelago. But though he vanished forever, one of the pirates said. Quaking with fear. This is not good, another pirate answered fearfully. That guy tends to attract an admiral from miles away. Which mean there a marine admiral may be on his way here by now. A third pirate cried out. But there's more. Fake Luffy brayed, wheezing in a brash tone that would make even a donkey cringe. Now there's only one reason I gathered you all here today. Some low-life scumbags claim to be his friends, and, as such, they too, have had the nerve to disrespect me, your beloved boss. And they are still somewhere here in the archipelago. I want you to hunt them down. And drag them, kicking and screaming to me. And then that so-called legend will come running over here like the fool he is. Gyahahaha. You mean if we hostages, Burning Will won't harm us? A stray voice murmured. That's right. Someone stammered. If we take his friends captive then there's no way he'd lay so much as a finger on us. Yeah, their logic continued to degenerate further. Much to the ire of a single pirate among them. He watched the fools bolster themselves with false hope, with the delusion that, by taking hostages, their lives could so Mahau be spared from the wrath of the man who'd once burned an entire island to ashes in a fit of rage. The fools. They had no idea, their lives, would soon be made forfeit. Kami, may you have mercy on the fools. Cackled a man of such infamy, that those around him, his brother included, shivered in fear. Blood spatterer. Caribou displayed no such fear. He with a bounty of $210 million berries. Did not fear the reputation of the man who rumor has it had once fought off this likes of Admiral Kizaru himself and managed to escape from Akainu with only superficial injuries. Nay, this pirate did not fear this man. Because fear was an emotion as alien to him as mercy and kindness were any pirate, only more so. He too remained utterly ignorant of the man with the fake mustache being led toward them by fake Zoro and fake Sanji. So fixated was he upon Burning Will, in fact, that for the moment, that he even forgot to bury the Marine scout that had, oh so foolishly, tried to shoot him not an instant ago. He left that man's fate up to his brother, Kuribo, and those of his faithful pirate crew, while he waited and watched and willed away the minutes with his wily plotting. So you've come at last, Burning Will. His eyes were filled with hatred, his soul with vengeance. Yes, by all means, come. Come here, Burning Will, to Grove number 46. Because I'll be waiting, and this time, I'll finally have my revenge for what you did to me all those years ago. Meanwhile, Achu, many miles from Grove number 46, Naruto suddenly sneezed. Bless you, Robin chimed pleasantly. Ah, thanks. Naruto raised his gaze to meet her own. It was a mistake. Once again, he was stricken speechless. He took in the large eyes, perfectly coiffed hair, clear skin, full lips, and lean, firm curves, and he marveled at her. Hers was a beauty beyond describing, but, ultimately, it was the eyes that ensnared him. Her eyes were cool, twin pools of crystal blue, not unlike his own. Hers were eyes that knew pain. But at some point that pain had been taken to pieces. It had been dissected, disassembled, examined from every angle, and then, summarily conquered. Despite all the majesty her eyes held, keeping his gaze focused upon her face was quickly proving to be its own a trial, thanks in part to the open blouse and the glorious sight that lay within. Naruto felt his cheeks inexplicably darken as a result. Then he chastised himself with a shake of the head. He was a pirate for Crisix. So why couldn't he stop staring at a pair of. Haven't we been through this already? Once more, her voice gently tugged him from his reverie. Once more, it wasn't for very long. He had a fleeting glimpse of her face, then the details swarmed him like a plague of locusts, devouring what little restraint that he had left. The sudden lack of tension triggered the fire within, and suddenly, he inexplicably, undeniably, hot. He felt the flames boil in his body, his blood, and, with great effort, he quelled them. Pushed them back down, so that he might focus on the task at hand. The woman had a gentle look about her, and it was then, in that instant, that Naruto realized the identity of this buxom beauty. Unlike Frankie, she was instantly recognizable, because the last 2 years had done little to diminish her beauty. On the contrary, time had only enhanced it. She smiled softly, and ultimately, it was that dangerous, deadly smile that sealed his fate and won his heart all over again. It was then in the silence, as her eyes entreated him for an answer, that Burning Will could hold his tongue no longer. It had been years since he'd seen her last, that last little fleeting glimpse of her smile, her words, having etched itself into his memory forever. Now, his own words threatened to overwhelm him. Say something. Anything at all, you blasted fool. Just stop standing there, stop gawping at her like she's a piece of meat. It's been a long time, Naruto. Whump. Naruto took the words like a blow to the gut. The air rushed out of him, taking all manner of tension and anxiety with it. Gone. It was all gone. Gone was the strain. Gone was the pressure. Gone was the urge to prove himself. To demonstrate unto her that he was not the same strange, stupid, foolish boy he'd been when they'd first met in Alabasta, because now he was more. So much more, so much. The better for it, and still so very much in love with the woman standing before him. Immediately, he dismissed these thoughts as folly. They were feelings from his past. A past he'd left behind. But perhaps. No. He mercilessly slammed the lid on that train of thought before it unraveled any further. Renewed desperation coursed through him, scouring him clean like those gray and all-consuming flames that had been a part of him for the last 2 years. Searing fire lanced through his chest and, in that instant, he ached. He plucked at the strands, struggling to knit what remained together. To reassemble his thoughts so that he might finally break this dreadful silence. My Apologies. Naruto gasped out in a rush, suddenly abashed at having rehashed his actions for so long. It has been quite some time since I've seen you last. She smiled, and in that instant his heart ached. It has, hasn't it? You're looking well. It was the first compliment he could think to say, and at once, he regretted it. I could say the same of you. Robin supplied calmly. Burning Wool, Uzumaki D. Naruto. Naruto felt his cheeks darken, and not just from shame. Here, standing here before him, was a woman. A woman with such a figure that a goddess would turn green. She was beautiful, and she was lovely, in all aspects of the word. Few, if any, could hope to be a match for her in terms of appearance. Let alone grace. Even Boa Hancock, the great pirate empress herself, might be hard-pressed to outdo such a bodacious beauty. She'd been beautiful the last time he'd seen her. Now, she was drop-dead gorgeous. There were no hidden truth in her words now, as there had been in Alabasta. Robin remained brutally honest, if a tad polite, although her years with the Strafuts might have tempered the strange, tempestuous creature she'd once been, years before. He needed to say something. Anything. How have you been? He asked, and immediately cursed himself for the words thereafter. Damneedle. He'd read the papers. He'd seen the devastating aftermath of the Buster call upon Annie's lobby. There was no knowing what kind of trauma that must have put her through. And then, after all that, to be separated from her nakama for 2, not 1, but 2 years, was too much to ask of anyone. Especially Nico Robin. Well, she iced, the corners of her lips turning up in an expression that was not quite a smile. Not quite a frown. I've been well. The silence stretched on for what felt like an eternity. Naruto would have been content to have that silence last, had it simply stayed that way. To have simply allowed this moment to exist, would have been truly, truly wonderful, to work out whatever differences still lay between them. He just wanted it to last, for a little while longer. It did not. Frankie had to go and ruin it all by jacking his jaw. Oh, he shouted. What's going on here? How do you know this guy, Robin? The archaeologist of the Strafut Pirates shook her head lightly, the motion sending a wave of raven hair cascading down her back. For a moment her eyes lingered, locking within and caging his heart forever. Then she turned aside, gracing him with a smile for the first time in what felt like to him a truly, truly long time. Whatever trespass he had first committed, whatever mistakes he had made on the road to Shabandi Archipelago, he could see them all, in her eyes. He saw them all. Every flaw, every error, every one of the men and women who'd laid their lives down for his sake so that might arrive here, to this moment, and he knew that their sacrifices had not been for naught. It was worth it. Frankie, meet, Burning Will, also known as Uzumaki Naruto. He saw it in her eyes and the soft, not quite shy smile that bespelled her lips. Whatever sleight of hand that had first caused them to part ways, apparently she bore him no ill will over it. Good. The last thing he wanted was to make an enemy. All was forgiven. Burning Will. Frankie gawped in disbelief. Oh, you actually know this super guy. This is that guy, Burning Will, in the flesh. Unless you'd like me to charbroil what's left of yours, I suggest you be silent. Naruto snapped back, irate at the pervert cyborg that nearly broken his knuckle only moments before. He wouldn't be making that mistake again. Maker preserve me, if I hear one more word out of your mouth, I swear all. You're looking for Luffy, aren't you? Naruto made a squelching sound. He already knew who had asked the question. When he turned to greet it, Robin was looking at him expectantly, arms folded, eyes oddly distant, almost as if she were staring through him, past him, and a ways beyond him. He wanted to turn, wanted to follow her gaze, but sheer astoundment prevented him from doing such. How on earth had she known that he'd been searching the archipelago for Luffy, this entire time? He hadn't even told her that. Gay, how did you know I was looking for him? He ventured. Woman's intuition. Was that a hint, just a hint of smug satisfaction in the pools of her eyes? Naruto did not doubt it to be so. Perhaps the old Nico Robin was in there somewhere, after all. She'd certainly held onto that stereotypical confidence of which she'd been so proud. Why not relish the chance to trump him, as she'd just done so now with little to no effort? Bah! Women gave him a headache. But that was not the reason for which he had come to Shibandi. So is he here? Naruto asked, suddenly eager. Luffy, I mean, if he is, I really need to. Unfortunately, he isn't. Oben's answer sent his spirits plummeting, but only briefly. Not yet, that is. I'm the 8th to arrive. Luffy should be arriving any day now. May I ask why you're so interested in meeting him, Naruto-kun? Well, there was that eating contest in Alabasta, and that's not the point, he shouted. You're distracting me again, damn it. I'm not here because of that. My reasons are my own and that's the way they'll stay. Robin laughed softly. You haven't changed at all, have you? Oh, yes I have. Naruto answered, eyes darkening with anger. In fact, I can show you how much I've changed right now. Hold it, now what? Naruto painted indifference onto his face, despite the storm brewing behind his eyes. It was Franky. The cyborg had remained silent thus far, apparently content to let the two have their moment, but now he'd decided to intervene. He loomed over Burning Will with shoulders squared, forearms practically bristling in frustration. Naruto leered up at the perverted bot for a moment longer before honoring him with a secondary response. Say, you wouldn't happen to know where Luffy is, would you, Franky-san? Nope, Franky answered stiffly. Usopp and Sanji have been here already. Usopp's out to get fuel. And Sanji's stocking us up on fuel. However, he drawled angrily, something's been bothering me for a while now. You keep telling us you're Burning Will, but you keep asking for Luffy. How do we know you're not some sort of government spy or something, huh? Franky, Robin began, that's enough. So you doubt me, Naruto wasn't having any of it. Squaring his jaw, he took a small step forward. You doubt what you've been told then, Franky. As if. Franky growled, I just don't trust you. I knew it. Naruto fired back, then that means you don't trust Robin, either. I'm more than willing to take Nico Robin at her word. Franky retorted, put on the defensive by the blonde's explosive retort. However, just because she says you are who I think you are, doesn't guarantee you're the real deal. Amaterasu. Naruto summoned the flames back to the surface of his skin, turning his cloak to ash. They devoured the arms of his cloak with tongues of black flame and then the rest of it, exposing heavily bandaged forearms, the like of which were laced with strange black markings, barely seen beneath the bandages. With the destruction of his cloak, everything about him was revealed, as were the bulky protrusions that had been bound to his back. He was a spiky blonde young man with fox-like whiskers, sapphiric blue eyes, very handsome in addition. He was very tall, with an athletic outline. He was wearing an orange sleeveless coat, black short-sleeve shirt and pants, red gloves and boots. He was carrying 2 swords behind him, one a katana the other a wakizashi, both of which now wreathed in flame with their master. Naruto was eerily aware of the entranced looks the resurgence of his given element had brought. Franky looked as if he'd just busted a cog. Likewise, Robin's expression was equally stunned, but even as he looked on, her surprise began melting, molding into something else, something he daren't give thought to. No, he forced his emotions back down. Now is not the time. No. Willfully, he banished the flames from his body. Satisfied, he asked Franky, folding his legs and dropping into a squat between the two of them. The last of the flames spurted from his body and dissipated, turning to quiet ash upon the deck, and then they too were gone into the afternoon. Because I won't be doing that again. For a moment there was silence, and in that silence, he gauged at best their reactions. From Robin, he sensed amusement. Franky, well, finally, Franky recovered his voice. That was, Naruto grimaced, so help me if you say what I think you're about to say. ... Super. Arg. 2 of 3 things happened in that instant. First, Naruto twisted from the crouch into which he'd fallen, and flung himself at Franky. Second, Robin burst out in laughter, and third, a very familiar, very unamused voice rang out on the hill just above the Thousand Sunny. So loud was it, that it caused both irates to immediately cease their squabble and turn toward the source of the sound. Naruto detected a blur of orange hair in his paraphils before everything went straight to something very fast, very large. and very solid crashed into his back and sent him sprawling. His head kissed an iron-hard board and black spots speckled before his vision. By then, he'd already phased out of existence. His body turning to flames as whatever it was came around for a second pass. Imagine his surprise when the rinder carried off of him and carried into the railing of Thousand Sunny, stunning itself for a moment. What the heck is a reindeer doing here? And that moment was all he needed. He simply tracked with the motion, took aim, and fired. Dose fleur. Suddenly, the reindeer was gone. A pair of hands wrested him away from the ensuing gust of flame, instead hurtling up the mast and out of harm's way. Naruto hesitated for a moment, fearful of further endangering the Thousand Sunny any more than he already had. Confusion warred with wrath as he rounded on Nico Robin, a round of expletives and questions already forming on his lips. Robin, what the heck are you doing? Oi! Robin, get down! Naruto half turned, his eyes flying wide and large as he picked himself off the deck. Almost immediately thereafter, a strange-looking projectile skittered across the deck. With a deafening hiss reminiscent of a boiler exploding, a giant Venus flytrap reared up before him seconds later, jaws wide and gaping as they closed around him. Not an instant after the fact, a bold bolt of fire ravaged its roots to the core, eviscerating the carnivorous plant beyond any hope of survival. Bothersome weed, he hissed, curling his nose at the noxious smells the creature gave at its sudden departure from the land of the living. Within seconds, it and its brethren, foul-smelling and all, had been reduced to little more than dried husks upon the deck. He didn't even bother to turn and the great hulking fist of Frankie came hurtling toward his head, because he'd already caught it, not even bothering to become intangible. You're awfully quick to attack me, Frankie, he mused, his expression turning thoughtful. Why is that? You know darn well why. Naruto shook his head. Actually, I don't know. But, Frankie, you should know. He drew the cyborg close, a sly smile flitting across his features. That I don't pull my punches. He didn't pull this one, either. Flames licked across Naruto's fist, wreathing his wrist in fire. He clenched his fingers and they erupted, spreading outward in an orange discharge so violently sudden, that the infamous shipwright likely saw little more than a red-white blur before the debilitating blow struck. When he finally came to he realize that not only had he been ejected from the Thousand Sunny, but now, one of the Yukimaran mangroves was upside down, seeing as Frankie himself was wedged within one of them. Even as he struggled to free himself from the sappy tree, he was forgotten. Naruto was already moving on to his next target. As he'd suspected, a steadily darkening cloud was indeed forming above him, burgeoned by a series of red and blue spheres sweeping upward into the stang nimbus. Lightning crackled from within its depths, popping many of the resin bubbles surrounding the Sunny. The coating itself remained all but unbreached, but there was absolutely no guarantee it would remain as such. His fingers flexed for the second time. Heiken. The compressed fist of fire expanded with alarming speed, erupting upward from the Thousand Sunny in a veritable ring of flames, so searing, so intense, that they veritably obliterated the gathering clouds above it, clouds that should not have been forming in the first place. He didn't have the time to admire his handiwork. Yet another strange plant was already sprouting behind him, crumpling before the first, so he hadn't the time to see who'd launched the weather-manipulating attack. Naruto was still in the process of extricating himself from its withered jaws when he caught sight of the sniper. Robin was shouting something at him, but he paid it little heed, shoving his forward with such force that a wall of superheated air rushed forth from the motion. It hurtled upward towards its target, the offending sniper blissfully unaware of the massive hurt that was headed his way. Stop. He registered the words as if through a haze, and turned, wondering who it was that dared to shout at him so. They were under attack. There was no reason for anyone to be shouting at him, least of all her. And still, he couldn't help but wonder. Stop, Naruto, stop. Robin's words finally reached him, just as he saw who the supposed sniper was. He also saw who was standing beside him. Her flaming orange hair too much of a dead giveaway to be mistaken for anyone other than whom she was. And the blast was hurtling toward them both. Too late, he realized his mistake. Too late, when he realized whom he was about to attack, about to incinerate, about to kill, he saw his folly and understood. He tried to pull back the blast, but it was too late. He could only watch as the invisible column of boiling current hurtled through the atmosphere, a harbinger of doom and destruction for its unwitting target. A target that was never reached, because a blade sliced through the fire and the flames as though they were butter, sundering and severing them, raining down in a series of soft sparkling embers, bringing no harm to Nami or Usopp, leaving the sparks to sputter, then die. Naruto could feel several pairs of eyes boring into his back, save for Robin, each sporting a withering glare, but he was already repentant for his deeds. Shame, embarrassment, and disbelief washed him to his toes. What was that just now? He hadn't gone off like that since Marioa. He shuddered with revulsion at the memory. All that blood, so much blood, bloody bodies everywhere, and then had come the rage, the deep, all-consuming fury that had swept him up and splattered the world a deep, impregnable scarlet. Looks like we made it in time, after all. A smooth voice wafted across the clearing toward them, gently plucking the blonde from his bloody reverie. For that, he was grateful more than any of the Strafuts knew. He held no desire to revisit those darkened days of memory and misery. Relieved to have something with which to preoccupy himself, his attention shifted toward the small hillock from which the voice, and Nami's disbelieving cry, had come. Rayleigh-san. There, standing upon a small hillock, were Silver's Rayleigh and Shikuyaku. To Nami, Usopp, and Tony Chopper, Silver's Rayleigh and Shaki looked exactly the same as they had 2 years ago. Silver's Rayleigh, a handsome old man who was wearing his glasses, and Shaki, a slim and tall woman with short black hair, 2 tufts pointing upwards, and, as always, she was smoking a cigarette. To Naruto, they looked like a pair of complete strangers. Powerful, complete strangers. Of course, everyone knew the name, Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, but this was Naruto's first time seeing the man, bearing witness to the living legend live and in person. That man had just sundered the powers of the Mera no Mi as if they were nothing. That, if nothing else, demanded respect, and warranted caution to the highest degree. If he engaged this man, even in his advanced age, Naruto knew that he would not emerge unscathed. He couldn't afford a battle like that. Now, not with an admiral at his heels and the world government breathing down his neck. Surely they'd gotten wind of his arrival by now. Meaning, that his window of opportunity for finding Monkey D. Luffy was about to slam shut in his face. That, and that thought alone, stayed his hand. Silver's Rayleigh. His voice conveyed none of the awe he felt, being in the presence of this magnificent man. Didn't expect to see you taking center stage. Turning toward the Strafuts, most of whom were either stunned or outright irate, he did the only thing that might possibly remedy the situation. An act of insolence so demanding, so great, at it could shatter the core of his being and shake his very soul. All of you, listen up. He barked loudly. I have something to say and you're going to hear me out. Unceremoniously, he knelt. Uzumaki D. Naruto, the man known as Burning Will, the man who'd raided Marioa, freed thousands upon thousands of slaves, penetrated the impenetrable undersea gulf known as Impel Down, the man whose bow was superseded only by that of Monkey D. Luffy himself, took a knee. He reached around to the matchless blades that adorned his back, and laid them on the deck at his feet, careful to remain facing away from Robin as he did so, genuflecting before the Strafut pirates as a whole. Hear me, Strafuts, he began slowly. My name is Uzumaki D. Naruto, son of Minato and Kushina. Some of you might also know me as Burning Will. My bounty is that a $350 million berry for various crimes and offenses, some of which are so terrible that they have been stricken from the history of the world itself. For the past 2 years, I've been training, honing my skills and abilities, and searching for all of you. He paused, letting his statement hang, unadorned between the lot of them. One by one he read their expressions, his gaze falling first to Nami, then Chopper, Usopp, Frankie, and finally, Robin. Shock, dismay, horror, confusion, and amusement. Then his attention shifted, sweeping toward Rayleigh and Shaki, noting that both the former and latter were entirely too pleased by his actions. Though that struck him as odd, the Strafuts hadn't attacked him yet. That was good. What he said next would truly test their mettle, as well as his own. He was choking on his own pride as it was, bowing before them and offering his swords in deference. Truly, it went against his better judgment to demean himself in such a manner, but demean he did and continued. Now that I've finally found you, after all these years, I have something that I must ask of you. But I warn you, consider your situation carefully before you give your answer, because if you should refuse my offer, then I promise you, I will be a formidable enemy to you all, should you ever cross me. He felt the tension spike at that, and it occurred to him that they might indeed attack him after all. They might perceive his actions as a threat and forego any means of parley on his part, if he pressed the matter further. It was a risk he had been born to take. Willing himself to be calm, to speak slowly and coherently, Naruto forged on ahead. But I digress. I have not come here to quarrel. He bowed his head further, nearly scraping the grass turf of the deck. Quite the contrary, I believe that the proposition that I am about to offer you will be mutually beneficial to all. Every word boiled in his gut. Every syllable brought him one step closer to shattering the facade he'd worked so hard to project outward, if not for his sake, then their own. The next sentence tore a hollow hole inside his gut. I hereby humbly ask permission to join your crew. The silence was deafening. Shock had wiped their faces clean. Even Rayleigh and Shaki seemed to be at a loss for words, such was the audacity of Naruto's proposal. Only Nico Robin remained unfazed throughout, though her expression also remained torn somewhere between stoic and chastened. Naruto did not move from his position, intent to await them and their decision. Should it be made in his favor? Then, Nani, I thought this might happen, said Rayleigh. Now, why don't we all sit down and talk about this? What's there to talk about, Rayleigh-san? Usopp cried in disbelief. You heard what he said. He's killed people, he almost killed us. And now he wants to join our crew. No way, absolutely not. There's no way in heck that I'm letting this guy anywhere near Luffy. I heard about you, Tony Chopper said fearfully as he cowered behind Usopp. You're the one that attacked Impel Down, burned down Marioa, and murdered 3 world nobles. Scary, you're a scary guy. There's no way, no how, can you be in our crew? No way, Frankie seconded. The new armored me wants nothing to do with this guy. Nothing at all. Ah, Chopper gawped, his fear momentarily forgotten, as was that of Usopp. Frankie, is that you? OWWWWWH. It sure is. Frankie laughed boisterously. But we'll save that for later. Right now we need to decide what to do with this bastard. Naruto's sweat dropped, wondering if Frankie had conveniently forgotten the brutal beating he had received only moments before. There would be no deciding of anything, he reminded himself. He'd finally found the Thousand Sunny, and he planned to stay with the Thousand Sunny until he found and presented his offer to Luffy. Until then, he wouldn't be budged, even if everyone denounced him and spat at him and refused to allow him in the crew. I think we should give him a chance to prove himself, Robin interjected politely. That one threw him for a loop and half. He'd half expected a vehement refusal on her part if anything else. Her support, though marginal, suddenly meant the world to him. He caught her gaze, suddenly aware that she was smiling. As if she found the disbelief and confusion of her crewmates to be the most natural thing in the world. Yes, her smile seemed to say, I accept you. Yes, it said, I forgive you. Yes, it assured him, I want you to be a part of this crew. He had no idea what he'd done to warrant such kindness, but he knew at once that he didn't deserve it. He was rotten to the core. He hadn't freed those slaves because of any righteous bullshit. It had simply been a bit of temporary insanity. A bout of foul morality. A horrifying fit of decency, that was all, he told himself. And then Usopp had to go and muck it up. Robin. Usopp spluttered loudly, with Chopper nodding emphatically all the while. Did you not see what he did to us back there? He tried to kill us. He nearly burned down the Thousand Sunny while he was trying to do it, too. He didn't attack me, Robin said pointedly, as if this solved everything. Well, I guess he didn't attack you, but, to be honest with you guys, Naruto said in an honest tone as he stood woodenly, not taking enough care. When I began my pirate career, it wasn't my intention in attacking Impel Down and Mario. And I only attacked you because you attacked me first. His tone held no malice, no spite whatsoever, but somehow, those words rooted everyone. Of course it wasn't, said Shikuyaku. Jiraiya and Tsunade told us the reason you attack. Ked those places was because you were trying to save a friend of yours. Ayame, I think her name was. But more than just saving your friend, Rayleigh also said. You ended up freeing thousands of Slavs at Marioa as well as raiding their treasury, which means you most likely have several items of substantial value in your possession. Well, it wasn't like that at first, not when I arrived in Marioa, Naruto began to articulate. But when I saw how miserable all those slaves were, how they were suffering and being treated as less than human, I just couldn't leave all of them like that. Then his expression darkened, and if I just so happened to make off with a few dozen legendary treasures and weapons, then what of it? I doubt that Tenryubito had any real use for them, other than collecting dust. I expected no less of you. Burning will. Rayleigh laughed. Good job. Naruto blinked. I figure you must have arrived here sometime last night, Rayleigh carried on. Following incident at the shipyard coating, there have been a large number of attacks on slave traffickers as well as slave owners themselves. All claimed that a mysterious hooded figure attacked them by using fire, while freeing the slaves. Obviously, you're the only pirate who can wield fire, so. Wait. Rayleigh, you know this guy? Usopp asked, confused. Well, not personally, Rayleigh replied. But Jiraiya and Tsunade told me what kind of person he is. His gaze slid back to the brooding blonde, who, thus far, remained all but inconspicuous, despite his infamous reputation. He's not all bad, I can assure you. Oi, so why are you really here? Usopp asked. Like I said, I want to join the Straw Hat Pirates, Naruto answered his question. Not those imposters running their mouths around town, the real thing. Unfortunately, not a one of you seems to know where your captain is, and I haven't had any luck in finding him. Why would you want to join us? Nami asked him in suspicious tone. I thought you were hunting down Luffy. Quote, Naruto chuckled sheepishly. Actually, well, I'm doing this to honor a friend of mine, Naruto told her. I want help Luffy in becoming the new king of the pirates. Your friend, repeated Usopp. 4 years ago, Naruto began to explain. I met him in my hometown. He was hunting for someone named Blackbeard, and rumors of his appearance must have brought him to where I lived. He stayed for only a few months, but in that time, we became very good friends. He was so impressed with me that he offered me to join his pirate crew. Well, why join us instead of this guy's crew? Tony Chopper asked hesitantly. Naruto's expression turned dour. He died. The sudden somberness in his eyes rippled across them all. I'm sorry, replied Tony Chopper in an apologetic manner. I didn't mean to. No, it's perfectly all right, Naruto said to Chopper. Besides, my reason for joining Straw Hat Pirates is to honor his memory. You said that your Fryan D offered you a place in his pirate crew. Robin asked him. He did, Naruto answered. He was impressed with my fighting abilities when we fought and offered me a seat in his crew, the Whitebeard Pirates. The Whitebeard Pirates, Usopp repeated. Your friend was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. Yes, Naruto confessed. His name was Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Robin blinked, but said nothing. You knew Ace. Nami, Usopp, and Tony Chopper were very much suspired that Naruto had, at some point, prior to his pirate career, been friends with Luffy's brother Ace. So you want to join our crew just for Luffy's brother? Tony Chopper asked. Yes, I do, replied Naruto. But I felt like I should ask your captain first. Do you know where I can find your captain? He's not here, replied Nami with a devilish greed and smile on her face. Knowing Luffy, he'll probably be the last one coming. But if you want to join our crew, is going to cost you something. Especially after what you— Wait a minute, Naruto protested. I thought you said you weren't going to charge me. I said I won't charge you for information, Nami pointed out. But since you attacked us and singed my hair, I will charge you if you want to join our crew. With interest, of course. How much? Naruto asked. $5 million belly. Nami cheerily named her purse. $5 million belly. Naruto cried out loud. Come on, I already paid that much in getting here to this island. You don't have to worry about that, Naruto dear, said Shaki. Since you're a godchild of Jiraiya and Tsunade, I'll pay for it. Arrogate out, Shaki-san, Naruto said with growing appreciation. I'll pay you back, I promise. Excuse me. Naruto glanced downward, surprised to find Tony Chopper tugging at his sleeve. May I ask you a question? Sure, why not, said Naruto. Chopper half cringed, as if he expected the fearsome pirate to grow horns and a tail and start spewing fire. With the latter being well within the range of his abilities. When Naruto did no such thing, Chopper mustered up his courage to ask the question that, to a doctor like him, needed answering. IHEA. Road Silver's Rayleigh and Shikuyaku say the name of Tsunade, Tony Chopper alleged. Do you know Tsunade the slug? Doctor. Yeah, I do, replied Naruto. She's my godmother. You're a fan of her. Oh, I am. Tony Chopper said happily. She's regarded as one of the greatest medical doctors in the world. I always wanted to meet her. Well, if we run into Granny Tsunade someday, I'll introduce you to her, Naruto promised. Thanks, Tony Chopper replied cheerfully. I'm go out and look for Luffy, said Rayleigh. Naruto, why don't you come along? I'd like to have a little chat with you. You know where Luffy is? Nami asked. I didn't say I know where he is, Rayleigh answered back. But have a good idea where he might be. All right then, Nami said before turning to Naruto. If you manage to find Luffy, make sure you bring that idiot back to the Thousand Sunny since he has a bad habit in walking into situations. I will, Naruto replied before turning to Rayleigh. So I take it you really are Sliver Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the King of Pirates. Jiraiya and Tsunade tell me you're a hockey master, said Rayleigh. I take you also learned Haoshoku hockey. That I do, Naruto replied. Learning Busoshoku hockey took some focus and time. Kanbunshoku hockey was hard and painful to begin with. But Haoshoku hockey, man, that was a big surprise. Haoshoku hockey is an extraordinary form of hockey that cannot be attained through training. Rayleigh gives out the details. Only 1 in a million people carry it. It's no surprise that you possessed that power. You are obably inherited from your parents and I said, Rayleigh repeated, that you most likely inherited the conqueror hockey from your parents and myself. What do you mean? Naruto asked, confused on what Sliver Rayleigh just said. Naruto. Rayleigh began slowly. I know this going to be shocking to you, but I'm your grandfather. Everyone, excluding Robin and Shaki, screamed. What did you just say? Yoho. Thank you so much for all of you giving me all of these wonderful ideas. I hope you liked the chapter. Also, as the pairings, there is now a poll. Vote on that to determine the results of the eventual pairing as to who will be in the harem. Oh, and I know I may die from asking this so many times, but review please. Then again, being a skeleton, I am already dead. Skull JOOOOOKE. Yoho. Continued. For those of you just who cannot wait, here is a bit of a preview for the next time. There are 2 scenes depicted within this chapter. The first, as Naruto has his second encounter with fake Luffy, and the battle with Sentomaru and the pacifistas. The second is also an encounter with Luffy. But, you guessed it, the real Luffy. Next time. Pillar of the Inferno. Burning will and Strafut Luffy. Allies. Or enemies. BB Burning will. Fake Luffy gawped openly. Why you mean this is? Gentlemen. Naruto began slowly, very slowly. I be placed in a bewilderment. His gaze swept across the deck, scouring for any sign of the instigator that had so roused his wrath, locking upon one Demolo Black. Here I came here, looking for Monkey D. Luffy. He Ving closer, a hand imperiously towards the cabin, towards the fake Luffy. And upon a sudden, I find this, a crew of impostors. Sailors abandoning their posts, without orders, without leave. Men before the mast, and taking the ship for themselves. What be that, I wonder, he mused aloud, refusing to smile at his crudely crafted metaphor. He let the silence hang, until everyone choked on it. Mutiny. Someone shouted suddenly. Naruto didn't skip a beat. He didn't care that he couldn't see them. He knew the voice by sound alone. It was Termari. She was here somewhere, hiding amongst them, tucked safely out of sight. He knew that much. For a moment, he almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. What a persistent. Again, Naruto held a hand to his ear, feigning deafness. Mutiny, came the reply, though slightly exasperated. Naruto nodded, his form bending, shimmering beneath wave upon wave of oppressive heat. Mutiny. And what fate befalls mutineers? Now we know the answer to that, do we not? Mutineers. Hang. Flames boiled outward from his fist. Now, all of you. Die. Heiken. Naruto roared, his knuckles bursting before the command, summoning a spiraling pillar of flame, subsequently engulfing everything within a 3-mile radius. The fleet never stood a chance. A massive fist of heat and fire barreled forward, its jaws wide and gaping as it lurched toward its prey. Within 2 beats, the entire Navy fleet was all but decimated, and everyone was left to wonder at the aftermath of the attack. Ace. Luffy gawped. That was Ace's attack, just now. Oi, Naruto barked. Baka Yuru, do I look like Portuguese D? Ace to you. Nanda. Luffy blinked, suddenly very much aware of the blonde standing at the helm of his ship. Who are you? He squinted at the blow. Nd whose body roiled and broiled like so much flame, and he found his words taken away as he recognized the color of those flames, because this was the very same power that his brother had wielded, prior to death. It couldn't be. No way. Naruto grinned wickedly. Ha ha, I've finally found you, Luffy. Now, let me join your crew. Luffy blinked, then grinned. Sure. Everyone excluding Robin facefaulted. Damn it, Luffy. Pillar of the Inferno. It seems that a great many of you want me to do a Naruto, Nami, Robin threesome. I have to admit, the idea does intrigue me. I'll have to give it some thought, however, as this may very well be more than a 2-person harem, as this chapter suggests. Again, for those of you who had already guessed about the connection between Naruto and Luffy, a cookie for you. Now you know that Naruto and Luffy did meet at some point in the past, and here, I shall elaborate upon that past ever so slightly. I can't give everything away in one chapter, after all. Also, for those of you who have asked that I elaborate upon Naruto's rescue with Bonnie, and her potential infatuation with our whiskered hero, your wish has been granted. And, for a bit of a recap, Naruto and Robin do know one another. They'd quite a past together, actually. I won't reveal their exact origins yet, where's the fun in that, but you'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, at long last, the moment you have all been waiting for, taking place in this chapter. Naruto finally meets Luffy, Pillar of the Inferno, Burning Will and Strafut Luffy. Allies, or enemies. For an instant, Jewelry Bonnie was almost certain of it. She could have sworn that she heard it. His voice. It was the voice that whipped itself into a fury from outside her cell, all those years ago. The voice that had awakened something within her, the voice that had an irresistible, aching longing lodged within her chest, an almost physical need night and day for the sweet warmth of his presence once more. Even her own gluttony paled in comparison to this great and terrible need that swelled within her chest. Jewelry Bonnie tore off another copious streak of meat from the steak she'd been chewing on and gulped it down in one bite. When she reached for another, her fingers closed around a small length of chain instead. She frowned, regarding the object with ill intent a moment longer, before her features abruptly softened. Fingering the clasp between her thumb and index finger, her perpetual hunger momentarily forgotten, she flicked the locket open, exposing the contents within. Bastard, she hissed, fighting the onslaught of tears, even as her eyes glistened anew. You stupid, good-for-nothing bastard. Enclosed within the large locket were 2 items. The first, a deceptively simple piece of paper, its bland, and otherwise harmless appearance belying its usefulness to her over the years. The second, was of a much greater value, so great in fact, that it could be called priceless. In the last 2 years, she'd often fiddled with the locket, gazing upon the face contained within, the face that had given her comfort on lonely nights. Just as it had ever since he'd freed her and her crew. Bitter though she was over their parting, the months that they'd shared were still a source of fondness for her. She hadn't been able to waylay him any longer than that. Though she hadn't failed for lack of effort. Her crew had wanted to continue their journey, to set off for the new world with his power at their side. But they hadn't. With his strength, they would have been unstoppable. And there was time when Bonnie thought he might take her up on the offer, to serve as her first mate, to bend knee to none but her will. He certainly had no UALMS to that between the sheets as her second in command. Then came the Marioa incident. Naruto, who she'd been so certain had been on the verge of joining her crew, abruptly demanded that she take him to Marioa on that fateful stormy night. She remembered the tortured look in his eyes when the name, Ayame, was mentioned, and the way that pain had morphed his already handsome face into something glorious, godlike in its intensity. Take me to Marioa. She'd been a fool not to refuse him and a fool not to ask why. Instead, like a blasted wench, not a captain, she'd granted him his request. And they made full steam for the red line with all due haste. He didn't say a word to her for the entirety of the voyage. Whenever she'd felt the urge to press him for answers or anything that matter, the same tortured expression reared before her visage, the same memory of that horror amongst horrors dawning upon him, and her resolve withered away. Upon their arrival to that mountain-noose wall of red stone, he'd done the unthinkable. She remembered everything that had been wrong about him that day. His touch, his taste, his lips, hungering over her, trailing delicately across her yaw. He'd pushed past her flailing hands and kissed her neck and then lower on her neck, and then he was pulling down the bra she'd gone to all the trouble of wearing that night, and then her hands weren't flailing anymore and his lips were gone. It was fun while it lasted, Bonnie. She remembered his words, spoken with crystal clear clarity. But this is goodbye. And just like that, he was gone. Back then, she'd only an instant to watch the flaming wings unfurl from his back, and then, with a great and mighty gust of pyrokinesis, he roared upward into the night, reduced to little more the likes of a distant orange speck. And then that too was lost in the clouds. He'd never returned, and since that day, she'd suffered as only a lovelorn woman could suffer. His face was the scourge of her dreams, because it was also a nightmare, a constant reminder of how close she'd come to losing everything, only to have it all thrown back in her face by another face. His face, one exuding such warmth that it made her ache. And, when I'd heard that you'd escaped from the world government, it made my blood freeze. Bonnie shook her head, clearing it of him, and of her terrible captivity at the hands of Akainu. She'd been bested so easily back then. Just the thought of it made her blood boil to a feverish pitch. She was no longer the weakling she'd been back then. She was no longer a rookie, either. The last 2 years had tempered Bonnie's resolve, forging it into an unstoppable blade of steel, one that she would take great pleasure in moving closer through the throat of the Navy Admiral. But for now, vengeance would have to wait. Because now, at long last, she'd tracked him back to Shabandi. The Vivre card was pointing that way, due west from here. Where here was, however, remained to be seen. She'd left her crew back at the docks, in the distant hope of keeping her identity a secret. Of course, a hooded woman with pink hair, a killer body, and a massive stake eye. Hand wasn't exactly inconspicuous either. She could already feel the stares of passerby boring into her, whether from recognition, or, perhaps, confusion. It didn't take her all that long to realize why. As she quietly slipped past a gaggle of Marines' cami, but there were a lot of them here, something caught her eye. It was little more than a simple poster, tacked up against a poster of similar size and length, but ultimately, that wasn't what caught her attention. She drew nearer to the bar and marveled at them. A series of scorch marks blackened across the doorstep of the bar, and, above that, relentless. She broke out a sweat and closed her eyes, trying to focus on the mad rhythm of her own heart. She bit down hard on the stake in her hand and forced herself to be calm, lest she be overcome by the sight before her. To her chagrin, she still broke down laughing. Once her bounty had been a sizable $140 million. Now, much to her delight, it had been ratcheted up to an enormous $279 million. Even as she scrubbed at her eyes with the back of her free hand, the number did not change. Her bounty had all but doubled in the last 2 years. Doubled. Granted, she'd been out at sea for the majority of it, as she'd been searching for him, but still. Darn. Can I help you, miss? Bonnie blinked, drawn from her reverie by the sound of a voice. She turned, regarding the one who had spoken, with much ill intent. The man, for he was clearly male, was a homely-looking sort, and he quailed beneath the baleful glare leveled upon him. Good. He was right to fear her, even more so if he knew to whom he was speaking. She let him cower a moment longer, before moving closer, a wanted poster into his face. "You seen this guy?" she demanded, parading the likeliness of burning wool before his visage. He spluttered nervously for a moment, before finally seeming to recognize that which peered out at him from within the poster. Dismay, disbelief, and desperation each flitted across his face. For a moment, she was torn, wondering whether she should have given up this pointless quest long ago, and fervently hoping that she'd finally found a lead. The bartender blinked owlishly. "Yeah, I've seen him." He paused, his eyes flitting first toward her chest, pervert blushing, then back to her face. "He paid me for the damages he caused." Abruptly his eyes narrowed beetily, and became suspicious. "Why?" he asked suddenly. "You a friend of his?" Bonnie felt her cheeks darken at the mention of that. "No, not friends. They'd been anything but friends. Friends didn't send your heart pounding. Friends didn't set you aflame with a single, smoldering smile. Friends didn't visit your cabin late at night and torment you with the vast intricacies of pleasure that the human body could offer. No, definitely not a friend. Have you seen him or not?" Bonnie all but snarled, her free hand clenching into a claw around the massive steak upon which she'd been chewing, rending the bone under as easily as one might break a stick over their knee. Her eyes gleamed frightfully from within the hood, and for a moment, against a sudden and inexplicable gust of wind, her visage became visible. Quailing at the sight of her and her strength, the bartender let out a frightful squeal. "Yes," he cried. "Yes, I've seen him. He was just here. He wrecked my bar, then paid me for the damages and everything. Please don't hurt me." Blubbering softly, he laid his head prostrate upon the ground and scraped the soil with his elbows, a furtive gesture of humility. "Please," he begged, "you can have the money he gave you. Just please do not kill me. I have a wife and 3 kids. Paid you." That piqued Bonnie's interest. There was only one pirate who would do such a thing. Only one pirate was as well known for his vicious cruelty as he was his great sense of piousness and charity. Combined with the fact that the entirety of the bar looked as if it had been burnt from the inside out, and impossible. She held out her hand, palm up. She let the vivre card do its work. Imagine her surprise when it all but leapt from her hand. Barely had it done so than her fingers closed tight around it and formed a fist, preventing it from escaping. Warily now, she uncurled her fingers. The vivre card now hedged toward the north almost as if it were being pulled by a strong magnetic pull. It meant he was on the move. That no good baka. Just where the heck is he? Many groves to the north. For a moment, Naruto had the strangest sensation. It felt as though he were being watched, as though somehow, somewhere, someone was searching for him. How he knew, he could not describe. Then shock overwhelmed him and the moment was lost. "Wait just a darn moment." Naruto cried out in shock. "You're my grandfather." They'd disembarked from the ship, choosing instead to move to Shaki's ripoff bar. Naruto had been demanding answers on the way, but Rayleigh had remained imperviously silent, that is, until they'd arrived. Now, sitting at the bar, the occasional flame escaping his lips, Uzumaki D. Naruto wanted answers, and he wanted them now. His once calm demeanor was all but shattered. Hi's mind still reeling from the revelation, thusly putting his search for Luffy on a temporary hold. Sharing in his surprise, Nami, Usopp, Tony Chopper, Frankie and Shaki still gawked. All eyes fell upon the Dark King, each demanding their own answer, each loosing in a simultaneous squawk of surprise that came in the form of a loud "What did you just say?" "That's right," Silver's Rayleigh confessed, ignoring their disbelief. "As I said before, Naruto, I am your grandfather." "He's your grandson," Shikuyaku slowly said, her eyes only slightly larger than usual. "Then that means, yes, Minato is my son." Silver's Rayleigh also admitted to Shikuyaku. "I had a relationship with a woman living in Logatown before I set sail with Roger to conquer the entire Grand Line. After Roger's execute Ion, I found out that I had a son named Minato." He paused at the last, as if to say, "Sorry I didn't tell you about that, honey, because this was not absolutely not the kind of thing you concealed fr. Own the woman you were going to spend the rest of your life with. For the most part, Shaki concealed her shock rather well. The only sign of her anger was the slightest narrow ring of her eyes, and perhaps a tad of hesitation with which she exhaled the smoke of her cigarette. It was enough. One look, and Silver's Rayleigh knew he had some explaining to do. And fast. Thankfully, Naruto recovered his voice before Shaki's unholy wrath could descend en masse upon her unfortunate husband. Wait. Naruto held up his hands, as if he might somehow ward away the confusion. Did Ba-chan and Ero Sennin know about this? Because if they did, then why wasn't I told about this when they told me about my parents? Flames fizzled forth from clenched fists, a silent warning that his next answer would either be the right one. This it would be, or it would be his last. They did know, answered Rayleigh, albeit a bit hesitantly. But they both felt I should be the one to tell you if you ever made it here to Sabayati. Naruto must have accepted that answer, because his burning knuckles sputtered and died abruptly. But the words had not left him unscathed. There was a strange, deadened look in his eyes now. One that bespoke of joy, confusion, loss, and finally, furious relief. Robin saw this and touched her hand upon Naruto's shoulder. Just a touch, a simple brushing of the fingers, a brief caress traversing the valley between his shoulder and neck, then it was gone. This did not go unnoticed by the remaining Strafuts. Almost instantly, the anger leached from Naruto's face. His shoulders seemed to sag for a moment, as if to say he was angry, not stupid. Naruto remained hunched over the keep and swirled the contents of his glass, watching the alcohol ebb and flow with the cup before smashing it to his lips and bringing it crashing down on the countertop. If not for the restraining hand on his shoulder, he looked as if he might lash out at that very moment. But he did not, and as such, the silence was all but deafening. Rayleigh, I can't believe you had this secret all along without me knowing it. Finally, it was Shaki who shattered the impasse. Sorry about that, but the fewer people the better, explained Rayleigh. Naruto's parents and I were extremely notorious pirates that had been hunted ruthlessly by the world government and the Marines. Abruptly, his expression soured, his gaze falling instead upon the whiskey in his glass. Just like Portuguese Ace was. You fear they will do the same way to Naruto as they did to Fire Fist Ace? Robin asked, doing her best to conceal the small flicker of dread that flitted across her face. Robin, many things though she was, had also been shaken by the death of Ace. But unlike the rest of the Strafuts, she held a more personal stake in the well-being of his successor, and the thought was an ache that awoke inside her that she'd has never known before, and for a moment, the intensity of it startled even her. He was already hunted relentlessly as it was. Yes, said Rayleigh, I never knew Roger had a child with Porgas Rouge, so it was a bit of a surprise that he never told me or the rest of his crew. His gaze slid to Naruto, as though his grandson might somehow compound his story with further facts. Which, of course, he did. Naruto was simply too proud to be passed over. Given the opportunity and the motive, he shone like the sun. And thus, he shined. Well, back then, I didn't know Ace was really the son of the Pirate King, Naruto resumed. But from what Granny Tsunade and pervy Jiraiya told me, the world government had been killing a large number of pregnant women in order to ensure the bloodline of the Pirate King was terminated. His fingers drummed across the countertop as he said this, not from anger, but from an incessant desire to occupy the power thrumming within his fist. That they did, said Rayleigh. Minato and I were somehow able to keep our father-son relationship a secret to the world. Save for Tsunade and Jiraiya. Yet despite the fact that we kept it a secret, Minato decided to follow my footsteps and become a pirate anyway. Minato, would he happen to be Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze? Robin asked. That he is. Naruto's chest practically swelled with pride. Bachan and Ero Sennin told me he was one of the most fearsome pirates to ever exist in the Grand Line. He was the eater of the teleportation fruit, a devil fruit that allowed him to travel vast distances in an instant, just by picturing the place in his mind. His explanation was greeted by somber expressions, as all of the Strafuts were eerily reminded of how they had been sent flying by a man with similar powers, Bartholomew Kuma. And Minato's powers exceeded even those. Robin, however, chuckled softly at the mention of Naruto's father. I think I'm beginning to see a bit of a resemblance here. He was nicknamed the Yellow Flash, due to his powers and yellow hair, Rayleigh added. Unmatched in speed, cunning, and skill, whether they be pirate or marine, anyone would rather retreat and face the gallows, rather than face him. For a moment, the faintest wisp of nostalgia flitted across his features. Because of his reputation he was the one of the most infamous pirate ever alive, even invited to join the Shichibukai, though he declined the offer. If he hadn't, I might not be here, Naruto murmured, more for Robin's sake than his own. Then his gaze slid to Rayleigh. Oh, and by the way, thank you. Rayleigh laughed. I should be thanking you. You're taking this rather well, all things considered. And suddenly, Naruto felt relief. It welled up in him with such force that it almost staggered him, like it had been waiting there for so long biding its time. A relief he had nursed and hidden away but never acknowledged. It wasn't simply that he wasn't angry. He was furious, actually. All this time, he'd had a grandfather, and no one had bothered to tell him of it. But that fury found itself washed away in the aftermath of a joy so powerful that it threatened to utterly obliterate his senses entirely. It felt nice, knowing that he had a grandfather. Whatever you say, old man. Quote, it felt good to say it. It felt freeing. Naruto's heart pounded in his chest, but he knew that he was in the right. He was willing to die being right. Not he had any intention of dying anytime soon, mind you. Rayleigh peered at him over his spectacles, a broad smile alighting his every feature. He'd half expected his grandson to fly into a fit of rage, considering the secret that had been kept from him. When he extended a hand, Naruto was quick to clasp it. Even more so to be swung to his feet. Gone was the hesitation. Gone was the indecision. Gone was any semblance the likes of discomfort he had known thus. In its place was his usual overwhelming self-confidence, renewed by the fact that he. Turning to the rest of the Straw Hat Pirates, Rayleigh said, the Flying Fish Riders are already on their way here with Brook. Sanji is looking for Zolo and has himself a snail you can contact. Naruto and I will be heading to Grove 46 since it's likely Luffy might be there. Hold on one moment, Nami interrupted him before turning to Naruto. If you really are going to join our crew, then how do we know you won't turn on us? Naruto blinked as slowly as a tortoise, caught off guard by her heinous remark. Nami. Robin began to protest. Look, Robin, Nami cut her off. This guy said in the bar that he has a score to settle with Luffy. Distinctly, she left out the murderous intent he'd leaked as he said those very words, because they still chilled her to the bone. She didn't want to believe that Luffy could be killed, but if it was someone like this guy, someone who wielded the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi at a whole different plateau. Now wait a second, Naruto frowned. You think I'm going to kill Luffy? Is that why you all attacked me? Based on your tone said Nami. You seem to want Luffy for some grudge in the past. Why else would we attack you? Added Usopp. I'm ready to fight you to the death before I let you harm Luffy. Chopper seconded. You'll have to go through all of us first. Everyone's sweat dropped as they realized that, despite his vehement protest, he was still hiding behind the hulking cyborg. It was almost laughable, really. No, it was laughable, hence the reason Naruto surprised everyone. Then he laughed. You're all idiots. It's not what you think, said Robin. I'm not surprised you've forgotten about him, Usopp. Usopp replied with gasp as Naruto departed. What you mean? I've never met this guy before. Are you telling me you've forgotten about Alabasta? Robin asked Usopp with a smile. Usopp blinked. Once, twice, 3 times. Naruto was still laughing. I get it now. Really, I do. He managed to squeeze out the words between copious bouts of innate laughter. You guys thought I was going to kill him. He slapped his knee in genuine amusement. That's a good one. He watched as realization dawned in their eyes. Save for Frankie, who seemed all the more confused and burst out laughing so hard that he nearly cried, such was his amusement. OWWWWWH. Frankie bellowed angrily. Somebody wanna tell me what's going on here, Robin whispered in his ear. Frankie performed a double take. then a sudden about-face. Really? So that's what this is all about? Robin nodded mysteriously. Really? Naruto nodded, scrubbing at his amused, moist eyes, with the back of his hand. That bastard beat me in an eating contest. I'll tell you all about it. Wait, Naruto turned, regarding the one who had spoken with a ruby-red iris. Yes, before you go anywhere, I have a question that needs answering. Nami stalked toward him, still shouldering her claim attacked. That treasure you mentioned, just exactly how much was it worth? Anyhow, about $100 sextillion. $000,000. Naruto shrugged, nonchalant. Why do you ask? Excluding Nami, everyone facefaulted, save Nico Robin, though even her eyes did widen slightly at the amount mentioned. Really? Nami pressed in, her eyes all but glittering with dollar signs. Say, what exactly did you do with all that treasure? Why, I gave it all away, of course. Naruto sighed. This as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Is there a problem? Oh, no, that's great. What? Nami shrieked. What do you mean you gave it all away? All of it? You just tossed it out the window. Now, during a tantrum such of these even the men of the Strafuts feared their navigator. Whenever money was mentioned, she became all but obsessed about it. And when she lost money, well, let us just say that the circumstances often turned out to be less than pleasant. Hence the run that Frankie, Usopp, and Chopper, now cowered in a corner as said navigator through had what might have been her worst episode yet. Naruto didn't so much as flinch. There was no such tossing involved. He snapped right back, his forehead smashing against hers in retaliation towards the sudden intrustion of his personal space. I gave all of it to charities and such. What's wrong with that? I can't believe you, Nami shouted. What kind of idiot throws away that much cash and doesn't keep any of it for themselves? Oh, I know, you, says the woman who'd give an arm and a leg for a few hundred berries. Naruto retorted flippantly, says the idiot who gave all of his away. Nami's hiss was all but demonic. Lies. Wait, what? Nami blinked, caught unawares by the sudden accusation. Are you calling me a liar now, too? Indeed I am, Naruto barked, his forehead still mashed against hers, two of them still engaged in their strange, tug-of-war shouting match. Honestly, how can someone so beautiful be so soullessly greedy and dense at the same time? It's maddening, I tell you. Maddening. It was then that Nami realized just how incredibly close she had gotten to him in her ire. Again with the compliments. Nami felt her cheeks darken as she backed away, unsure of how to respond to his sudden vehemence. I can't tell if he's being serious or wait, why am I blushing? Am I? I am. Gods. What do you mean, exactly? Nami cursed herself for the stammer, but it was too late to take the words back. What makes you think I'm lying, huh? Why was it so incredibly hot all of a sudden? Her skin felt hypersensitive as Naruto retreated, his fingers briefly brushing across her shoulder, prickling across her back with goosebumps. Her thoughts went maddeningly awry, and it took every last ounce of her resolve to stay focused on the task at hand, because Naruto was speaking again. Well, I didn't give everything away. Naruto amended crossly. Several artifacts were too dangerous, so I held onto them for safekeeping. He reached over his shoulder, rummaging around in his pack for a moment, and, coming up with something, exhaled softly. Such as this. All the Strafuts save for Robin tensed, half expecting him to come out with a weapon of sorts. He did. Naruto had been poking around in his pack whilst he spoke, and now, Nami saw the reason why, as he revealed a large bundle. Unfurling it, exposing the contents within, he showed it to everyone and Nami marveled. As he showed them what looked like a long, oblong box, one that he now opened. Nami gasped as she looked in the box to see an ebony black blade lying upon red silk. The blade's sword seemed to have been carved from a single piece of glossy stone, looking almost as if it was made from glass. Was it obsidian? She'd heard of such materials but never actually seen them before. The hilt was beautiful, delicate ridges leading up to a pommel carved into a roaring dragon's head. As Naruto lifted it out gingerly, Nami saw what looked like red veins within the blade, tiny cracks along its surface as it came free from the sheath. She would have thought it was blood, but running her finger along the side told her it was perfectly smooth. Not a stain or blemish. When the smooth metal touched her skin she felt a tingle. Not unpleasant and almost warm. It made her like the weapon all the more. Now this was worth stealing. This was something special, something that Naruto had deemed too valuable or perhaps too dangerous, prized enough to keep it on his person in the case that someone should seek it. Not that they would, of course, but how much could he expect anyone to be fool enough to steal from him, a man of fire? Wondering the likes of his subsequent explanation, however, Nami suddenly found her desire for the blade greatly lessened. This is Kokushibayo, Naruto explained solemnly. Its name translates to Black Death in your language. Believe me when I say that you don't want this blade to cut you. You might survive, you might not. Regardless, this blade's reputation is a fearsome one, and as such I could entrust it to be held by any hand other than my own. With an infinite delicateness, he slid the blackened blade back into its sheath and returned it into his pack. Remarkably, he made absolutely no mention of the thin wakizashi at his waist nor the other various baubles and trinkets within his backpack, the likes of which included an odd-looking belt, bracelet, an equally mysterious cloak, and other paraphernalia that one could only begin to hazard a guess at. If anyone had anything to say about these, however, they were keeping their silence. Naruto seemed to appreciate that. He shouldered his pack, squared his shoulders, and rolled his eyes in exasperation. I'll give all of you the whole story when I get back, he promised. Now, if you don't have any more questions, I believe I have an appointment with your captain. Before any of them, Nami, Robin, Rayleigh, or otherwise, could hope to stop him, he simply stalked forward, pushed through the double doors and was gone. A brief swish of superheated air signaled his departure, and then he was amongst the branches. Shaki sighed. He really is your grandson after all, Ray-san. Meanwhile, in Grove 46. Take him out, big boss. Looks like we've found one of the culprits already. Fake Luffy cackled as the hooded youth in the parka flanked by Fake Zolo and Fake Sanj approached him. Let's start by teaching this man a lesson. And just so you all know, what you're about to see happen to this man is the same thing that's going to happen to you if you ever have the nerve to defy me. So take that as a warning. Zoro, Sanji, do you know this guy? The fake mustachioed youth asked, recognizing the brash lout as the one who'd impeded him prior to his arrival. Thing is, I ran into him earlier. But before the charade could unravel further, a loud crack echoed throughout the air. That's as far as you go, pirate scum. A voice exploded across Grove 46. Strafut Luffy and all you minions. I suggest you come quietly. We have sealed all exits from Grove number 46 and there is nowhere left for any of you to run. Suddenly the grove was filled with the rasp of drawn blades, clacking of cannons, and shuffling of many feet. Each and every gaze turned toward the sound, only to find that the officer had indeed spoken the truth. They were completely surrounded. The Marines. Fake Luffy gasped, eyes bulging. The hooded mustachioed man's sweat dropped. How did the Marines know I was here? See, Captain. Fake Sanji wailed. They've got us completely surrounded. Don't let 'em throw you, idiot. Why do you think we gathered all these new crew members for? We've got 100 million bounty heads on our side, for Chrisix. With this in mind, he whirled, his gullet swaying ridicule Owsley to and fro as he leveled his gaze upon the most prominent member of his recruits, and quite possibly the most maiden of the bunch. Hey, Caribou, Fake Luffy shouted, use that marine we captured as a shield. Force him to open a way out. Sorry, big boss. Caribou cackled mirthlessly. I'm afraid I can't do that. See, this snot-nosed brat lied to us. Told us he hadn't called his pals. Grinning from ear to ear, with malice and murder in his eyes, the supernova leveled his pistol upon the wounded marine, sprawled before his feet. Much to everyone's horror, his finger curled around trigger and barrel, his eyes widening marginally with uncontained glee. Clack, right, Caribou, you idiot. Fake Luffy bellowed. Stop. Too late. With a sickening squelch, the marine toppled over, dead, a bullet in his head. The result was instantaneous. Shoot the pirates down. Before either force could collide, a blazing current of flame enveloped the clearing. Evolving from orange to yellow then red, it boiled through across the void, separating them from each other and one another. It was a veritable pillar of the inferno, spitting and snarling and snapping at all those nearby, for it would suffer no trespass. Any who dared to brook such an offense were subsequently reduced to ashes. Snapping and crackling, those ashes smoldered away in the wake of his arrival. Well now, what do we have here? Slowly, they resumed human form. Slowly, ever so slowly, they assumed the shape of sapphire eyes, roughened blonde bangs, and a whiskered visage, one as easily recognized as it was unlike any other. Before, he had been relatively unknown. Now, with no cowl with which to hide behind, he appeared in a great, glorious gust of smoke and flame, perching upon the nearby bough of one of the many mangrove of Shabandi archipelago. He smiled softly, his great gaze scouring the clearing clean, bringing a halt to the fighting before it could even hope to begin. The silence was deafening. Draped like a shroud, it hung over the grove. Thick and palpable, no one moved, no one breathed, all eyes fixated upon him, this burning man who wielded 4 blades, this Oni of fire and ash, this smolder inspector that loomed over them like God himself, ready to dole out divine judgment upon the wicked. BB burning will. Fake Luffy gawped openly, sweating now, like the pig he was. Why you mean he actually came here? Naruto cleared his throat, and every pirate, every marine, flinched. Gentlemen, Naruto began slowly, very slowly. I be placed in a bewilderment. His gaze swept across the deck, scouring for any sign of the instigator that had so roused his wrath, locking upon one Demolo Black. Here I came here, looking for Monkey D. Luffy. He moving closer, a hand imperiously towards the cabin, towards the fake Luffy. And upon a sudden, I find this, a crew of impostors. Sailors abandoning their posts, without orders, without leave. Men before the mast, and taking the ship for themselves. What be that, I wonder, he mused aloud, refusing to smile at his crudely crafted metaphor. He let the silence hang, until everyone choked on it. Mutiny. Someone shouted suddenly. Naruto didn't skip a beat. He didn't care that he couldn't see them. He knew the voice by sound alone. It was Termari. She was here somewhere, hiding amongst them, tucked safely out of sight. He knew that much. For a moment, he almost laughed at the absurdity of it all. Such a persistent wench. Oh, well, best to make full effect of the chaos she had sown amongst their ranks. Again, Naruto held a hand to his ear, feigning deafness. Mutiny, came the reply, sounding only slightly exasperated. Naruto nodded, his form bending, shimmering, beneath wave upon wave of oppressive heat. Mutiny. And what fate befalls mutineers? He paused, his gaze sweeping through their ranks of pirates and marines like a great, cleansing flame. Now we all know the answer to that, do we not? Flames boiled outward from his fists, eddying forth from his knuckles, swelling with every second. Mutineers. ... Hang. Flames spewed forth from his fists, circumventing the clearing in a ring of fire. Now, both pirates and marines were trapped with one another. A lucky few had thought too much of the great, burning will, reputation, and looked as though they might choose to fling themselves at their would-be captors, rather than face this man of flame and fire and fury. And so, the battle would be joined. Naturally, the marines would want to eliminate the pirates rather than capture them. And of course, the pirates wouldn't want to go down without a fight, either. Neither could come to a compromise, as their values were simply too different, the black to the marines' white. Eventually, they would clash. Here, with no hope of escape, save through the flames, their choice was to fight, or to die. At least, that had been the intention. A blood-curdling shriek shattered the silence, demanding everyone's attention. Naruto rounded on the sound, flame sputtering, eyes narrowing, becoming furious specks of crimson as he beheld he who dared to interrupt him. Surprisingly, he recognized him. Naruto knew who this pirate is. He was Wet-Haired Caribou, a supernova pirate worth $210 million berry. Based on the rumors he heard about him, this guy has a violent reputation for killing countless marines, a true psychopath. He also recognized the large, rotund, egg-shaped man at his side, his brother, blood splatterer, Koribo. Wicked and violent, they were both born killers, and now one of Ho's killers had singled him out and turned their wrath upon him. Lovely. Caribou shrieked. You're finally here. Naruto gawked, aghast as the man stalked forward, the mass of pirates and marines parting before him like the Red Sea. What in the? I've been waiting a long time for this. Caribou snarled at Naruto. A long freaking time for this, to kill you. Every time I key, LLED a marine or anyone that crosses me, I think of you, ya bastard. Now you're going to die, slowly and painfully, for what you did to me. He pranced around, stamped his feet and flailed his long sleeves at an equally incredulous Burning Will, the latter beginning to wonder if the former had finally lost his mind. Say what? Naruto asked, confused by what this pirate had just said, to which his flames slowly dimmed. He'd never seen this man before. He knew him by reputation only, a reputation that nearly rivaled his own in terms of blood. That was where the similarities ended. Whereas Naruto spilled blood for the sake of the righteous, Caribou simply killed anyone and everyone for the thrill of it, because he was just that, a man who reveled in bloodshed. Don't act like you don't know me, Burning Will. Caribou snapped. And don't act as if you don't remember what you've done to me. I'm sorry, Naruto repeated in a more confusingly irate manner. I've never seen you before in my life. Now, if you know what's good for you, you'll leave me alone, Caribou. What? I said, beat it, small fry. Naruto all but snapped. I'm not in the best of moods right now. Attack me and you'll receive no mercy. You mean you really don't remember me? Caribou hissed. You've forgotten what you did to me. Look, for the last time, I've never seen you before. Naruto's confusion had only succeeded in pissing off Caribou even further. Bastard! He screamed in a rage as he flung himself at Naruto with blood intense in his eyes. Heedless of the danger, heedless of his own peril, heedless of anything but the terrible red haze that clouded about his vision. He'd kill him. He'd make him pay. Him. All of them. All of those who'd ever make him look like such a fool, all those who'd betrayed him, all of. He never made it. A blast of black fire struck Caribou in the chest. He screamed, a peal of terror that turned into torment as he fell back onto the floor. Everyone turned and realized that it none other than Burning Will had done the deed, his gloved hand still held out before him, and wreathed in black flames. Caribou clutched at pool of shadow that spread across his torso, high. Eyes growing wide and large as the rippling flame began to spread. What the heck? Naruto shook his head, smoothing his roughened bangs with one hand. I warned you, didn't I? He sighed. Now, you'll pay the price. He gestured with his flame-sheathed hand, and the flames encroaching Caribou responded voraciously. It grew, and appeared to be eating him. No, Caribou wailed, realization dawning in his eyes. The understanding of his fate, finally at hand. No, pirates, marines, and bystanders alike watched in dull horror as his screams turned into shrieks. He spasmed wildly, PPing his pistol and struggling as the flames enveloped him with a terrible, terrifying slowness. It washed over his arms and his legs, and then finally swallowed his head. His screaming ended abruptly. The shadow-covered body, for it this massing of flames could no longer be called a person, flailed about twice more, and then the blackness simply collapsed, leaving nothing more than a seep pool of liquid on the floor. The greenish liquid slowly slithered across the grass, hissing and sizzling wherever the sunlight touched it. Naruto watched the strange, swampy ooze for a moment longer before he blinked, subsequently extinguishing the slow-burning flames. Then he turned his gaze upon the rest, marine and pirate alike, and he scowled. He wasn't quite sure if Caribou was a Logia most mentee, earned to ash beneath the flames of the Amaterasu, but whatever he was, the reputation he'd earned over the years did him little good as a pile of seeping muck. He'd deal with him later. Now, Naruto began slowly, calling out to those below him. Have any of you seen Straw Hat Luffy? All fingers pointed toward the fat buffoon standing upon the deck. Naruto's left eye twitched. That isn't him, you dolts. That's a fake. Fake Luffy, and all of the imposters quailed as thousands upon thousands of angry eyes turned upon them. The word of Burning Will was not to be questioned, apparently. Now they realized this too late. Much too late. Naruto permitted himself a brief moment of satisfaction as they prepared to meet the fate they so deserved. Then he cast it aside as he would so much refuse. Because the angry clamor had become all but deafening. Like I said, Where's the real? A faint prickling in the back of his neck was the only warning Naruto received. Veen. Then the branch, the bow, upon which he'd been so firmly perched, exploded. He had only an instant to react, only a split second to see the particle beam of light as it rushed forth from an unknown location, then he was gone. Bits of bark peppered across his coat as he fell, plummeting toward the earth, feet first. Naruto was unconcerned. His mind was already awhirl, leaving his body to absorb whatever impact might befall him. There was only one man capable of such an attack. He swore as the ground rushed up to greet him. They sent Kizaru here already. He barely even registered the fray as he landed, scanning the crowd for any sign of the admiral. Instead, the forms of not one, not two, but three hulking Bartholomew Kumas reared up before him, each completely identical, each moving toward him, and each ravaging the horde of pirates as though they were naught but children in their effort to try and apprehend him. It's the pacifistas, someone screamed, just before he was crushed underfoot by one of the hulking behemoths. Another pirate hazarded a slash at the approaching titans, only to be caught up in an explosion as the giant opened its maw and spat a golden stream of light in his direction. Naruto watched the man die and blanched. So this, then, was a pacifista. He'd read about them, he'd heard the rumors, but still, to see one up close. They really did look just like Kuma. It was unnerving, even more so, that they were wielding the powers of Kizaru's Pika Pika no Mi. What are the Marines' elite human weapons from the war doing in a place like this? Another pirate cried, weeping as he flopped into the dirt, utterly unable to take on such a terrible abomination such as these. Most of the pirates seemed to be suffering a similar fate, even as they realized that they'd been deceived. Naruto didn't so much as spare an errant thought for them and their fate. Fools would always die fools, so it seemed. Instead, he stood his ground, watching as the invincible human weapons of the world government came hurtling toward him. He spied Sentomaru within the chaos of marine versus pirate and smiled softly to himself, but made no move to confront him. So that was all they were going to send, then. A couple of antique pacifista and Sentomaru. In the time that it took for him to blink, fake Luffy had already been viciously clubbed across the head by the axe-wielding marine. While the remaining impostors quite literally quit the field. Let them take their chances with the flames, he mused to himself. Their fate is none of my concern. His relief, however, turned out to be temporary. Pirates, Burning Will, Uzumaki Naruto and Strafut, Luffy. Identified. One of the pacifista announced, its calm, monotone of a voice ringing out over the clearing. Seconds after the fact, Naruto realized that, during his musings, most of the pirates had been captured, and he was standing conspicuously out in the open. He was dimly aware of that he'd been detected, but somehow he couldn't quite focus on the task at hand. Instead, the words, Strafut Luffy, rang through his head like a clarion call, filling him with an elation that he hadn't felt since 2 years ago. Take them out, PX5. Sentomaru ordered. You too, PX2. Unbidden, lightning raced down Naruto's spine. Luffy, he's here. Where? He half turned, hoping to find him over his shoulder. Instead, he became deathly aware of the resounding explosion that deafened him, throwing a hail of timber and soil at his back as the deck behind him detonated. He watched as an obscenely large pack filled to the brim with various foodstuffs spun past, and landed not a yard away from him. Whoa, a terribly familiar voice shouted. Man, was that close? And what was that for? All my precious food is in this bag, you know. All of the pirates and marines cried out as one, and pointing and shouting and screaming, gibbering like they were frightened schoolgirls. They couldn't believe their eyes. He wasn't dead. Monkey D. Luffy, the son of Dragon, was here, alive, in Shibondi. It's the face from the wanted poster. Naruto was stunned. Luffy. Save for the X-shaped scar on his chest and some new attire, he hadn't changed at all. He frowned indignantly at the pacifistas who had nearly incinerated him, but otherwise, he remained unharmed. It was impossible not to recognize him. The Strafut, the stitched scar beneath his eye. Heck, even his voice was nearly the same. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Don't tell me you're gonna get in my way again. He called down to Sentomaru. Quote, I don't have the time to deal with you right now. Naruto watched the two of them bicker for a moment longer, before he finally realized that this was not a dream, and this was, in fact, the genuine article. The pirate he had searched high and low across the sea nearly for 2 years now. And so he laughed. Luffy. Naruto laughed aloud, unable to say anything else, such was his enthusiasm. It's you. It really is you, Nanda. Luffy blinked, suddenly very much aware of the blonde standing beside him. Who are you? He squinted at the blonde whose body roiled and broiled like so much flame, and he found his words taken away as he recognized the color of those flames, because this was the very same power his brother had wielded, prior to death. Wait a minute, it couldn't be. No way. Naruto grinned wickedly. After all these years, I've finally found you, Monkey D. Luffy. Now, let me join your crew. Luffy blinked, unsure of exactly who this man was, unsure of why he was on fire, and not screaming in pain, or burning. For that matter. Weird. But he looked strong. And if a strong guy wanted to join his crew, the crew of the future Pirate King. Sure. Luffy enthused. But why are you on fire? Naruto couldn't help himself. He started laughing again. Ha. Just like that. Huh. You haven't changed a bit, Luffy. His laughter was cut short as a beam of light whisked itself past Luffy, who nonchalantly turned his head and let it slip aside. He even had the time to murmur something that Naruto didn't quite hear as the beam passed them by and tore through the mangroves. And suddenly, Luffy's arm was turning a strange, rubberized pink and smoking. Naruto was about to remark on it when a shadow fell over him. Quote exclamation mark quote. He barely even registered the second pacifista until it was right on top of him. And by then, it was already too late. For the pacifista, that is. Scarce had it neared Uzumaki D. Naruto, than a wall of blue and gold flames entirely unlike the black flames of the Amaterasu, sprang up between them. The pacifista did not slow. Not until a giant flaming hand clamped around its midsection and wrapped around it, encircling the machine's hulking waist as though it were not but a twig. You're interrupting our reunion, Naruto murmured darkly, eyes flashing, glimmering with red moistness. Out of my way, trash. It was an eerie appendage, this hand made of both bone and flame. And cyan of azure, saffron curling about the pacifista, holding it fast, hoisting it up, up, until its feet left the soil, until it was left scrabbling for purchase in the air. Finding none, it opened its mouth and flailed with both its hands, trying terribly to free itself from this vice, but to no avail, for the vice was inescapable. Then, before the eyes of Sentomaru, the unthinkable occurred. A bony thumb pressed down upon the top of its head, forcing its mouth closed before the pacifista could find a target, before it could fire. The result was catastrophic. Unable, BLE to fire the compressed beam of light, the suppressed energy had nowhere left to go but up. With a deafening whump it imploded, the energy frying its photoreceptors, and scrambling its circuits so hopelessly beyond repair that it had no chance of survival. And then the mighty fingers of the flaming hand closed. They simply curled into a fist, and the pacifista was crushed between them, reduced to little more than a mangled heap of scrap that was promptly cast aside like a broken toy, left to die in the dirt and be forgotten. It did not rise again. And there was more than one pacifista carcass laying upon the ground as well. In the time that it had taken Naruto to dispense with one pacifista, Luffy had also taken down PX2 as well, the massive machine having knifed into the dirt, and it too lay deathly still. The pirates gawked. We couldn't even scratch one of those things, and they took out two like it was nothing. Luffy remained as he was, but it was Naruto's surroundings that had changed. Materializing outward from the ghoulish appendage that had crushed the pacifista, a grisly creature of shadow and flame, and was born. Little more than a human skeleton, the creature loomed over its master, its ghastly appearance bellying the awesome power it wielded and that of its creator, who stood enshrouded within its ribcage. Gleaming with ill intent, the creature raised its right hand, and within its fingers appeared a blade of blazing luminescence. So, you've come here to join the Strafut crew, have you, Burning Will? Sentomaru accused, heedless of the smoldering sword that loomed over their heads. I'm going to arrest you either way, but I'd like to know. Something like that, Naruto replied as Luffy turned and waved to someone approaching. I don't suppose you'll let me pass now, will you? Sentomaru's brow furrowed, eyes flickering with exasperation and annoyance. He'd struck a nerve. Sentomaru still held a grudge against him for the way in which he'd beaten Kizaru within an inch of his life. In the time that it took for him to attack, it would all be over, and he knew this. Still, Naruto wasn't expecting his reply. Like heck I will, Sentomaru all but snarled. I'm going to bring you to justice, here and now, for what you've done. Didn't think so, Naruto muttered. Well, I don't have time to play with you or whatever Admiral Headquarters has sent after me. Before Sentomaru could broach the subject further, the grim reaper of a creature brought its blade crashing down into the ranks of the Marines, scattering them and kicking up copious amounts of dust. When it cleared, a number of Marines were either dead or wounded, and Naruto was nowhere to be seen. He did, however, have a clear view of the last remaining pacifista going down in EAP of smoldering circuits as none other than Zolo and Sanji ran it through. Apparent, Luffy had been waving to them, while he was distracted. Now as he watched it fall, watched his men watched them declare that the real Strafut crew was indeed alive, and well, his fury knew no bounds. Wait, come back here. Oddly enough, Luffy paused. Hey, what's wrong? Sanji demanded. What are you stopping for? Rayleigh. Luffy was staring at a nearby tree, a tree in which a very familiar old man was currently sitting. Standing beside him was none other than Burning Will himself, though he had crossed the distance between them in such short fashion remained to be seen. It did not, however, keep the future king of the pirates from calling out to him. No sir, it did not in the least. The Dark King. The captured pirates squealed in fear. He's here, too. You've done well, Rayleigh shouted to Luffy. It seems like you've honed your skills even further. Luffy nodded enthusiastically. I also thought I'd come to see you off, Rayleigh said to Naruto, giving the boy an encouraging nudge. But it doesn't look like my grandson needs my help, after all. For the longest time, there was silence. Utter silence, as Silver's Rayleigh willingly exposed the one secret that he had kept hidden for most of his life, to the world. Naruto burned with the shame of it all. He wouldn't have the nerve to do such a thing, not if it were his grandson. He flushed. Shut up, old man. He's the grandson of the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Marines and pirates alike gawped at the revelation. The grandson of Rayleigh and the son of Dragon working together, surely meant the end of them all. Even Zolo and Sanji were slightly nonplussed to hear this. So this was him, Burning Will, then. Well, he was certainly every bit as imposing as the papers had made him out to be. Rayleigh, Luffy shouted once more. I'm gonna do it, ? I'm gonna become the Pirate King. Naruto couldn't help but smile at the unshed tear in his grandfather's eye. Then he slapped Luffy on the back. Not hard enough to harm him, mind you, the boy was a rubber man after all, just to urge him forward and away from the remaining Marines that dared to harry their footsteps. Head straight for the top, Rayleigh shouted at their backs. Both of you. Sure thing, Gramps. He kept running, even as his grandfather turned to face the Marines. Even as his sword cleared his scabbard. Even when the sound of their pursuers grew distant. Even when it vanished altogether, he kept running. Careful to keep his pace. Careful to keep pace with Luffy. He wasn't going to lose sight of him now, not after all the trouble he'd gone through to find him in the first place. Rayleigh watched them go, and smiled softly. My apprentice and grandson are setting sail. He began slowly, turning to face the many Marines who stood on the opposite end of the line he'd just drawn in the dirt. By all means, do as you please. But I would suggest, his glasses gleamed, ever so slightly, that you do not cross this line. Crap, they're one step ahead of us. Zolo hissed as they rounded a bend, only to find even more Marines barring their path. Rather, they were, until dozens upon dozens of ghosts swept down upon the soldiers and phased right through each and every one of them. As one, they dropped to their hands and knees, gasping and depressed, and all too full of demotivation. Naruto nearly froze on the spot at the sight of it. Gee ghosts, I just knew this mayhem had something to do with you people. Hovering only a few feet from the now utterly useless Marines, was a woman with incredibly bright and curly pink hair. Not to mention a positively ghoulish outfit that would put any goth to utter shame. Are you still hanging around here? she asked. Apparently, she was the one who controlled the spirits, and as such Naruto stopped well short of her position, leaving Zolo to nearly run facefirst into the strange goth Lolita. That Sanji was fawning over her was even more disturbing. "Well, what are you still handing around here?" he demanded of the strange girl. "It's not like I asked you to stick around. Is that any way to talk back to the person who brought you all the way here?" She snapped right back, "Why, if it weren't for me you'd be." Then she noticed Naruto. "Oh, and who is this?" she asked, drifting closer to Naruto. "You look familiar. Kind of cute, even. Have I seen you somewhere before?" Naruto wasn't listening to any of it. All he saw was the strange spirits listing about at her side, drawing ever nearer to him. Ghosts. Why, oh why, did it have to be ghosts? Their sickly sweet smiling and giggling did precious little to assuage his intense superstitions, and they were just so creepy. And not really. He averted his gaze as she approached. "I don't think we've ever met." "No," she insisted, "I've definitely seen your face before." "Gay." Naruto made a squelching sound as she drifted even closer to him, floating impossibly just above the ground, as if she weighed little or next to nothing. His usual self-confidence abandoned him in the wake of what he'd seen, and in the presence of this foul, ghost-wielding woman. Well, he told himself, at least she was cute. Wait, what if she was a cute ghost? Gah, he couldn't stand it. Ah, Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin. So close was she when next she spoke. "I thought I recognized you. You're Burning Wool, aren't you?" "Why yes." He refused to look in her eye. Gods, why couldn't this ghostly woman just leave him be? "And I'm afraid I have somewhere to be." "Too bad," she sighed, her lips dangerously close. "My name's Perona, by the way, cutie." Something deathly cold pressed against his cheek, then passed right through it. To his disbelief and dismay, so did she. There was no substance, no solidarity, nothing at all. She simply phased through him, and emerged behind him. Naruto turned white as a sheet and shuddered all over, lurching back and forth on his heels. He'd just been kissed by a ghost. I think I'm going to be sick." Sanji was gawping at him, eyes full of flame. Luffy looked completely unperturbed. Zolo was blushing. Worst of all, Perona was smiling. Nothing, however, could have prepared Naruto for what happened next. He felt a faint surge of killer intent. Then the hairs on the back of his neck prickled in warning. Unfortunately, Naruto was still in the process of trying to turn when he saw a face he hadn't seen in a very, very long time. "You dirty rotten scoundrel." Something very hard and very, very solid cracked across his face and sent him sprawling. He recognized the voice, somehow, despite the black spots speckling across his eyes and blurring his vision. Odd, he couldn't remember the last time someone had struck him. Certainly not since he'd eaten the Mera Mera no Mi. He tasted blood in his mouth as he rolled over and onto his back, the world still swimming in and out of focus. "Wah, you freaking bastard." Bright pink hair flashed before his vision, then strong hands seized the lapels of his jacket and practically dragged him to his feet. She slapped him, not gently. Stars, no, whole planets exploded before his vision, before he realized that both blows had been infused with hockey. Both blows were solid, too. Painfully so. Not Perona then, certainly not. She'd have just phased right through him, and she'd no reason to strike him, for that matter. "You no good freaking bastard." That shook him right out of his daze. It took some time, but eventually, the words swam into focus for him. Immediately, he wished it hadn't. He recognized her. How could he not? Hers was a face that he could have forgotten, if he had the heart to forget. He did not, nor did he have the strength to avert his gaze once focused, because now he could see. Belatedly, he realized that she was crying as she struck him, each blow growing weaker and lacking of focus until they passed through him altogether. "Ah, Bonnie," he half laughed, half groaned, around a mouthful of bloody lips. "Long time no see. You won't be able to see it all when I'm through with you." She snarled at him, but her words lacked their usual venom. At length, she released him. Naruto wobbled for a moment, then regained his balance, his features already setting into their usual shape as the flames boiled away what damage had been done to them. He stood woodenly, not taking enough care as he did so. "So, how did you find me, Bonnie?" he asked at last, brushing himself off. "I didn't expect to see you here. You gave me your Vivre card, dumbass." "Oh, yeah." Naruto scratched the back of his head in contrition. "Forgot about that. Did you forget about your promise, too?" she accused, sparks snarling through her eyes as she stepped closer. Then, more softly, "Did you forget about me?" Abruptly anger died, replaced by something akin to hope, albeit a forlorn one. Ouch! Shock lanced through Naruto. He hadn't forgotten about their promise, thought she might have expected him to, after he'd fled. "I haven't forgotten," he argued weakly. "It's just that, I made him Ace a promise, too." With that, Naruto started to silently move away. She quickly turned and reached out with her hand, grabbing his forearm. He froze. Taking his hand, she brought to her face, cradling her cheek. All at once he surged forward, seizing Bonnie in his arms and hugging her with a ferocity that nearly overwhelmed her. "I've been a fool. She shouldn't feel this way." Jewelry. Bonnie had never cared for such trivialities and she cursed herself for them now. Love was a weakness. Love was an anchor, a chain. It held you down and tied you a noose around your neck. One that slowly constricted over time. Love was a weakness. Love was a cancer that grew inside and made one do foolish things. Love is death. The love most dreamed of was something that would be more important to one than anything. Even life. It would kill her to love him. Perhaps not now, but, eventually. Bonnie knew this, and yet, she pressed her lips against his for a second time, throwing her arms round his neck and securing herself fast against him. She felt him stiffen at this uncharacteristic display of inhuman weakness, then she felt him relax, both into her lips and into her, as he swept his arms around her, leaned into her lips, and drew her closer into a strange foe of an embrace. It was beautiful, it was wonderful, it was terrifying, and it wasn't enough. It took everything in her not to bolt, and ultimately, it still wasn't enough. In the end, the sound of cannon fire jolted them from one another. At any rate, you need to set sail as soon as possible," Corona insisted. "There are battleships appearing just offshore." Shock rippled across the five of them and between the two of them, especially Naruto. He'd been so caught up in her that he'd nearly forgotten everything else. Just like last time, he shuddered, nodded, and forced his fingers from her hair, her face, and finally, himself from her. She shook her head mutely, knowingly, and Naruto felt his heart break 1,000 times over as he watched the despair well up in her eyes anew. Blast. He'd thought himself prepared for this. He'd been wrong. Terribly, terribly wrong. Naruto turned to face Jewelry. Bonnie. "I have to go, idiot," she mumbled, refusing to look him in the eye. "Why didn't you tell me you were leaving that time?" Naruto shrugged, lamely. "I leaning close at goodbyes, Bonnie." "Then don't say it this time," she whispered softly. I said don't say goodbye, this time." Naruto grunted as she stomped on his foot and ground her heel in. Yep, same old Bonnie. Tsunere or not, she still knew how to kick his rear when he got out of line. Still, he winced as she withdrew, the action striking painfully at the chord of his soul. Her lips touched his for a final time, touching, lingering, then falling away. With the rest of her, she took 2 steps away from him, and he saw how much effort that took from her. "I'll see you in the new world," he promised, hoping he sounded more convicted than he felt. Because suddenly, he wasn't feeling all that convicted at all at the moment. With the former love of his life, things had always been complicated. It had always been that way. "You bet your rear you will." Bonnie's reply was softer than he'd expected, not quite sad, nor could it be called happy. He couldn't be sure of what to make of it, and before had the chance to dissect it further, she spun about on one heel, and walked away. Watching her walk watching a woman he'd loved walk out of his life, it took every fiber of his being to stand fast, to stand still and not break in two. Suddenly, it occurred to Naruto that he might not see her again. And so, he watched. He watched her go, watched the swaying of her hips, watched everything and anything about her. He stayed that way, just watching. Waiting and watching until she'd rounded a corner and paused. She turned, her gaze locking with his, even across the distance that separated him. She touched a hand to her necklace, raising it as far as that chain would allow, and then she let it drop to her chest, instead of breaking it, as he'd feared she would. It was a gesture of acceptance, of forgiveness, and of relinquishment. "Take care of yourself," she called from across the corner, then she rounded it, and was taken from his sight. Naruto found himself staring, although she was gone. Even then, it took a harsh word from Sanji to draw him from his reverie. He blinked, and found that his eyes were suddenly moist. Why was that? Did he truly miss her already? It wasn't too late. If he wanted, he could chase after her. Maybe even catch up. So why wasn't he moving? Because he was needed elsewhere. He'd made a promise to Ace, and, though it pained him to do so, he just couldn't bring himself to break it. That promise had been the very definition of who he was for the last 2 years. He had molded his very life around it, conformed to it, made sacrifices for it, and, given the chance, he would likely make many. Many more in the future. "Oi, you all right?" Zolo asked, his voice tinged with concern. Naruto didn't know the swordsman all that well, but he felt that the man's intent was genuine. With that knowledge, the apoplectic rage brewing behind his eyes dimmed, leaving him only with a dull ache just above his chest. For a moment, it looked as though he might rebel. His lips pursed into a thin line, however, and even Luffy could have seen that it was only with great reluctance that Burning Will discarded his thoughts of desertion. At length, he exhaled, heavily. "I will be." Naruto sighed and scrubbed at his eyes with the back of his hand, his expression still somewhat on the dour side. "Eventually. Can we get going now? I find myself with a sudden desire to be far, far away from this place." Zolo inclined his head a fraction of an inch. "I think we can manage that." Perona bid them farewell shortly thereafter. Thankfully, she didn't try to hugging him again. Naruto didn't know if he could handle it. Teasing or not, a small part of him yearned for comfort and solace. He was torn. He would likely remain that way for quite some time. As they hurried through the streets, however, it was ultimately Sanji who'd taken it upon himself to harass his fellow blonde. Naruto had been expecting this. In fact, he welcomed it. Anything to turn his mind from her, from the life he'd just left behind. A life of contention and peace. Best not to think of it, he mused. Better to distract himself. "Just who the heck do you think you are, huh?" Sanji was asking, when, abruptly, Naruto rounded on him. Moving with a speed that Sanji had not thought possible. One moment he'd been yards away, watching his former lover walk out of his life. The next, moldering swirls of sapphire and scarlet swelled before his vision, blotting out all else. Belatedly, Sanji realized that Naruto wasn't angry. He was furious. Furious was risking the term actually. Perhaps enraged fit the bill. Perhaps it did, as Sanji began to realize that he'd broached the one subject that could easily draw the ire of Burning Will. And in his foolishness, Sanji had drawn ire in spades. "Are we talking about my love life or yours?" Naruto countered, his tone curt, his expression pitch black. "Because, if I were you, I'd hold my tongue. That is, unless you'd like to loose it, friend." He practically spat the word, a wisp of ash leaking through his lips as he spoke. Zolo and Luffy had both slowed, peering back towards the unfolding scene, wondering what had caused the sudden delay. Naruto paid them no heed. Instead, he was suddenly consumed by the desire to cook, as it were. "You've got some nerve, breaking her heart like that." Sanji snapped back, bending his leg at the knee, lifting it in threat of retaliation. "I would never." "Oh, shove it." Naruto shoved past him, nearly knocking his fellow blonde off balance as he pressed onward. At that very moment, something miraculous occurred. Zoro had an epiphany. Why was Burning Will traveling with them in the first place, he wondered. Why did he seem to be on such good terms with Luffy, he wondered. Why hadn't he thought of this just now? "Oi," he began slowly, as Naruto caught up to them. "Why are you following us, anyway?" "Why, I'm part of the crew, of course," Naruto replied, matter-of-factly. "Why else would I still be here?" "What?" Sanji shouted. "And who decided this, huh?" "It's fine by me," Luffy laughed. Zolo sighed. "Not again. Looks like we'll have to save the introductions for later." Naruto remarked as the sound of cannon fire reached their ears. For now, I'd think we'd better get back to the ship, wouldn't you agree? It was then that the massive shadow of a gigantic flying bird fell across them. From there, the rest was little more than a gigantic smear on burning Wimamori. Currently, background. The sound of cannon fire could be heard all around. It brought Naruto back from his memories, gently but insistently tugging him back to the present, to the here and now. He blinked, clearing the soot and smoke from his eyes, just in time to avoid being doused by another spray of seawater. Blasted Marines. They were still harassing them even as they tried to make their escape from the grove. Should we fire back? Usopp was asking Brook. Maybe we should try to outmaneuver them. Oh, but that tore it. No, Naruto stated. He climbed down the rigging toward them, clutching his staff in his hand firmly. He had a dangerous look that made Nami nervous. We are getting out of here. Now, he was all but seeing red. The tension had built and built and built within him, and now it demanded release. And a release was just what he planned to give the Marines. Oh, a release indeed. Nami stared at him, mouth agape. You don't mean. Naruto stopped in front of everyone, frowning severely. Stand back. Well back. They did as they were told. Even as Robin Ush read everyone back a ways across the galley. Already, Naruto was already concentrating. Swirls of fire were gathering around his hands and working their way up his arms, the flames suddenly growing hotter and more pronounced. He didn't unleash the energy, however. He held his hands above his head and closed his eyes, his mouth moving in a silent chant. The fire grew. White energy began to course around his body, lighting up the sky like it was daylight. He beckoned, his fingers crooking upward as they formed a claw. His hands shook, and it became obvious that the technique was difficult for Naruto to control. He gritted his teeth and clutched the sword tightly, and a halo of flames slowly surrounded him. Move. Nami didn't bother to ask why, because she'd already thrown herself to the deck. An instant later, a blaze of orange discharge swelled overhead and consumed her existence within a firestorm of travesty. The fireball, when it was unleashed, shook the entire ship. There was a massive flash of light and a roar of sound that deafened everyone, then the backlash of force from the blast all but throwing them back several feet. The clouds burst before him, boiling away as his lips parted for a single, solitary command. Heiken! Naruto roared, his knuckles bursting before the command, summoning a spiraling pillar of flame, subsequently engulfing everything within a 3-mile radius. The fleet never stood a chance. A massive fist of heat and fire barreled forward, its jaws wide and gaping as it lurched toward its prey. Within 2 beats, the entire Navy fleet was all but decimated. Some were already sunk. Others were still in the process capsizing, leaving sailors to flounder helplessly in the waters of the archipelago, and everyone else to wonder at the grisly aftermath of the attack. Sanji tried to take a smoke, only to realize his cigarette too hadn't escaped the blaze unharmed. He could only swear in disbelief as the cigar crumbled into nothingness, as it turned to ash in his mouth, leaving little more than a blackened stub between his teeth. When he went to reach for another one, he was dismayed to find that they too had been obliterated by the blast. That's a Nova gun. I've changed my mind. Usopp stammered aloud, performing a sudden and about face on his refusal to let Naruto join the crew. He can stay. That was super. Frankie laughed boisterously. I like this guy. He's a damned monster. Just like those 3, Nami sobbed tearfully. It'll take a monster to kill someone like him. Monsters? Zolo asked blandly, utterly unfazed by the chaos. You mean us? Yes, I mean you. Sugoi. Chopper squeaked. He's just like Ace. Ace. Naruto half turned, a single ruby-red iris reappearing over his right shoulder as he regarded he who had spoken. He completed the revolution, jaw slackened, eyes widened. In the split second that it took him to turn around, he found himself face to face with his target. He couldn't believe his eyes. Luffy gawped. That was Ace's attack, just now. Oi, Naruto barked. Baka Yuru, do I look like Portuguese D? Ace to you. Nanda. Luffy blinked, suddenly very much aware of the blonde standing at the helm of his ship. What was that? He squinted at the blonde whose body roiled and broiled like so much flame, and he found his words taken away as he recognized the color of those flames. Because this was the very same power his brother had wielded, only this time on no circumstance could he be mistaken. Wait a minute, it couldn't be. No way, I've decided, Luffy announced. You'll be our fireman. Naruto's sweat dropped. Does a ship even need one of those? On my ship we do. Luffy reaffirmed enthusiastically. So, it's official. I'm part of the crew. Naruto asked. Luffy grinned. Sure. Everyone excluding Robin facefaulted. Damn it, Luffy. Miles away, Boke Hancock finally dared to draw a breath. So, that is Burning Will. Miles away, Hancock, who had been about to intervene on Luffy's behalf, gawked at the ruination that surrounded them. Within seconds, the entire Marine fleet had been reduced to little more than smoldering ashes. They'd been utterly decimated, all save for one. Peering through the spyglass, she abruptly realized that this particular ship was a great deal larger than that of its fellows. Also, someone was standing at the prow of that great and mighty battleship. Rather, two someones, both of whom bore the white coat of a Navy admiral. Their distinct yellow and red colorations could be seen, even from this distance. They were unmistakable, undeniable. At long last, the Navy had responded to the threat that Burning Will carried, though not as great a threat to Luffy as she feared. It was a different threat to which she desperately moved to intercept. Oh dear. Standing upon the prow of the mighty battle cruiser, Akainu sneered, confident of his triumph. This time, you won't escape me, Burning Will. A.N. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Long. This chapter was very long. My longest one yet. Oh, and I own nothing. There, disclaimers done, for the Q&A. Yes, that was the Susanoo Naruto used to crush that pacifista. Yes, if you remember, Naruto, canonically, has a primordial fear of all things ghostly, hence his slight and initial dislike of Corona. Yes, he'd originally been with Bonnie, hence the love-hate relationship between them. It was so sad for me to separate them. Hopefully we will see her again. And the admirals arrive. Will a confrontation ensue, or will the Strafuts escape? Stay tuned. Thank you so much for all of you giving me all of these wonderful ideas. I hope you liked the chapter. Also, as the pairings, there is now a poll. Vote on that to determine the results of the eventual pairing as to who will be in the harem. Oh, and I know I may die from asking this so many times, but review please. Then again, being a skeleton, I am already dead. Skull Jooke. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Next time. Dive. Straight to Fishman Island. Burning dive. Straight to Fishman Island. A.N. Well now, it seems that a great many of you still want me to do a Naruto Nami Robin threesome. I have to admit, the idea does amuse me. I'll have to give it some more thought. However, before I make my decision. And again, for those of you who already guessed about the connection between Naruto and Luffy, a cookie for you. Now, we know that Naruto and Luffy did meet at some point in the past, and here, I shall elaborate upon said past more. Still can't give everything away in one chapter, after all. As we finally get a glimpse of the inner workings of Naruto's backstory. Also, for those of you who've been wondering why I highlighted the Naruto's-Bonnie relationship so much, well, it's certainly going to be something for Robin, and potentially Nami, to mull over. When they learn of it now, don't you agree? And that, dear reader, adds to the intrigue. No. Now, enough with the crude commentary. Time for a recap. Last chappie, we've had quite the surprise. The admirals have arrived. Now, I'm sure you're all looking forward to a pitched battle, and I certainly don't aim to disappoint. Well, you'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, at long last, another moment you have all been waiting for, taking place in this chapter. A Narutoxrobin moment. Someday, someone will appear, carrying the history of all those decades on his back, and challenge the whole world to a fight. The world government fears that immense battle engulfing the entire world that will eventually come. I don't care for such things. But as soon as someone finds that great treasure, the entire world will be turned upside down. And someone will find it, because that day will come, sooner or later. Because, One Piece is real, the last words of Edward Newgate. Dive, straight to Fishman Island. Part 1, she'd given him up. For good this time, or so she feared. Stretched out on cold ship planks. The memory of those grand dreams so alive just moments ago made Jewelry Bonnie once again feel the head of shame at her cheeks and throat. How childish she'd been. What a fool. Most of all, she recalled her idiotic shock. Her befuddled, dumb surprise when at the first sound of cannon fire he had turned from her, taken her aside by the arm like a child. "I haven't forgotten about our promise, Bonnie," he'd said. "It's just that, I made him a promise, too, remember?" She hadn't. Bonnie hadn't forgotten either. She'd just been hoping that he had. But he hadn't. His promise to Iron Fist. Ace still burned like a brand in the back of his mind, even after all these years. Even so, she'd clung to that foolish hope, the hope that he'd forgotten. But he hadn't her promise either, because she'd seen the pain in his eyes. She'd seen that silent plea in those orbs of sapphire and cerulean, begging her not to make him do this, to not ask him again. And all she'd had to do was ask. She'd seen the look in his eyes. And she'd known that, were she to ask him again to join her crew, he wouldn't be able to refuse her. It would have broken him to turn away from his path, from the promise that had so defined him for the past 2 years, but in the end, he would have relented. Brokenly, he would have murmured his goodbyes to the Straffuts, apologized to her, and away they would have went. And all because he couldn't bear to refuse her. At least, not for very long. The selfish, greedy part of Jewelry Bonnie might have taken advantage of that once, in spite of her reservations. Back then, she wouldn't have cared. Back then, she would have gladly broken him his spirit if it meant getting what she wanted. Oh, but that had been then. This was now. Now she had a conscience, and she hated the darn thing. Bonnie wanted to rip it out, to remove that vile weed that had grown over her heart and taken root there, slowly sapping her of her ruthlessness until there was none left at all. She'd lost that too, she realized. He'd changed her. Recounting it over and over was almost enough to make her slam her fist against the decking. But she recovered and bit her lip instead, tasting salty blood on her tongue. The pain, at the very least, was nothing when compared to the dull throbbing of her heart. She'd only felt this way once before, when Naruto had asked her to take him to visit the grave of Whitebeard and Fire Fist, Ace located on some unknown isle miles away from civilization. That had been the very first time she'd seen Naruto cry. He'd no claim on the former, and, although he insisted he wasn't related to the latter, he'd still wept. Just as she wept now. Hot, bitter tears coursed down her cheeks, and yet, though they stung and burned at her lids, though they sapped her strength, she refused to give anyone, let alone herself, the satisfaction of crying out. She took another, long, draught from the sake bottle, wincing as the scalding liquid coursed down her throat and warmed her belly. Ah, what a memory that was! Someone will appear to carry on Ace's will. Naruto had spoken sadly to her that day, his eyes somber, his features dour, as they stood over the grave, together. Someone will appear, to avenge his wrongful death at the hands of the world government. Even if they extinguish that bloodline, there's no way that flame will ever burn out, Bonnie. It will always live, and it will never die. Do you know why that is? He'd asked her. She remembered shaking her head. You're not even going to ask. He balked at her, aghast. Well, you're no fun. I'll just have to tell you, then. He raised a hand, his fingers leaving her own, slowly, briefly, as they reached up to caress her visage, bellying a tenderness that made her shudder. She remembered him smiling, his fingers warming her cheek. She remembered, watching the sadness, watching it smolder away and resolve itself into grim determination. What manner of emotions flickered through his face, she'd never know. Whatever it was, he had never bothered to give it voice. Instead, he'd kissed her, softly, slowly, sweetly, driving the confusion to the deepest, darkest corners of her mind. She remembered it all, especially the part when he broke apart from her, eyes sparkling with amusement, and said, "Because, like me, there will always be a successor to the will of D, Bonnie." That had been the first and last time she'd ever seen him cry. That day, she had sworn to herself, never again would she shed tears on the behalf of another. He had always been strong, and she was still weak. The last 2 years had made her stronger in body, but not in mind. she was nothing next to him. She should have known better. She should have known then, as she did know, that he would never break that promise. Had she known the true reason as to why Naruto had broken into Impel Down. To begin with, had she known what he was seeking there, then things might have been different. Ah, who am I kidding? Bonnie scoffed at the thought immediately thereafter. Dumbass. She chuckled bitterly. Freaking dumbass. She still would have followed him. Of course she would have. Naruto had offered her an escape, and, like a fool, she'd all but jumped at the chance. Such a fool. Such a lovely, lovelorn fool she was. Perhaps she'd been in love with him all along. Perhaps she'd been the fool, for not telling him sooner, for never answering his feelings in kind. Now, she felt herself stirring, stumbling, shaking off the effects of the sake, and swearing profusely as she burst out of her quarters in a flurry of motion. Because, in the end, she could never bear to refuse him, either. Turn this ship around. It was then that a great gorgeous black flare flung itself across the horizon. A few minutes earlier, Nami was the first to see the ship. She was the first to recognize the two figures standing at the prow. She was the first to understand the horror of what was happening. Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how one looked at it, she wasn't the first to react. Even as she closed the spyglass, Naruto was in motion. Nami blinked as a hand closed around hers, gloved fingers falling, closing around her own for what felt like an eternity, as his breath felt like a hugging on her cheek. Excuse me, pardon me, Naruto repeated absently, gently taking the telescope from Nami. She felt her cheeks darken with shame as he turned away, peering out toward port and toward the approaching warship. Gods, what was wrong with her today? He hadn't said or done anything special this time, and here she was, blushing like a skittish schoolgirl. It was almost as if, "Don't worry, Nami Swan," Sanji sang. "Your prince will protect you." Oomph. Shut up, will you? Thanks for that, Nami chirped as Sanji's visage crumpled off of Naruto's elbow with the rest of him and slid down to the deck. But, Burning Will did not answer. He felt the hairs on the back of his neck rising sharply, prickling with anticipation as he saw the two men standing at the prow of the battleship. Both Kizaru and Akainu had come. Both of them, for him. So the Navy finally saw him as enough of a threat to send two admirals after him. Under normal circumstances, such a sight would have been cause for celebration. However, given the circumstance of who was standing next him, Naruto didn't accept this honor with his usual exuberance. "So they've come," he snarled. It was a soft, deadly hiss. "I thought they would, but of all the rotten timing. If Luffy saw Akainu now, it was over." "Nami-san," Naruto began slowly, his eyes never leaving looming galleon in the distance. "How long will it take for Sunny to submerge?" Nami paused, considering. "A few minutes at least, if they don't fire on us." Then she frowned. "Wait a second, don't tell me you're thinking of." Naruto nodded curtly, pleased by her knowing assessment. "I am," he assured her in a hushed tone. "No matter what, don't let Luffy see. But, you have to promise me you'll do it, Nami-san." Naruto continued. "Give him some meat or something. Just keep him distracted for a bit. You can't possibly expect me to." "I can, and I am." "You're being reckless, and you're being an idiot." Naruto rounded on her, moving with a speed that Nami had not thought possible. One moment he'd been focused on the battleship before them, seeing her as little more than a distraction, a hindrance to his objective. The next, smoldering swirls of sap, higher and scarlet, swelled before her vision, blotting out all else. Belatedly, Nami realized that she was not to blame for Naruto's sudden fury. Luffy was. She saw those orbs of his swerve, stealing a glance toward their captain. Gawping at Frankie's awesomeness, still under the delusion that their newest crew member had all but obliterated their opposition, that they were safe and there was nothing but smooth sailing ahead. "You may have gotten stronger," he snapped. "All fire and brimstone, all of you may have, but none of you are prepared for this." Because Naruto wasn't angry, he was desperate. "That's the man who killed his brother," Naruto hissed, his eyes desperate, his tone fervent, so much so that it gave the navigator pause. "Don't ask me to explain, because I can't. You just have to promise me. Please, you can't let him go, Nami-san." You just can't. He leaned forward, the spyglass clattering from his hands as he clasped hers with an urgency so sincere that it caused Nami to blush. What are you? I'm begging you. Unbelievable. He really was desperate. She saw the pain in his eyes as they stole away from Luffy, she saw the anxiety in them. She saw the fierce and furious desire to protect. Hidden with those crystal pools of deep, cerulean blue. Nami saw it. Naruto wasn't being selfish. He was being unselfish. The look in those eyes was not one of greed or pride. It was the way an older brother regarded a younger sibling, with care and affection, and a will so intense that it was almost poppled. The will to protect. In that moment, Naruto reminded her of Ace, strangely enough. And she hadn't even known him all that well. Be sure and take care of my little brother. Those words rang in her head, clear as a clarion bell. All right. Quote exclamation mark quote. Until now, she hadn't given them much thought. Now however, they came back to her, a great and terrible tide of realization. Those were the very same words of Fire Fist Ace had spoken to them in Alabasta, when he'd bid them farewell. Now, those very same eyes, the eyes of his successor, were looking down at her, pleading with her to see reason, to relent and lend him her aid. He'll die if he fights that man, Nami-san. Naruto urged. Please, just do as I ask, just this once. His eyes were those of brother, unrelated by blood or anything so flimsy, forged by a bond so strong that not even death could hope to sever it. Nami had never seen anything like it, not since that day in Alabasta 2 years ago, the day that Fire Fist Ace had bid them his first, and last, farewell. She remembered it as if it were yesterday, that aloof, carefree smile. That grin that spoke of boundless confidence forged by a life of both hardship and happiness. Naruto had those very same eyes, nonchalant in his confidence and supreme in his desire to succeed. And he was still holding her hands, Nami realized. Why is that? I don't mind, all of a sudden. They were warm even through the gloves. They were strong hands too, calloused but not rough. The hands of a man who had worked all his life. They were the hands of a man who wasn't afraid to get those hands dirty. They were the kind of hands that she could imagine holding her. Wrapping his arms around her crap. Nami slammed the lid shut on that train of thought before it could escape. Close. He was too damned close. Naruto was standing close enough to her that she LD feel the heat radiating off of him in waves, infusing her with warmth and strength, and at the same time, weakening her resolve. He wasn't asking that much of her, surely. She could feel the sweat perspiring upon her brow as he waited. As she considered his proposal. All right. Nami realized that she'd relented and begrudgingly acquiesced that she'd been beaten. For some reason or another, she just could not bring herself to refuse him. Arigato. He smiled then, and it was a smile of such relief that Nami felt her heart flutter. For a moment, it looked as though he might embrace her, such was his glee. Had he done so, she would have welcomed it. Instead, Naruto inclined his head a fraction of an inch and sighed. The smile lessened slowly, his happiness leaching away until only a shadow of it remained, and then. Not even that, just keep him busy for a minute or two. Naruto released her hands abruptly and placed a hand on the bare skin of her left shoulder. And everything will be all right. While it seemed that everything would indeed be so, he might have missed the fact that Nami shivered when he pulled his hand away. If he noticed, then he certainly didn't give any indication of it. How dare you insult Nami-san? Sanji snapped, picking himself up from beneath Naruto's feet. Luffy's not as weak as you. Tell me, do you want him to go to his death? Naruto growled at Sanji. No, didn't think so. Now go, keep yourself busy, or something. Even as the pair turned aside, even as they did whatever they were doing to distract Luffy, Naruto was moving. He put the matter from his mind, counted to 10, and when he no longer heard the angry protest of their rubberized captain as he was ushered down into the bowels of the ship, Naruto marched onto the deck and summoned the full extent of his power. Channeling it to his fingertips, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. Now, Naruto sighed. It was a soft, whispery sound. Then he reached around for the sheath at his shoulder. His fingers closing around the bundled cloth, unfurling it gently. Without so much as a whisper, Kokushibayo flew free from its bundled sheath. The black blade glinted hungrily in the afternoon light. its slimmed veins of ashen scarlet smoldering like so much the very flames that surrounded its master, flames crying out for blood. Zolo recognized its aura immediately. Then, Naruto clapped his hands over his head and his body burst into flame. Power surged through bare steel crackle snap and outside in the hilt of his blade, a breaker tripped, and all the lights went OUT except for a shower of gold and blue sparks that cascaded over the ship. Those fireworks lasted only an instant, however, and then darkness claimed the afternoon. Wreathed in a sheath of thin, black flames, the blonde took 3 steps forward, and brought himself to the prow of the ship. There he paused, peering toward the rapidly approaching warship. He lowered his blade arm, its tapered tip raping across the grassy deck of the Thousand Sunny. He stood, at the ready, and shrugged his shoulders, as though he'd just relieved himself of an incredible burden. He tipped his head up, till he was staring straight into the sky above. Briefly, he closed his eyes, and spread his arms wide. Let us begin. When they snapped open again, they were a blazing, blood-black. And not a moment too soon. Susanoo, he whispered, as if the name explained the calamity surrounding him. He spread the fingers of his free hand wide, and a massive something lanced out at the incoming cannon fire, intercepting the cannonballs before they could hope to breach the Thousand Sunny's defenses. The resulting explosion shook the great galleon to her core. Smoke sprayed across the deck, leaving most of the Strafuts coughing on the dust and debris that spread across the ship. Naruto didn't so much as flinch. Banishing the fear that curled like a serpent in the pit of his stomach, he pushed himself away from the prow and began to walk. He raised his blade, taking that black obsidian sword and holding it high into the sky. It glistened wetly, pulsating within the flames as it fed upon them and grew stronger. His power fed the katana, and it swelled, made buoyant with energy. Eerily the veins spread across the surface of the blade, throbbing, pulsating with an intention all their own. It was almost as if it were alive, a living entity, held captive within the confines of Naruto's sword. Perhaps it was, Zolo mused. Mihawk had told him of this blade, once before. He had mentioned it in passing, and with it, a dire warning. The blade was cursed. To wield it was to bring death down upon you, to offer your very life force to the creature housed within the blade's hilt in exchange for its power. Given excessive use, the weapon would use up your life and leave you a pitted, dried husk. Like all blades, it had a story behind it, too. The cursed sword Kokushibayo, Mihawk had explained. Of the most powerful blades in existence, and quite possibly, a flawed creation. I know not who created that blade nor the purpose for its forging, save that within that sword, was sealed an ancient demon. Said to be the harbinger of the world's end, the last known wielder of that weapon, in a final act of spite, tricked a great spirit into taking the shape of his sword as its vessel. Once it had done so, he bound and sealed it within the sword, but not before it took his soul to the underworld, leaving it forever trapped within. It is said that the veins of laid upon the blade are the demon's tears, staining the steel even after all these years of captivity. Is it really that deadly of a blade? Zolo asked dubiously. The silence was deafening. Is it? That would depend entirely upon the wielder. Mihawk acquiesced. But in the wrong hands, such a weapon could destroy society as we know it, or so the legend goes. Then he sighed, waving the matter aside with a flick of his hand. Do not let it distract you, Roronoa. The weapon, if it does exist, is a relic. Long since lost to the abyss, and it has not been seen for many an age. Put it forth from your mind, and let us return now to your training. Unbelievable. He was looking at a blade straight out of legend, wielded by a man of fire, whom no sword without the aid of Haki could ever hope to reach. The ultimate weapon, the ultimate challenge, and the ultimate warrior, neatly wrapped up in one voraciously violent package. Oh, and then there was the matter of that bloodthirsty sword of his, was rumored to hold its own sentience. Lovely. Absolutely frickin' lovely. A demon sealed within a sword, huh? Now that Zolo actually thought about it, it was rather interesting. Imagine the techniques one could glean from such a being. What kind of legendary arts you could master, when you had an ageless entity from which to learn. Admittedly, it might not teach you anything at all, considering that is supposedly drive. Aimed your very life force in exchange for power, as opposed to killing you outright. But it was one of the 12 Seijo o Wazumano grade blades. To test himself against such a sword would be incredible. Greatly, desperately, intensely, Zolo found himself wanting to test Burning Will's skill with a blade. And why not? It was quite possible that this man was like him, a master swordsman. His choice of weapons spoke for him. Zolo counted each of them. The wakizashi jammed in Burning Will's jacket, a pair of eerily dissimilar katana, bound horizontal at his waist, and of course, the blazing blade clasped tight within his scorching grip. That made for a total of 4. Burning Will was a Yontoryu 4-sword wielder. But how did one wield 4 swords? Idly Zoro wondered if Burning Will wielded 4 blades simply because it was widely known that he wielded 3. Wait a second, would he do that, simply out of vanity? Well, his reputation spoke for itself in that regard. Would the and who put Mario to the torch and stormed Impel Down really want to showboat any more than he already had? Of course he would. Irked by the prospect of such a thought, Zolo touched his hand to 10. The 3 hilts resting at his own waist. TCH. In the end it was quality that counted, not quantity. As if sensing the small amount of killer intent leaking toward him, Naruto turned toward Zoro and cocked his head. He stopped in his tracks, his face slowly appearing over his shoulder as he curiously regarded his fellow Nakama. A look of confused irritation crossed his eye as it regarded the stunned pirate behind him. Is there a problem, Zoro-san? Zoro said nothing. His only response was to neatly slice an incoming volley of cannon fire in halves. They detonated harmlessly away from the sunny, leaving Naruto to gawp at the sheer strength of the swordsman. Likewise, the rest of the Strafuts had taken to defending the ship, though why Frankie had yet to release the undersea bag remained to be seen. A fact which Naruto remained very much grateful for. You don't have to do this, Robin said softly. Suddenly, Naruto turned toward her, and found an odd sight awaiting him. Luffy was being tickled half to death by the powers of the Hana Hana no Mi. Such was the reason he had not yet interfered in the defense of the ship. It was almost laughable, no, it was laughable, literally. And he would have laughed too, had not her gaze pinned him to the deck. There was no humor in her gaze, not this time. She knew the like of what he would be facing on the flagship, and she knew that he would likely be facing it alone. Oh, Robin, fleetingly, longingly, painfully, his gaze locked within her own. She alone knew the depth of what he would be facing. Out of all the Strafuts, she knew what it was like to be pursued by a Navy admiral, because she'd witnessed it firsthand. She'd been chased ever since she was a child, her every step hounded by Marine and pirate alike. Never had she had peace, never had she had comfort. Only recently, 2 years ago actually, had she found solace amongst the Strafuts. Now, that nightmare had returned to haunt her tenfold. And, while Robin clearly held no illusions of surrender, she clearly did not approve of the path he was about to take. He knew her too well to expect otherwise. Oddly, it was this that left Naruto smiling. Same old Robin. Sorry, Robin, Naruto muttered, because he daren't say more. If he did, who knew what it would lead to? No, he dare not. This was something he had to do, and he had to do it alone. It was not for pride as she suspected, it was worse than that. Much worse. This was for revenge. He'd attacked Mario 2 years ago, not just to free his friend, but in the hope that a certain admiral would come to stop him. He'd stayed behind, and he'd waited for them to send their best as they had at Impel Down. He'd been waiting for them to send Akainu. He'd been certain that he would come, and how could he not? Surely He was still furious over the incident at Impel Down. Surely, he would come to finish what he had started that day. He'd been so certain that it would turn out that way, that the world government would send their greatest powerhouse to eliminate the man who murdered the descendants of the 20 kings. Instead, they'd sent Kizaru. He'd beaten him senseless, such was his rage. Why hadn't they sent Akainu? Why hadn't they sent the one who'd murdered Ace? Did they feel that an attack on Mario wasn't worthy of his attention? Was that it? Did they deem him unworthy of such a response? Back then, he hadn't paused to consider such a possibility. Kizaru had been the threat at present, and Naruto had dealt with him accordingly. But now he had come. Now was Naruto's chance. His first chance and only chance. While the admiral still underestimated his strength. While he still believed himself to be too powerful to be harmed by an inferior element, while his guard was down, he could be killed. Naruto knew this, and the possibility of avenging the death of Fire Fist, Ace thrummed through his heart like an invisible song, beckoning to him, calling him, pressing him onward until the haze colored his vision and all he saw was the blood of Sakazuki on his hands, and nothing else. I'm sorry, Ace, I'll keep my promise to you, but for now. Now it was time to end it. You don't have to do this. Naruto blinked, drawn from his bloody reverie by a voice. Naruto. Suddenly, something moved in his peripherals. Someone stepped forward, placing themselves between him and the open ocean, between him and his goal. Between his vengeance and Luffy's own safety. Nico Robin said nothing when he met her gaze with his own. She simply stood there, barring his path. She did not offer an explanation. Nor did he demand one. Unspoken words traveled between them in that instant, words that would likely remain unspoken for ages yet to come. His eyes blazed like the sun, while hers hung like the tranquil sea surrounding them. Please, she whispered, the word laced with so much pain that, for a moment, it gave him pause. But only for a moment. Gently, ever so gently, Naruto pushed past her. I'm sorry, he repeated, not knowing what else to say. Then his back exploded in a curtain of embers, showering them all with warmth. Naruto smiled, as the great flaming wingspan burst between his shoulders. Spreading across the sky in a cacophony of burning orange and gold and red, colors and hues the likes of which could not be described. He stretched them wide, bearing say great and unholy tethers of flight for all the world to see. And he was off. The world stretched before him, an endless expanse of sea and sky as he hurtled through the clouds. He felt the mist striking against his skin, evaporating, becoming currents of steam and vapor as he surged through the sky and toward his supposedly unwitting target. He reared back and clenched his fist, his wings beating harsh and heavy against the clouds, rupturing the skyline as he soared into the heavens. He'd strike from here, he supposed, and sink the ship before either admiral could engage him. It proved to be a mistake. It wasn't long at all before he sensed that something was wrong. In fact, it wasn't long at all before the massive fist of molten magma came hurtling through the fog in that misty sky, ready to grant him eternal rest. Naruto gawped, such was the size of it. Even as large as it was, he hasn't seen it coming. Such was its speed, as it rose up beneath him from below, threatening to swallow him up if he gave it the chance. Dai Funka. Apparently, Akainu knew he was here, after all. Oh, bugger. Naruto raised his blade, folded the wings against his back, and sent himself, sword and all, hurtling down toward the deck. Kagetsuchi. Black flames swept past the onrushing fist of magma, refusing to meet it head-on as an opponent might have expected. Rather, they aimed for the attacker, himself. Startled, Sakazuki pulled back, and the deadly flames sundered instead the sails above, not his visage, as Naruto had intended. He had just enough time to glimpse the look of outrage etc. Head into the admiral's visage as Akainu realized that his preemptive strike had been foiled, then it was over. And by then, Naruto had landed. Dropping down upon the warship like a swooping swallow, He greeted Kizaru and Akainu both with the flame. It roared into existence, reaching out with massive hands to take hold of the ship's main mast with devastating effect, striking straight and true before either admiral could hope to react. And of course how could they? Their prey had come to take the fight to them. There was no protocol for such an event, so instead they stood there, struggling to recover as neither being foolish enough to stand in the path of debris as they came raining down from the upper decking. Naruto didn't give them the chance to recover. He struck the deck with his fist, plugging his fingers into the rigging before either admiral had the chance to blink. He left it there for a moment, a slow smile spreading across his features as the swell of flames rushed from shoulder to wrist to fist. Then he unleashed it, and sent it hurtling into the stores of gunpowder below. The result, well, it wasn't pleasant, to say the least. Kagero. Heat haze. With a great and rushing whoosh, the ship found itself aflame. Naruto laughed at the disbelief that soured Kizaru's perpetual smile. Akainu was all but boiling, such was his fury at the sudden turnabout. Now, not only could they not face him at their leisure, but, with their own ship burning up beneath them, their chance of escape was limited. Already, the Marines, the lucky ones, were throwing themselves into the water. And a chance few even managed to procure a lifeboat or two, lowering it into the water before the flame consumed them, as well. Naruto ignored them. Let the fools run. He had bigger fish to fry. Starting now. Naruto turned and flung a wall of fire between himself and Akainu. The admiral didn't even blink. Resolute, he stalked forward and threw the flames as if they were nothing but kindling to him. His powers rendering him all but impervious to it, passing through the fire and the flames unharmed. And into Naruto's heel. Stars no. Whole planets exploded before Sakazuki's sight. The left side of his face burst into a curtain of violet and indigo hues. He blinked them away, and Naruto reared back before him, seized the lapels of his jacket, and, with every fiber of his being, led the hulking admiral over his shoulder and into the ruined stump that was the main mast. Then, as the admiral bounded back to his feet, Naruto gestured, and a curtain of flaming debris brought the rigging down between them. He took no pleasure from this, small victory though it was. He knew that such petty impediments wouldn't be able to hold the admiral for long, and he was loath to face both two admirals together. All the more important that he ended this, before Yasukani no Magatama. Naruto turned his gaze skyward as a sea of blinding jewels swelled before his vision. He stole a glance back toward the Thousand Sunny, pleased to note that the cannons had ceased their bombardment of Luffy's beloved vessel. Good. Just a little longer, then. Just a little while longer. Then he could call off this farce and, God willing, be to retreat for fear of accidentally being left behind. But now, for now, that won't work. He scoffed as the bewildered lances jolted toward him, scoffed as they lanced through the fire. Through him, and scoffed as they obliterated the deck where he stood. The galleon groaned beneath him, the wooden beams protesting against the strain inflicted upon them as they were sundered even further. And yet, miraculously, it held together. He swept forward before it could decide otherwise, the flames spurting from his heels, flickering forth from his fingertips, and bringing him within striking distance of the airborne admiral, much to the latter's surprise. With a furious snarl, Naruto brought Kokushibayo crashing down. Hard. Kizaru caught its edge with the tip of his pinky finger. Naruto's eyes bulged. What? Aren't you a little young to be playing the hero, Naruto-kun? Kizaru smiled, sneering as the blonde failed to prevail against the solitary digit stalling him. Stalling us isn't going to get you anywhere, you know. That is, unless you're planning to sacrifice yourself. I could say the same to you. Naruto snapped back, flinging his blade aside and moving closer, his arm forward, fingers splayed. Too late, Kizaru saw what he'd been planning. Too late, he felt the boy's fingers close around his chin, his face, his visage, and hold them fast. His fingers closed around Borsellino like a vice and held it fast, clamping around his features with such force that blood welled up at his fingertips. Gotcha! Soren Sokatsui. Naruto announced smugly to the admiral's horrified expression, squeezing his fiery fingers into the admiral's upturned visage, a fiery brand that seared and scorched the flesh. A swell of azure licked across his palm as he spoke the words, sending a surge of pure power arcing down the length of his arm, straight into Borsellino. He felt a pinprick of pain as the admiral painstakingly pressed a fin jeer into the ball and socket joint of his left arm in a vain attempt to dissuade him from attacking further, but by then, it was too late. Much too late. A lotus of blazing blue fire erupted between the two of them, slamming into Kizaru with such force that he found himself forcibly extricated from Burning Will's grasp. Cold fury burned the entire world white as he crashed to the deck below, the impact of his landing momentarily wedging the Marine Admiral there. Just for a moment. Then he stood up, dusted himself off, and shot upward with such speed that the ship itself cratered beneath him. The sound of laughter above him caused his head to snap up. Uzumaki Naruto had appeared a few feet above Kizaru, flying backward so as to keep pace with the admiral only a few feet above him, an already formed geyser of flame swirling within the knuckles of his free hand whilst the other lashed out with the blade. Kizaru raised his forearm into the weapon in an attempt to block, but even as he did so, he realized his mistake. I was waiting for you to do that. Naruto announced calmly. Gods, you're just so predictable. For the first time in the fight, Kizaru's face lost its pleasant smile. Heiken. The infamous supernova grinned sadistically before moving closer, his hand forward, the crimson swell raining down on Kizaru with a sonorously low roar. The Marine Admiral threw up his hands to block. But the attack was too well executed, too well timed. Kizaru was sent plummeting back to the ship as the gush of orange flame propelled him to the ship and buried him there in the deck. With a rush of air, the blast sent debris flying in a massive column of smoke and wood as the ship leaned dangerously against the force of the blast. Naruto alighted in a pointed crouch as the dust began to settle. Breathing heavily from the continuous assault he'd just participated in. Not only had Kizaru kept on par with him, he'd nearly held the upper hand on numerous occasions. It felt good that he'd actually hit him this time. The undeniable shadow of Borsellino slowly became visible as the airborne debris dissipated. Naruto swore. That wasn't very nice of you, Naruto-kun. He hissed, gesturing he ruined pile of glass and metal that had been his spectacles. You went and broke them on me, again. Naruto opened his mouth to reply. Ryusei Kazan, and skipped backwards as massive fist of Magam mashed the rail he'd just been standing upon. Another blast was immediately forthcoming, and this one found its target. He kicked off his sandals as the roiling wave of molten death found his feet, nearly losing his toes in the process. It cooled rapidly, leaving little more than a seeping pile of molten slag where he and his sandals had once been. Yow, he yelped, blowing on his feet. Hot, that was close, way too close. There's nowhere for you to run, Burning Will. Akainu snarled as he stalked through the inferno, to stand at Kizaru's side. Surrender, now, and face the consequences of your actions. Naruto blinked, the action of this compounded by a look of such disbelief that it was almost palpable. Then he laughed. Naruto greeted his words with a dry laugh. You said that last time, if I recall. That's the truth of it. Kizaru drawled lazily, drawing a withering glare from Akainu. But for a moment there, I thought you'd come to surrender yourself to us, Burning Will. He offered his shoulders in a pitying shrug. Instead, it looks as though you've come to die, now doesn't it? Naruto scoffed, and the admirals found themselves amidst the flames once more, but only for a moment, because a new, baleful aura pushed them back. Gentlemen, Naruto smiled benignly, wrapping himself in a thin sheath of flame. Whoever said I had any intention of dying? Or perhaps that demonstration just now wasn't enough to jog your memory. Perhaps this will. It was, in essence, a flame. But this went beyond, far beyond what any mere flame could possibly hope to produce. It was not orange, nor red, nor a flimsy yellow. It was not even the dread flame of that Amaterasu, with its soul-consuming surges of death and destruction. This was something more. This was something not of this world, nor of the next. Its very presence took the breath from one's lungs, the light from one's eyes, such was the terror that its aura inspired. This was something unholy. You said that's the truth of it, didn't you? Naruto asked softly. Let me tell you something about truth. And who are you to claim such a thing? Akainu interrupted harshly. The Marines are the true justice here. Not you, and certainly not a pirate. Unfortunately, the truth is rarely pleasant, but I prefer to spread the light of wisdom rather than the darkness of ignorance. Naruto shrugged, his shoulders wrists and falling with such nonchalance that it sent Akainu's temper blazing. This little punk was mocking him. Even now, cornered as he was, Burning Will still thought he could fight his way out of it, just as he had 2 years before. It was infuriating. So, you intend to fight to the end, after all? Akainu demanded. That depends. Naruto replied snarkily. Do you intend to let me escape, as you did before? That tore it. Why you little? Akainu roared, flinging his hand forward, but Kizaru's hand at his shoulder stayed him. You honestly intend to fight the both of us? Kizaru asked, the finest lining of confusion worming its way into his features. Together, alone, isn't that a bit reckless? Naruto did not honor him with a response. At least, not of the immediate and verbal sort. Instead, he smiled. Dark, dangerous, and deadly. You'd best be on your guard. He spread his arms wide, brandishing the blade as if were a scepter, not an implement of mass destruction. I am more than I was when last we met, Akainu. Much, much more. Allow me to show you the powers I gained over the last 2 years. What you're looking at right now is only the tip of the iceberg. Allow me to show you what my training has acquired. Allow me to show you, the Susanoo. And as he smiled, the flame solidified, starting as thin wisps of fire. Then it swarmed. The golden blue haze swarmed, parting like the Red Sea as it swept round its master and enveloped him, coating him in a thin sheath of azure saffron. Bone materialized from the nothingness, surrounding him. Around and around it curled, birthing the remains of a humanoid upper torso, the beginnings of infrastructure, of some great and terrible creature that existed only in legends. Taking shape, finding form, it reared above him like a coiled serpent, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. A provocation Sakazuki willingly provided. A Nagami Gurren. Sakazuki bellowed, his arm boiling, swelling at the command, bursting into the distinctive shape of a howling hound. Born entirely of magma, it arched its back and snarled, baring its fangs potently at the ethereal warrior, all that stood between it and its prey. In response, the ghastly ghoul lowered its arms, fingers sprouting forth from the flames, for the protection of its master. A shield burst forth from the limb, snapping into place between burn. Ingwell as the hellhound lunged at him, its slavering maw hanging loose and gaping wide. Useless, useless, useless. Naruto laughed, and let the flames flow around him, taking on new shape, new form, until a wall of bone and fire erected itself between Akainu and himself. And still the dog of death, the hound from Heck, surged forth to swallow him whole. Naruto adopted a bracing stance, tensing at the knees, and moving closer his right forearm forward. And just as it seemed that the hound would snatch him up in its jaws and devour him whole, Amaterasu, the beast found purchase, but not up, on the squishy softness of its intended target. With a mighty grunt, the flaming warrior snapped its arm forward, moving closer its palm, shield and burning and all, into the face of the encroaching canine. With a keening shriek, the Inagami Gurren imploded as the black flames scoured it away into nothingness, splattering it like so much gore, raining flecks of flaming debris down upon the deck. Akainu stood askew, his jaw clenched in furious disbelief, veins pulsing against his neck. Naruto smiled and uncrossed his arms, revealing that although the hound had supposedly struck straight and true, it had done little more than burn the bandages wrapping around his arms. Bandages that he now tore away, revealing that intricate tattoo coiling about his arms, the mark of a dragon. That all you got? But the Admiral did not focus on that. Rather, his gaze remained fixated upon the ethereal warrior that loomed over the master of the Mera Mera no Mi, in all his blazing glory, sneering upon him in his supposed triumph. Just what was this abomination? Fire Fist Ace hadn't displayed any of these abilities during the War of the Best, and yet now, his successor bore the full brunt of the Magu Mag. UMI, an element that should have been superior to his own, and stood triumphant. Darn him. Baleful golden eyes leered out from within a sheath of impenetrable armor, sneering down at the Navy Atom. Iral and the last remnants of his ineffective attack. Naruto raised a hand, and the giant mimicked the motion, its skeletal fingers curling, clenching into a fist. Formed within that fist, a blade of blazing, golden azure proportions could clearly be seen in the haze, held high over the ship's rigging. Naruto grinned wickedly. Ito Kaso, sacred cremation blade. And he dropped it. Without warning, he dropped the blade. And when Naruto dropped the blade, he didn't just drop it. He did not release the handle and allow it to crash to the floor. He did not relinquish the vice that was his hand, from the cloth-wrapped hilt that blazed with the blade of flame. No, when Naruto dropped the blade, he dropped. That was what he did with this weapon. There was no elaborate swinging or sweeping to the side in a graceful arc. As he raised the katana over his head and brought it down, he dropped it and the warship burst beneath them. The great galleon was sundered, split in two with such ease that neither Kizaru or Akainu had the chance to prepare themselves for the impact. One moment they'd been standing upon solid ground. The next, the deck gave way beneath their feet and they were sent plummeting into the ocean. Naruto would have joined them, had not a hand clamped upon his arm and much to his disbelief hauled him backwards and onto one of the severed halves of the galleon before he could recover. Aren't you forgetting something? Naruto turned his gaze upon Kizaru then. Or rather, where the brightly colored admiral had once been, blinking in surprise. His eyes widened explosively, and streamed tears of blood as he gazed upon the sudden vacancy. He didn't have any forewarning, and yet, in that same instant, his head dipped to the right, ever so slightly. Seconds later, his EY's experienced a light so intense that it would have blinded him, had he not flung up an arm before his face in defense. Quote! Quote. Damn it, I'm here too, the admiral replied snarkily, his heel set on an intercept course with the forehead of the dazed blonde. Naruto grimaced and willed the spots away, blinking as the pain swam back and forth in his head, as he tried to sort out the cobwebs cobbling his thoughts. Not enough time. There was no way to block, not enough time to dodge, not without sustaining some sort of injury in the process. And with the ship falling apart around them, with Akainu bearing down on him about to take his head off, he wasn't going to make such an attempt. And so, Naruto reached out, blindly, fumbling, searching for some sort of presence, some sort of handhold. And, as luck would have it, he found one. Through the corner of his eye he saw Akainu, clawing his way back up the ship, saw him, as the admiral's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Because Burning Will had done the one thing that no one, not even Gold Roger, had ever done before. He'd moved faster than the speed of light. Naruto's hand clamped down around Kizaru's ankle, stopping the admiral's kick cold. Most unwise. Naruto grunted, not bothering to mince words as he crushed the ankle and bone beneath his fingers. Or did you forget that I could use hockey? It felt odd to rely on leaning close a trick again. Dissatisfying, really. He'd done this to Kizaru before, and with ease, too. Then, as he did now, Naruto watched as the pain washed all semblance of smugness away from Kizaru's visage, watched, as horror dawned in the eyes of didn't pause to savor it, however, because Sakazuki never gave him the chance. Even as he tried to fling the light user away, even as he slammed Borsellino face first into the decking and released him. Naruto felt it, the first traces of magma stabbing into his flesh. Mugo. Dark dog. Blue eyes widened explosively as he caught sight of the bubbling arm reared back to strike at his face. He twisted his body to the right, feeling the skin peel from his visage as the broiling appendage passed his face harmlessly by. But he wasn't out of danger yet. Instead of tearing off half of Naruto's face, Akainu rammed that clawed fist directly into another vital area, plunging it into Burning Will's right arm and detonating it explosively. Naruto screamed. Then Akainu's East found the point of Naruto's shoulder. He wasn't prepared for the laughter that followed, that dark surge of delight. As he looked on, the boy's arm reached up, ignoring his wound to clamp over Akainu's forearm. Impossible. Akainu gawped as his magma tried, and failed to smother the flames surrounding Burning Will. Instead, the tables were turned. Black flames, shadowy wisps the like of which he'd never seen, clung to the magma, where it had scalded away most of Naruto's shoulder. Slowly, inexorably, they crept across the tether of magma tying them together, latching onto Sakazuki with a mind-numbing intensity. With horror dawning in his eyes, with the first vestiges of pain crumpling the outer corners of his mind, Akainu saw and he understood the truth of what had just occurred. He hadn't struck the boy's flesh after all. Not completely, at least. Surprised, Naruto gasped through gritted teeth. You're not the only one with an ace up your sleeve, Sakazuki. A pause, a devil-may care flicker of amusement flitting a moment across his features. Of course, I don't have any sleeves, but then again, neither does the Amaterasu. Akainu seethed helplessly as his voice droned on, growing stronger with every syllable. Amaterasu. Whatever this Amaterasu was, Naruto had deliberately coated his entire body with it, forcing the inky black flame to act as a buffer against magma while he burned within its tempestuous grasp. And, try as it might, the awesome powers of the Magu Magu no Mi could not hope to prevail against it. In turn, the hellish flame devoured them WLING and creeping and crackling across the flesh of its master, leaving him writhing in agony, badly burned, scarred, perhaps, but by no means incapacitated. And through the pain, through the all-consuming blackness that threatened to blot out his vision and drive him under, Naruto brought his blade over and down, severing Akainu's arm. That had been the intention. He'd simply intended to hack himself free. He hadn't really been aiming at anything, or so he supposed. Instead, imagine his surprise when Kokushibayo sliced through the admiral's wrist as though it were naught but butter, removing the boiling appendage in a single sweep. Gya arg. The howl that escaped Akainu was a lament for all that he had failed to do, and all that he now knew he would never do. Naruto threw the arm away, the motion dislodging the magma from his shoulder. He struck again, opening a rent in Akainu's other arm and nearly splitting the side of the doomed admiral's head. Akainu staggered. Naruto swung from the side. The haki-imbued blow biting deep into Sakazuki's magma, deep into his waist. "It's over, Akainu," he hissed. The words darkened, edged with malice, barely burbled beneath the all-cons. Umming haze that threatened to swallow him up at any moment. "You had better hope Vegapunk can grow you a new arm, because believe me, you're going to need it." Naruto twisted the blade within the wound and held it there, relishing as the admiral's visage scrunched up in pain. This was what he had come here for. This was his just due. This was the long-awaited reckoning that Akainu had brought up on himself the day he'd murdered Fire Fist Ace. This was justice, not the paltry, self-serving kind that those Marines so soullessly invoked. Oh no. This was divine retribution, brought about by the only hand that could stand to harm Sakazuki and emerge relatively unscathed. No one had expected it to end this way. Not the Gorosei, not the world government, not the Marines, and certainly not Sakazuki. Naruto shoved the sword through marrow and into bone still, burying it to the hilt with an almost malignant glee. Surely, Ace was smiling. Surely, Luffy's brother was looking down from heaven, smiling down upon the hand of judgment that had dealt Akainu a crippling, if not career-ending blow, with this instrument of vengeance. Naruto yanked the katana free and Akainu sank to his knees. He lifted his remaining arm to ward of the next blow, and Naruto struck at it with his foot. He hadn't the strength left to swing the blade but once more. Disarmed, he fell to the deck, collapsing. In a rapidly enlarging pool of his own blood. Naruto loomed over him a moment longer, warring with the desire and compulsion to finish him off, wrestling with the sudden, niggling sensation that he'd forgotten about someone. Ama no Murakamo. Behind, Naruto rounded on Kizaru with a hiss, his sword crashing against the admiral's, a veritable bar of golden, glinting light. Flames lashed against that light and his vision swooned in and out of focus as he struggled to maintain control. Damneedle. Despite having the somewhat negligible disadvantage of a sprained ankle, Borsellino had somehow managed to outmaneuver and flank him, and for a moment, it was almost enough. "How long do you think you can last with those wounds, nay, Naruto-kun?" Kizaru mocked him with that all-leering smile as he pressed down with his blade. "Not much longer, I'd say, He leaned closer, forcing the blunt edge of Naruto's weapon closer and closer to his face. Sweat beaded upon his brow as Burning Will pushed back with everything he had. It wasn't enough. For a split second, his knees buckled. For a second, for an instant, for an eternity, what little strength he had, threatened to desert him entirely. Then Naruto flung out his free hand and tightened the bloodstained fingers of that hand into a fist. Before Kizaru could hope to react, the Susanoo reached down for him. Before he had the chance to dodge, before he could think to merely phase away, the fist slammed shut around his arms and bound them to his waist. He prepared to end it, to bring those bony fingers together as one would their own, and squeeze Kizaru like an overripe grape. He tried to, but instead, lightning arced down his spine, followed by pain. A deep, searing, all-consuming pain, emanating from just over his heart. No, not now. He'd gone on too long. He'd exhausted his stamina and overused the flames of the Amaterasu. If he used it again, if he continued this excessive use of the Susanoo, then he risked diminishing his own lifespan. He'd worn enough of that away already in the past. He needed what precious little he had left, to continue his voyage. But he couldn't just let Kizaru go. If he did that, then he'd never have this chance again. If he released Borsellino now, then the admirals would only continue to hound him. Heck, they might even send all three of them next time, and he'd barely manage to defeat two. He couldn't let this opportunity escape him. No matter the cost. Bracing himself for the worst, Naruto began to squeeze. Kikiri no Mai. Naruto detected a flash of something sharp and silver in his parafields, and then, abruptly, he was airborne. It felt as though the world moved out from under him, leaning close all the air with it. The blade fell from his hand, and suddenly, he was flying. His head snapped forward and the wind boiled around him. The air itself seemed to hurt, he was moving so fast. The ruined flagship and with it Kizaru and Akainu receded into the distance with uncanny speed. How far he'd been pushed, he couldn't tell. It seemed to last forever, but he knew he had to hit the ground sometime. Oh, he hoped it would be soon. His body ached in every pore and it was on. With great difficulty that he managed to quell the flames that still simmered from his skin, that he was able to recall the blade back to himself. Wetly and mostly intact, the blackened blade smacked into his palm as he flew. And he forced his fingers to curl about it. He couldn't afford to lose this blade. Not after the promise he'd made, not after all he'd gone through to get at it. But landing was going to hurt. It did hurt. He was dimly aware of a hand clamping upon his shoulder, as the forces propelling him began to slow. There was a sharp snap crack then, instead of being pushed, as before. Burning Will found himself yanked backwards with such force that it dislocated his shoulder. Ouch! Whomever had him must have used hockey to make certain that they had the proper handhold on his otherwise intangible form. And for that, he was most grateful. Good old Luffy. His back collided with something hard, the mast, perhaps, and he groaned. Whomever had first launched him from the warship hadn't exactly been gentle about it. Then again, neither had Luffy. Then he fell forward onto the deck. Nice catch, Luffy. Usopp laughed. Don't let them escape, yelled Admiral Kizaru. Yet Admiral Akainu, wounded though he was already preparing his attack on the Thousand Sunny. Charging his attack, Akainu yelled, Great Eruption. Joining in, Admiral Kizaru was in midair and used his own attack. The Yasukani no Magatama, sending countless deadly light attacks down toward the Thousand Sunny. Yet they were both too late. A wall of fire, black fire, erupted between their techniques and the vessel as it activated its coating technology, the one which Silver's Rayleigh had equipped it with 2 years prior. Magma and light, both were rendered ineffective before the blackened barrier, which, brief though it was, had bought the ship enough time to sink beneath the waves and be lost from sight. Within seconds, the ship was completely surrounded by a bubble-like force field, sinking deeper into the water's abyss with every passing second. Standing upon the ruined wreckage of the flagship, the admirals could do not but watch as the Strafut flag sank below the waves, and then, that too, was lost. As was the rest of the ship. The Straw Hats had escaped. Darn it all to heck. Akainu roared in disgust. They got away. At least we know where they're heading, said Kizaru. We might be able to cut them off on the other side of the continent once they leave Fishman Island. That's not the point, Borsellino, snapped Akainu. We should have been here quickly to make sure Straw Hat Luffy and Burning Will Uzumaki did not escape us. He winced as the stump of his arm throbbed angrily with that of his pulse. That they'd been defeated went without saying, and was left unsaid. And the irony of it all. Burning Will's bounty was only going to increase from this, once word got out. The first man to kill a Tenryubito was also the first man to single-handedly defeat 2 admirals. 2. By himself. It was humiliating, infuriating. It should not have been possible. It was the greatest embarrassment the world government had ever suffered in its entire lifetime, and it was only going to get worse. Kizaru realized, as he helped his fellow admiral off the wreckage of the warship and into a lifeboat. Oh yes, little did he know, just to what extent, how bad this day was going to be. Kizaru knew how badly Akainu wanted to capture the 2 pirates. Due to Luffy being the son of the revolutionary dragon, Akainu viewed him as the most dangerous threat to the world, along with Fire Fist Ace. During the Battle of Marineford, in order to ensure Luffy's destruction, the admiral had pierced through Jinbei, straight to Luffy, whom he was carrying after he underwent mental shock upon seeing his brother dead. Everyone was sure that Luffy could not survive that attack, and yet, they were wrong. Kizaru was also aware of Akainu's raging grudge against Burning Will Uzumaki d. Naruto. Many months ago, Akainu had captured Naruto and transferred him to Impel Down. Naruto had been sent to level 1, Crimson Hekdu of his bounty being a meager $21 million. However, it turned out to be a complete trick. Naruto had faked his capture in order to get himself inside Impel Down. And to make matter worse, he was a Logia Devil Fruit user, successor of Mera Mera no Mi, something nobody knew until it was too late. No one knew why, but he immediately fought his way level 6, Eternal Heck. It was discovered that the reason Naruto had gone to level 6 was to see Hidan. Hidan had been the leader of the Brotherhood of Kami, a pirate crew of religious fanatics who believed it's their duty from God to overthrow the world government. It is unknown what discussion was held between the two, but it had something to do with a girl named Ayame. Strangely, Naruto left Hidan in his cell, but decided to free Jewelry Bonnie and her crew. Akainu, learning of this catastrophe, quickly returned to Impel Down to stop Naruto and the havoc he had created. However, Naruto had outsmarted the Admiral brilliantly and stolen his personal ship. When Akainu attempted to follow, Naruto simply burned his ship out from underneath the Admiral before he could catch up to the escapees. Akainu would have drowned, had he not clung to the wreckage like a frightened child before being picked up by another ship amidst a horde of raging Seekings. It was the biggest embarrassment Akainu had suffered, and personally, he blamed Naruto for it. The boy purposely fools him by allowing himself to capture and made it look like he was a weak pirate. The image of Naruto's twisted smile of mockery served only to fan the flames of the Admiral's inner rage and determination to capture the blonde troublemaker, and with him, his captain. Monkey D. Luffy, you will not get away with this, Burning Will. Akainu growled. I swear it. Yes, Sakazuki. Kizaru sighed, palming his singed visage. Of course he won't get away with it. Quote. And so he sat in undignified silence as they were rowed back to Shibandi. They were not attacked by a Seeking, though he'd have gladly welcomed the chance to kill something, but upon their eventual arrival on the island, they were in for yet another surprise. Waiting for them was a ship of massive proportions, pulled by 2 massive sea serpents. The Gr-8 galleon cruised through the waters of the archipelago, lowering a sloop for them. The meaning behind such a gesture was obvious. As they disembarked, both admirals realized that they were not alone. There, waiting for them, her face soured by disapproval, was none other the most beautiful woman in the world, and only female member of the Oka Shichibukai, Boa Hancock. To make matters even more perplexing, she was engaged in a heated debate with none other than Sentomaru, whom she had conveniently picked up some time prior to arriving on the scene. That the two were surrounded by a ring of heavily armed Kuja pirates made the scene all the more imposing. Like I already told you, Sentomaru explained to Hancock, the situation was insurmountable. The man who stopped us was the Dark King. The same man who once stopped Uncle Kizaru in his tracks. What was I supposed to do against that? What's more, Burning Will is apparently that man's grandson. He paid no attention to the sudden pall that fell over the pirate empress and her sisters, instead pressing onward. To make matters worse, he was last seen fleeing Shibandi with Monkey D. Luffy and his crew, though I can't be sure why he would do such a thing. Just a moment. Quote. Just now, Hancock began slowly, forcing the words through numbed lips. What did you say to me just now? I said he joined the Strafuts, Sentomaru repeated his previous statement. And left Sabayati. Before that, Hancock snapped. What did you say to me before that? I said that Burning Will is the grandson of Silver's Rayleigh. Sentomaru grumbled. Telling me to say it again won't change anything. What proof do you have of this? Hancock demanded, feeling as though ice water had just been poured into her veins. This could not be. It could not possibly. If Burning Will, if Uzumaki Naruto, truly was the grandson of the Dark King, of the man who had sheltered her and her sisters, then she'd made a terrible mistake. A terrible mistake that she had no way to rectify. Should she ever see him again? The Dark King said it himself, and Burning Will acknowledged his word. Sentomaru threw up his hands in exasperation. Every Marine here can personally testify to that. Boa Hancock, as can a number of these pirates. Gods, what more proof do you want? But Hancock wasn't listening. She could see it in the eyes of her sisters. The shock, the horror, the disbelief. Rayleigh actually had a grandson. Oh, but this changed things. If Burning Will truly shared blood with Silver's Rayleigh, then she owed this man a debt. Suddenly, Hinata and Ino's report made sense. It made perfect sense. If Uzumaki Naruto truly was the grandchild of the legendary, Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, who had once rumor had it lost a lover to slavers, why not bear such a hatred toward slavery itself? His recent actions certainly demonstrated that in spades. Ever since yesterday, the day in which Uzumaki Naruto had first set foot on Shibandi, the day in which he had single-handedly broken up the slaving ring around the shipyard coating, slavery had all but ground to a halt on the archipelago. Her sources had also reported that the world nobles, famed for their lovery of such slaves, were nowhere to be found upon the archipelago after that raging and righteous event. Strange. It was almost as if the slavers were afraid to sell and the Tenryubito, wary to buy. For fear of bringing the burning demon down on their heads. Burning Will was not known for his leniency in that regard, after all. The prospect of summoning his wrath was simply too great for even the most impertinent of slaver to ignore. And yet his actions of such renown, of mercy toward slaves and spite toward slavers reminded Hancock of someone else, someone who once freed her and her sisters from their own bonds of servitude. Fisher Tiger. Oh, dear. Burning Will reminded her a great deal of Fisher Tiger. Granted, he was not a fishman, and, granted, he possessed the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, but in Hancock's mind, this was where the distinction ended. Here was a man who loathed slavery, who despised it to his very core. Who raged against it every day, wherever he went. This was not a man of the kind that she knew, this was a man of righteousness and fortitude, of justice. And she'd thought that this man was after Luffy. What a fool she'd been. What Boa Hancock. Akainu felt his anger abate somewhat as he caught sight of the infamous pirate empress. What are you doing here? I'm rather surprised myself, Kizaru added as he drew up alongside his fellow admiral. I was under the impression that the Kuja pirates didn't travel this far north. Hancock didn't have to feign shock this time, because this time it was genuine. They were wounded, she realized. The both of them. She'd been wise not to interfere after all. If she had, then she might have made matters even worse for Luffy. Thank goodness he'd managed to escape. Still, there was the matter of explaining her presence here to the world government. Hancock frowned. With two admirals standing before her and both demanding answerment, there was nothing left for her to do but follow through on her lie and hope that her statement would hold up under scrutiny. It was true enough. Her original intention after seeing Luffy off had been to prevent Burning Will from harming him. Now, the subject was moot in point, but she opted to persist, regardless of the danger that she might place herself in. I came here in pursuit of Burning Will. Hancock lied. He attacked my island several months ago and I managed to trace him to this location. She allowed a self-depreciating smile to curl the corners of her lips to that effect, furthering the deception. From what Officer Sentomaru has told me of our opponent, my aid would have been negligible at best, given that Silver's Rayleigh personally stepped in to ensure his grandson's departure. Hancock hid the true depth of her satisfaction as she watched the words ripple over each admiral, watched them absorb their meaning and the implications behind it. Let them chew on that a while. She let the statement hang, unadorned between the three of them. She let it smolder and simmer and spit in Akainu's purpling face, because the admiral's fury was suddenly redoubled in the wake of this sudden newsflash. His grandson. Akainu barely managed to squeeze the words out around a scowl. You mean to tell me that Burning Will is the grandson of the Dark King? That's what I've been saying. Sentomaru sighed loudly, his expression turning dire soon thereafter as he finally noticed the extent of the wounds that both admirals bore. I don't understand. Didn't you manage to defeat him, Uncle Kizaru? Borsellino grimaced and scratched at the back of his head. Sakazuki said nothing, but his silence spoke for him, and it spoke volumes, as his good hand crumpled around the ruined remnants of his wrist. Well, Sentomaru pressed, obviously assuming that both admirals had triumphed. He is dead, isn't he? Not exactly. Kizaru took one look at his fellow admiral and wisely decided to broach the subject at a later date. Well, but what about the rest of the pirates? Did you capture them all, Sentomaru? Sentomaru shook his head. Not all of them. The Caribou brothers, along with a number of fake straw hats, managed to escape. And the rest, all the rest of the offenders have been apprehended, but the real Strafuts have dealt severe damage to 3 of the pacifistas. The units were prototypes, the same ones that cornered the straw hats 2 years ago. Their strength of course was the same as back then. It's the Strafuts themselves that have changed. The level of growth they display. Yet after these 2 years in hiding is nothing short of incredible. You'd better make this nice and clear to Marine headquarters. The Strafut pirates are at large once more. Aokiji isn't going to like that. Kizaru amended. The world is in an uproar already. If they think that we admirals can be defeated so easily, there's sure to be more trouble on the horizon, that's for sure. Well, you're right about. Get me a Den Mushi. Akainu bellowed, the suddenness of his command causing both Kizaru and Sentomaru to jump. I'm putting in a call to the Gorosei, and calling the entirety of forces together to intercept the Strafuts in the New World. We'll summon everyone, all of them, including her. Borsellino balked at the mention of her. Surely, Sakazuki wasn't thinking of summoning her to the battlefield. She, admiral though she was, had been expressively forbidden from pursuing Burning Will, despite her delirious desire to hunt down the supernova and kill him. If she was actually allowed to join them in their mission to destroy the last remnant of Gold Roger's era. Oh, this wasn't going to be pretty. Now, Sakazuki-san, Borsellino began nervously, there's no need to be hasty. I did not ask for your opinion, Borsellino. Akainu thundered. Someone, get me that damned snail phone before I tear this ship apart to find it. This was met with little enthusiasm from the Kuja pirates, least of all Boa Hancock. They were, after all, guests on the pirate Empress's ship. I would thank you not to destroy my ship. Hancock supplied tersely. We will supply you with a Den Mushi if you so need one, but in exchange, I'll ask that the 3 of you leave us in peace, not pieces. Now, if you'd be so kind. But of course, Kizaru replied all too cheerily. Secretly grateful for any excuse to depart. We need to go back to Shibondi and see to the rest of our men anyway, now don't we, Sentomaru? You have our thanks for your assistance, Boa Hancock. Sentomaru swiftly nodded his assent to this, also glad to be away from the volcanic Akainu, lest he somehow bring a torrent of magma raining down on their heads. As they departed, Hancock fought back a blush. Rayleigh's grandson, despite herself, despite all the chaos surrounding her, the great pirate empress, fought back a blush. I think I'd rather like to meet him someday. Meanwhile, on a hill overlooking the sea, gone in the blink of an eye, Shaki stood, sighed, and took a long, hard pull of her cigarette. Monkey-chan and all the others have become so strong now, haven't they? You were watching, Rayleigh asked from where he sat beside her, of course. Shaki smiled. I'm their fan, remember? Right. Rayleigh nodded absently, his eyes distant. Are you remembering something? Perhaps, Ray-san, Shaki asked. Rayleigh blinked, drawn from his reverie by the words of his wife. Did you say something? You were thinking of Roger just now, weren't you? She prodded playfully. I was. Rayleigh relented. But I was also thinking of someone else. His eyes misted over slightly as he thought of it. Here, on this very hillock, he'd bid his son farewell. It is rather fitting, he mused, that I see my grandson off in the same fashion as his father. It made him think back to that day, when he'd first learned of Naruto's existence. Now, that had been a shocker. Well now, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit? Rayleigh smiled at the figure standing before him, his shoulders propped against the door jamb upon which he rested. Whomever this man was, he had taken great pains to conceal his identity. He stood in the shadows, his face hidden within the deep folds of a cowl, as dark and mysterious as one could ever hope to be. Whatever this man wore was hidden well within a matte black cloak, exposing only the light, leather sandals and black, fingerless gloves he wore, and he seemed reluctant to reveal even those. Even his face was hidden. Save for an unusually bright shard of sunlight shining down between them, he was nameless. And yet the shared smile between the 2 men spoke volumes. So what brings you here, son? Rayleigh asked, sipping at his glass absently. I take Kushina's been well. She sends her love. Such a lovely daughter-in-law, that one. Rayleigh laughed. But I'm sure you didn't come here just to tell me about your lovely wife now, did you? The man shook his head sternly. I thought I should be the first one to tell you. Tell me what, Minato? Minato, Yellow Flash, Namikaze, smiled. He was a handsome fellow, if intense. His blonde hair was disheveled, his blue eyes intelligent, his features balanced. One might even have thought he were Naruto, were it not for the astounding lack of whiskers on his cheeks. Cheeks that usually dimpled with a constantly bright and enthused grin, no matter the situation, no matter the peril. But, at the moment, he was intense. His face had hardened, his visage filled both with tension, and something else that Rayleigh couldn't quite discern. Chiseled and lacking any sort of expression, that face slackened, those lips bearing upward in a smile so abrupt and filled with such warmth that it served to dull the weight of the words behind it. Congratulations. A new voice joined with Minato's as he spoke, as he stepped aside and made way for it. This one belonging to that of a young woman. Beautiful brown eyes, framed by long, silken crimson tresses. Kushina smiled, and stepped into view, and it was within her smile and within her mock that Rayleigh both saw and sensed the truth of their words. You're going to be a grandfather. That was the last time I saw him. Rayleigh tipped his glass back and sighed deeply at the memory. That had been years ago. Before both Minato and Kushina mysteriously vanished at sea, never to be seen or heard from again. And so, little Naruto had been left to be raised not by his grandfather, but, instead, by his godfather and godmother, their small isle comprising the entirety of the boy's life, until that fateful day. That day, the day on which, Fire Fist, Ace, first set foot on that shore. Do you miss him? Shaki asked, lowering the cigarette from her lips. Rayleigh didn't have to ask to whom she was referring. He already knew. Did he miss Minato? Yes, he did, and terribly so. Even he, the great, dark king, had no knowledge of his son's whereabouts, let alone those of his wife, whether they were alive, or dead, even. Would that he knew, would that he could tell his grandson what to look forward to in the new world. But it was not to be. If Minato and Kushina were indeed alive, then they were surely waiting for their son, who so desperately believed them to be in the new world. If not, it may just be that there is no such thing as coincidence in this world. He mulled it over softly, as though it was always meant to be. Mysterious bonds slowly but surely weave their forms. At any rate, Luffy has taken another step towards becoming a man worthy of that hat he wears. With Naruto by his side, he's likely to yet take many, many more. Those boys make me feel like living on for a while longer. As he watched the last of the Sunny submerge, shielded by the tide of black flames, he tipped his glass in a stoic farewell. Naruto, Luffy, both of you, turn this world upside down. Even further away, Shabandi Lawless Zone, in the remnants of Grove 46, a pile of ooze twitched. The greenish liquid slowly slithered across the grass, hissing and sizzling wherever the sunlight touched it. It clamored, clawed, and crawled its way past the mighty roots of the Yukimaran mangroves, gasping, murmuring, slurping forth from the soil as it struggled to find some semblance of shape and form. Eventually it did. Frothing and spitting, a face emerged from within the brownish-green muck, a face that should have perished in the flames of judgment. Oh, it groaned, gasping and gargling on its own fluids. Oh, he'll pay for this. Arms sprouted where there had been none, gaining deep sleeves through which human fingers stretched. A torso emerged from the greenish goop, sliding into place beneath a chest that hadn't existed in the moving marsh a moment ago. Fully clothed legs, followed by pointy-shoed feet, seeped out of the legless torso. Last, but not least, a wet-haired head popped into existence, bearing rimmed-ringed eyes and a mouth with a long, lizard-like tongue, and a voice as wild and wicked as the swamp itself. Revenge, he cackled. I'll have my revenge yet. First on those fake Strafuts, but, more importantly, on you. Burning Will, you haven't seen the last of me. I swear it. Just you wait. You do good or you. I'll chase you to the ends of the earth. I'll crush you, your loved ones, and all you hold dear. Kehehehehe. Just you wait. Caribou had survived. Naturally, he was furious. Burning Will, this isn't over. Back with the Thousand Sunny. As the thousand sunny sank into the abyss, unknowing of the threat that lurked above, all was not well. Already, all was not well. Instead of marveling at the marvelous sights as they sank deep through the waters. Instead of being awed by the coding technology with which Rayleigh had equipped their ship, instead of being their usual, off-the-wall belligerent selves, Luffy and the Strafuts remained fixated on something else entirely. The fate of their newest crewmate and Nakama, Uzumaki D. Naruto. Is he going to be all right? Nami was the first to ask. Chopper emerged from the cabin. All eyes turned toward the human-reindeer hybrid, each expecting an answer. After an eternity of silence, the reindeer brushed the sweat from his brow and exhaled heavily. The silence hung over them like a noose, until everyone choked on it. And still there did it hang, an invisible vice slowly tightening around their throats, constricting their hopes with every passing second. Finally, someone severed that noose. "He's fine," replied Tony Chopper. "He's sleeping right now. It's nothing serious, but it's best that he gets some rest." Everyone, even Sanji, seemed to deflate somewhat as they each received the news. Knowing that their newest crew member was not in as dire straits as they had initially assumed. While this was indeed good news, it remained to be seen what had caused the sudden illness of their new Nakama. Why did his eyes bleed and why did he vomit blood like that back there? Luffy asked in confusion. Is he sick or something? He probably got it from Hat Dumb Cook there, Zolo pointed out. He's been getting repeated nosebleeds all the time. I hope you didn't bring back anything contagious. Hey, shut up. Sanji snapped back at the swordsman. It has something to do with the black fire, said Robin quietly, the concern of her words drawing all eyes unto her. He used those black flames called Amaterasu to stop the volcano magma from following us. Perhaps it had some sort of aftereffect on him. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke couldn't help but laugh. It was a most impressive display, after all. Hey, I think you might be right, said Frankie, recalling his own deadly encounter with the flames as Chopper returned to the cabin to tend his patient and his wounds. Still, flashback, hold it. Say, you wouldn't happen to know where Luffy is, would you, Frankie-san? Nope, Frankie answered stiffly. Usopp and Sanji have been here already. Usopp's out to get fuel, and Sanji's stocking us up on fuel. However, he drawled angrily, Omething's been bothering me for a while now. You keep telling us you're burning wool, but you keep asking for Luffy. How do we know you're not some sort of government spy or something, huh? Frankie, Robin began. That's more than enough. So you doubt me, Naruto wasn't having any of it. Squaring his jaw, he took a small step forward. You doubt what you've been told then, Frankie? As if. Frankie growled. I just don't trust you. I knew it. Naruto fired back. Then that means you don't trust Robin, either. I'm more than willing to take Nico Robin at her word. Frankie retorted. Who? She on the defensive by the blonde's explosive retort. However, just because she says you are who I think you are, doesn't guarantee you're the real deal. Amaterasu. Naruto summoned the flames back to the surface of his skin, welcoming the warmth they brought with them. They devoured the arms of his cloak with tongues of black flame and then the rest of it, exposing heavily bandaged forearms, like of which were laced with strange black markings, barely seen beneath the bandages. With the destruction of his cloak, everything about him was revealed, as were the bulky protestions that had been bound to his back. He was a spiky blonde young man with fox-like whiskers, sapphiric blue eyes, very handsome in addition. He was very tall, with an athletic outline. He was wearing an orange sleeveless coat, black short-sleeve shirt and pants, red gloves and boots. He was carrying two swords behind him, one a katana the other a wakizashi, both of which, now wreathed in flame with their master. He glowered and Frankie trembled. He tried to turn his head, and found it locked in place. He tried to close his eyes, and found he couldn't blink. Naruto smiled, and, careful to keep the flames from the deck, spread his hands outward. A small demonstration compared to the true depth of his power. The flames blazed across the mast, the deck, even the sails, but they did not burn, because he willed it to be so. As always, it was intoxicating, adorned with fire and brimstone, his flesh writhing with layer on layer of flame, thorns of it crawling out of his skin, a black crown of it springing through the skin of his head. Naruto was eerily aware of the enchanted looks the resurgence of his given element had brought. Frankie looked as if he'd just busted a cog. Likewise, Robin's expression was equally stunned. But even as he looked on, her surprise began melting, molding into something else, something he daren't give thought to. No, he forced his emotions back down. Now is not the time. No, 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 no. Willfully, he banished the flames from his body. Satisfied, he asked Frankie, folding his legs and dropping into a squat between the two of them. The last of the flames spurted from his body and dissipated, turning to quiet ash upon the deck, and then they too were gone into the afternoon. Because I won't be doing that again. A strange flickering of relief flitted across his face, and then it was gone, fluttering away from his eyes with the ashen remnants of the flame. End of flashback. I didn't think those black flames were hurting him, said Frankie. He didn't look like he was in pain before. He doesn't show his pain well. Robin insisted. It probably just took some time to affect him, that's all. You sounded awfully confident there. Zolo frowned. Why is that? What? You said, he doesn't show his pain well, just now, didn't you? Zolo pointed out sternly, rising into a standing position. How is it that you knew that and we didn't, Robin? If this perturbed Luffy, he did little to show it. Dumbfounded, he scratched at the back of his head, and said nothing. Likewise, this announcement was met with similar disbelief by the rest of the crew, each of them regarding Nico Robin with varying looks of confusion and skepticism. Come to think of it, you did say you knew him when you vouched for him. Usopp began warily. I remember when Luffy and D.I. first met him, but did the two of you know each other before that or something? No, Robin began, raising her hands pleadingly. That's not it at all. You see, Sanji snapped abruptly, interrupting whatever Robin might have said. Robin Kwan doesn't have to say anything if she doesn't want to. So stop harassing Robin Kwan, Usopp. Then he rounded on Zoro, and especially you, Baka Marimo. What was that supposed to mean? Idiot cook. Zolo flicked open of his 3 swords, eye twitching. You wanna go? Ha, Sanji retorted, lifting his left leg threateningly at the knee. Just try me. I'll show you the strength I gained by risking life and LMB for 2 years in heck. Quiet, the both of you, Nami hissed. Gods, he's sleeping for the love of. Hey, Chopper protested suddenly, his loud shout muffled from within the inside of the Sunny. What are you doing? You're not supposed to be out of bed yet. A loud crash exemplified his cry of dismay, followed by the sounds of a one-sided scuffle that, judging by short-lived squeak of dismay, did not end well for Chopper. There came a muffled thump immediately thereafter, as the sound of heavy footfalls stumbled toward the door, making the ruckus even more indistinguishable. Well, I'm awake now. All eyes found themselves glued upon the cabin door, seconds before it burst outward, bent at the hinges. Naruto stormed out, covered in bandages, most of which he ripped off by the time he cleared the doorway. Trailing immediately behind him was a distraught Dr. Chopper, doing his best to reattach new bandages, in place of the ones that Naruto continued to burn off of his body. No, you're not awake, Chopper responded, trying in vain to bandage his patient, despite the vehement resistance he received in part for his efforts. You're dreaming. This is all a dream. A dream, I tell you. Now, get back in bed. Never. Naruto snarled fiercely, snatching the gauze off of his cheek when the doctor tried to reapply it. Oh, you're awake, Luffy commented idly, grinning widely shortly thereafter. Good. Now you can tell me how you and Ace met. Huh, Naruto blinked. When did I say that? Robin smiled softly. Naruto saw it. Traitor. Naruto shot her a pleading glance, to which her smile only grew. Arg, fine, fine, he sighed, offering his shoulders in a shrug, in recompense for his temerity. The store. Why won't be any good if I start in the middle, I guess. I suppose I owe you that much. Naruto folded his legs bandaged though they were and plopped himself down at the door to the cabin. He sighed own where he sat as he swept his hand up and through his hair, the blonde mess perfecting itself at the touch of his fingertips. His smile had returned. He leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees as everyone gathered round. as Luffy sat directly in front of him, grinning from ear to ear. "Let me tell you a story." Naruto smiled, and when he smiled, it was a slow, sad thing, full of fondness and regret. "I'll have to start at the beginning, and it might take some time." Luffy nodded eagerly. "So, when did you meet Ace?" Naruto chuckled. "Well, it all started about 3 years ago." Begin epic flashback. "You want me to join your crew?" the youth asked in a surprised tone. The Whitebeard Pirates. He was a handsome blue-eyed young man, athletic in his appearance, tall for his age, abo. 18 years old and spiky blonde hair with fox-like whiskers. He was wearing a strange attire, even for simple island folk, an orange sleeveless vest with red pants and black sandals. Strapped to his back was a long, oblong handle, one that looked almost like a staff, were it not for the wicked, inverse hook into which it tapered off, strongly resembling that of a scythe, a massive weapon wielded. Larger than the boy who wielded it. His name was Naruto D. Uzumaki. Talking to him was a tall, well-muscled, dark-haired young man of about 20 or so. Unlike the blonde who preferred to dress according to the tropical climate, the most this man wore in the way of clothing was a simple pair of khakis, an orange cowboy hat along with other various baubles, a pair of boots. His name was Portgas D. Ace. They stood there on the shore, the waves lapping at their feet, and the edge of the weather-worn path they'd taken toward their destination. Off in the distance, a thin column of smoke rose into the distance. The sign of a residence, of the home of the boy who would one day be known as Burning Will. But for now, Burning Will was just a boy, and a boy who wasn't going to get supper, either for himself or his friend, if they didn't get home soon. Now to Naruto, since the death of Gal D. Roger the King of Pirates, Whitebeard was recognized as the most fearsome force in the world, by the only one able to battle on equal terms with the Pirate King himself. Even the Marines and the world government had to respect his power, and must take extreme caution when approaching he who was said to be closest to One Piece. The legendary treasure that Roger had left behind in the New World. Naruto was being offered a position in that man's crew, by none other than the 2nd Division Commander, Fire Fist, Ace. So stunned was he not by his friend's rank, position, or status, but rather by his offer that for the moment, the thoughts of supper and a warm bed slipped from his mind with tea. Hat of the evening sun as it set behind him, casting itself across the sky in a brilliant flare of orange gold. "You want me to join?" Naruto repeated again, slower this time. "The Whitebeard Pirates." "That's right," said Ace. "You're a better fighter than I am, well, almost as good. You eat as much as I and my little brother used to, although we're not as addicted to ramen as you are. And to be honest with you, I had funny feeling we were destined to meet." Naruto gawped. He'd been thinking the same thing. There was truth in his words. Though Naruto couldn't understand it, even through this was their first meeting. He had strange feeling they had met before, somewhere in the past, perhaps. Perhaps it's the blood in their veins. Perhaps he was just being stupid. Regardless, the spiky hair D youth known as Naruto remained very troubled on what his friend was asking him to do. "Come on, what seems to be the problem, Naruto?" Ace asked. "Well, Ace," Naruto began weakly. "It's just, I mean, even if I did want to become a pirate, how do you know Whitebeard will accept me? I'm pretty sure he doesn't accept just anyone on his ship. Least of all me. I'm really not all that special." "Hey, don't worry about Pops," reassured Ace. "Once I tell him about you, especially the part on how you managed to hold your own against me and fight, I'm sure he'll welcome you with open arms. No problem." I'm not so sure about that," Naruto replied with a nervous gulp. "I've heard stories about how Whitebeard shows no mercy to anyone who harms one of his crew. Maybe I'm not cut out for this after all." Ace laughed. "Hey, don't worry about it. If anything, he'll be surprised when he finds out that your godfather is his little brother." "I don't know," Naruto insisted. "I can't just leave without telling Ayame." End flashback. "Naruto, there is something I need to ask." Robin began slowly, taking him away from his tale. "Something wrong, Robin?" Naruto asked. "Who is Ayame?" Naruto became hesitant for a moment in response to that question. He recognized the tone in Robin's voice, dense, thick, and deadly. Is it possible she was jealous after having learned of his relationship with Bonnie? Did she even know about Bonnie? Oh, she knew. He knew that she knew that he knew, just by looking at her, into her eyes. That thought made his cheeks burn, but with every fiber of his being his suppressed it. She's a friend of mine from my hometown, Naruto replied slowly, choosing his words with great care. Don't worry, whatever it is it's not what you think. And what is that I'm thinking? Robin asked icily. That I was involved with her, Naruto pointed out. Seriously Robin, Ayame is just a friend of mine. Is she a pirate? Usopp asked, curious. A musician, perhaps, Brook pressed. No, she's the waitress at her father's restaurant, Ramen. Ichiraku. Naruto waved away their curiosity with a flick of his fingers. Well, she might own the place by now. I haven't been by my hometown for quite some time now. So she's just some friend you knew at a restaurant? Asked Chopper. Not just any restaurant, Naruto proclaimed proudly. The very best ramen restaurant in the world. Don't be ridiculous, said Sanji as he raised an eyebrow. What makes you think this restaurant from your hometown is so good? It's because Ayame's father is greatest ramen maker I ever known, Naruto clarified with something bordering on actual reverence for the dish. I know because I have tasted his masterpiece. Trust me when I say that nobody makes ramen better than Chuki. Chuki. Yes, that's his name, after all. Naruto answered flatly. What of it? What did you just say? Sanji suddenly asked. I said nobody makes ramen better than Chuki. Naruto repeated. I won't take back what I said. No, that's not it, Sanji alleged. The name Chuki you mentioned. Yeah, that's his name, Naruto replied. You know Chuki? Know him. I heard about him from Zeph. Sanji responded. Beginning flashback. How long are you going to keep this up? Zeph snapped at Sanji. It isn't my fault, Sanji responded. Of course it is, Zeph retorted. You always beat up an idiot who came in with girls you flirt with. Now thanks to you it's going to take months to repair all the damages that been done to my restaurant, and all because you made a pass on that pirate's girlfriend. You know I'm kind of glad you didn't meet Chuki. Zeph responded. Who the heck is Chuki? Sanji asked. He was my first mate in the Cook Pirates, Zeph explained, sternly, his words solemn. He retired from Pira Sai a few years before I came to the East Blue Sea. He was the best ramen cook I ever had though, even I could not hope to match his recipe in that regard. What made him so special? Chuki had a cray ramen cooking recipe that attracts lots of women, that's why, Zeph shot back, suddenly grumpy. There, I told you. Now, leave me be. Say, you wouldn't happen to have any recipes like that, would you? Sanji asked, his eyes blazing with prideful glee. Zeph eyed his protege warily for a moment, mustache twitching, bristling as he stared his student down. It was an impasse. Neither would yield, neither would break, not until, Sanji's sweat dropped. You don't, do you? Just leave me alone. Zeph sobbed, mournful in despair of his own inadequacy. End of flashback. There's no way, Naruto laughed, slapping his knee. The old coot never told me about that. Ha, so is it true then? Sanji asked, eyes blazing. Can old man Chuki really produce such a recipe? Dunno. Naruto shrugged. He taught me a bit. But nothing like that, I think. What'd mean? You think? Huh, bastard. Sanji wailed. You know something, don't you? You're holding out on me, aren't you? Just like Luffy and the Isle of Maidens. I bet you weren't training there at all, were you, Luffy? But I wanna hear more about Ace. Luffy whined, eager to learn more about his brother, ignoring the plight of his lovelorn cook. That isn't the end of the story, is it? Sanji, poor Sanji, face-faulted as both the captain and the newest member of the crew ignored him, leaving Chopper to pat the poor person upon the back with one tiny hoof. Naruto watched this and smiled, amused the camaraderie. I love these guys. Then he chuckled sagely, well aware of the glinting eyes of his captain upon him. You really wanna know? Luffy nodded rapidly. All right then. Naruto began dramatically, drawing out his words as Luffy steepled his hands and leaned into them. There I was, torn between leaving the home I'd known for all of my life, and leaving with the great Fire Fist, Ace, that very day. What an opportunity. What an adventure. The ultimate romance. The ultimate journey. I would have to be a fool to turn it down. This. The ultimate goal that every man aspired to. And, Luffy pressed in eagerly. What did you do? Naruto grinned. And I said, he never got to finish. For scarce had Naruto begun to spin his yarn anew. Then a sharp cry of alarm went up from the stern. The moment shattered, but not lost, everyone turned toward it, and saw the sudden source of alarm, breaking through the hours of Naruto's peaceful storytelling. What was to happen next, would soon prove to be anything but peaceful, as he would soon realize. This was the beginning of everything. Hey, guys, Usopp cried. There's something approaching from 6 o'clock. It's a ship. It's a pirate ship. It's coming straight at us. No. Sooner had he said it, then the ship itself reared up beside them, so close that both coating bubbles brushed against one another. Naruto tried to stand, but a starburst of pain in the back of his head argued for rest, not action. Perhaps he should have stayed in bed after all. Perhaps he should have done a lot of different things, but now was not the time to be questioning it. Don't use any fire. He heard Nami, saw her from the corner of her parafiles as the opposing ship reared up before them. We don't want to exhaust our oxygen supply. Sure. And then he beheld the giant sea cow pulling the ship. What the freaking Yoho. Long. This chapter was even longer than the last one. My longest one yet. Oh, and I own nothing. There, disclaimers done, for the Q&A. Yes, the Amaterasu can burn hotter than the Magu Magu no Mi, at the expense of Naruto's health. Sound like a fair trade-off? No. Putting that aside, I hope you liked the Admiral fight. I put a lot of work into it, and I mean a lot. And Caribou attacks. A sticking of a lifetime, much. Thank you so much for all of you giving me all of these wonderful ideas. I hope you liked the chapter. Also, as the pairings, there is now a poll. Vote on that to determine the results of the eventual pairing as to who will be in the harem. Oh, and I know I may die from asking this so many times, but review please. Then again, being a skeleton, I am already dead. Skull Jooke. Yoho ho. Next time, the legend arrives. Strafuts and burning will in Fishman Island. Here's a preview to help tide all you guys and gals over. You probably don't remember me burning will, Caribou snapped. But I remember you. I was just a rookie pirate of the Brotherhood of Kami, the pirate crew which you and that punk Shikamaru Nara wiped out. Brotherhood of Kami, Naruto repeated slowly, his eyes widening. You mean to tell me you're a member of those fanatics? Brotherhood of who? Luffy repeated. What is that? I've heard of them, said Frankie. Based on rumors, those guys are bunch of nutcases who believe God had empowered them to overthrow the world government. That's right, Caribou agreed with the cyborg. Our leader Hidan formed the group for noble cause in the name of God. Noble cause my rear, Naruto snarled. You bastards came to my hometown, kidnapped Ayame and sold her into slavery which she suffered in the world noble's hands at Marieoa. You took the one thing me and my brother had meaning to use in our lives. Caribou snarled at Naruto. I tried stop you and you crushed me like a bug. But now, right now I'm a famous pirate just like you burning will. That's why everyone calls me, wet-haired Caribou. And I want you remember this face because I'm the guy that's going to kill you. Get in line, Naruto responded tartly. You're not the first one to make that threat. And you'll be the first to die. Caribou cackled. You won't escape from me this time. This time, Naruto frowned. Flames flickered at his fingertips. This time, I won't be merciful. They sat there on the cloak, staring out together into the shadows. Finally, it was Robin who spoke. You love her, don't you? I did love her, he said quietly, though the words tasted like ash in his mouth. She was the love of my life. My love, life, happiness, and inspiration. You don't need to tell me this. Robin murmured. No, I do. He looked at her, his expression grim. There was another woman in my life. Her name was Jewelry Bonnie. I won't lie to you, Robin. I slept with her. I enjoyed it. Heck, I loved it, but I didn't do it to spite you. Never once, to spite you. I know. You knew. Yes. And, I have regrets, too. He chuckled ruefully. You're talking about Ohara, aren't you? She nodded. I would have done anything to take back that day. Yet I couldn't. I had to go on, because Luffy needed me. I swallowed my fears, because Luffy needed me. And when that fear threatened to overwhelm me and destroy the family I'd found, I kept going, despite the fact that everything in my life felt empty. Because Luffy needed me. She looked at him again, her eyes sad. For the past 2 years, everything was because Luffy needed me. Naruto nodded. For the past 2 years, ever. Why thing I've done was because I made a promise to Ace. Sometimes, I feel like I've lost myself along the way. Like I don't even know who I am at all under this, burning will, persona. I'm not even sure that I exist without it. I mean, the day I ate that fruit, the day that I took Ace's powers into myself, I changed. I didn't have the luxury of just sitting on the sidelines after that. And believe me, I tried. You're more than just burning will, Naruto. You're just saying that, am I? Robin took his hand in her own. Then answer me this. Why do you free slaves? Because, well, because it's right. Why did you invade Impel Down? Because Ayame was in danger. Why did you attack Marioa? I just couldn't let those people suffer like that. Why did you throw yourself at Akainu and Kizaru? To save Luffy. One more question. Robin told him. Then you don't have to say anything else to me, if you don't want to. Quote. Why are you still here? Because you're here. He heard her breath catch, in the dark. Why are you asking me all this? He murmured. We all have our dreams, Naruto. He felt Robin take his hand and she squeezed it. He was drawn to her almost magnetically. And found himself leaning in to give her a tentative hugging. He pulled away only a fraction afterwards. She looked as surprised as he did, though not displeased. Then he leaned in again, more urgently, and their hugging had passion. Naruto felt her breathing against him, and accepted her arms as they closed around his neck when he began to pull away. He wanted this. He wanted to be with a good woman. And forget for just a moment about where they were, and what had happened to them. He needed a moment's solace, and he suspected that, while Robin might not need such a thing, she was more than willing to comfort him. Perhaps a bit too willing. Pulling away from the heat of his touch, Robin, lacking any sort of haste whatsoever, tugged at her shirt, releasing the zipper that had tantalizingly constricted her chest for so long. Before Naruto could protest, she pulled at the padded undershirt beneath, sighing with relief as she finally got it off. Naruto hesitated. At that. Robin, perhaps we shouldn't. She ignored him, reaching over and undoing the straps that held his vest in place. He seemed pained, struggling with himself despite his obvious desire. But what about the others? I don't care. The look in his eyes turned desperate. But, here, he cast his gaze about the cabin, his eyes lingering piteously upon the doorjamb and the appalling lack of a lock. Forget where we are. She pulled the vest over his head and he let her, staring helplessly. When it was done, she started working on the straps for his pauldrons, and after a moment's hesitation, he began to help. They tugged and pulled and twisted until they eventually got all that blasted, silly clothing off. She untied his stained and soiled undershirt and removed it, unveiling bare skin. He was covered in cuts and bruises, as no doubt was she. His eyes were locked on her with an intensity that threatened to burn her up. The great, burning Will, was a fearsome man. But not all fearsome men were also bad men. Are you certain? He whispered, his breaking husky. There are. Shish. Robin hushed him quietly, putting a finger to his lips. He stopped and looked at her with such an ache of loneliness it almost broke her heart. She slowly stroked his cheek. I am tired of pain. So tired, aren't you? His answer came as he leaned in, his hugging gentle as if he thought her fragile. And then another followed, and then another. He allowed her to pull him toward the bed, leading him by the hand, allowed her hands to snake their way through his hair, to find their way into the waistband of his slacks with an alarming swiftness as he found the clasp of her bra. His thumb stroked the supple skin of her back and chest as he fumbled with and unhooked it. A pair of hands sprouted behind the door and gently closed it shut behind them. She pulled the door shut and locked it behind them. Splashdown Part 1. A.N. Wow. Over 1,000 reviews as of last chapter. Thank you so much for all of your support. I never thought that this story would become the sensation that it is for you guys and gals and myself. Also, Merry Christmas. I know this chapter was late in coming out, but I had a lot of work to do. And I needed to let the manga get ahead of me somewhat. Now that it has, I am finally free to continue. Some of you might be wondering why it is that I've suddenly sprung a Naruto's Robin M. Oment on the lot of you so early in the story. Some of you believe that it might be too soon for such a relationship to develop. And some of you are in for a surprise C equals. But I digress. Pretty soon, plenty will have their turn with him. Eventually. Keep in mind that Naruto knows Robin, and she knows him, and as such, she's bound to have a bit of an advantage over the others' wenches at first. Poor Sanji. He's going to be so very, very jealous when he learns of Burning Will's popularity with the ladies XD. Now, I know all of you are eager to see the Strafuts arrive at Fishman Island, and to see Eve Ryone's reaction once they learn that Burning Will is in town. I promise you, it won't be a disappointment. Why, Owl'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, in lieu of further chit-chat, I present to you the fruits of my labor. And, long last, another moment you have all been waiting for, taking place in this chapter. Getting closer to Fishman Island. To find the place where you belong. To seek knowledge and grow stronger with it. These things we all must have to be at peace with ourselves. The epitaph of Gall D. Roger. The legend arrives. Trifut, Luffy and Burning will splash down on Fishman Island. Part 1. Today all of Fishman Island had gathered to honor the greatest hero they'd ever known, Fisher Tiger. A legendary symbol amongst his kind. Known for his numerous feats and his amazing will, Fisher Tiger had achieved an infamous, some might prefer fearsome reputation as an adventurer. He was also one of two people who'd made a stand against the discrimination towards fishmen, the other being Queen Otahime. According to the tale, Fisher Tiger climbed the Red Line with his bare hands to reach Mariajoy. He decimated the Holy Land, not only freeing his fellow fishmen from the world nobles, but also human slaves and slaves comprising all other races there. With the fishmen slaves he freed, Tiger changed the slave hoofmark brand on himself and them into a symbol of a sun. He took them in as part of his pirate crew, creating the Sun Pirates, the strongest and largest pirate fishman crew to ever roam the Grand Line. Because his taboo against the world government, Fisher Tiger was declared an enemy of the state, earning him a bounty of $230 million, an inspiring performance, not only for a fishman, considering it was his first bounty. After years of being hunted, Fisher Tiger finally met his end during a brutal battle against numerous Marines' forces, an exceptional end to an exceptional man. On a war hunting. As the story goes, Fisher Tiger was denied a transfusion due to humans' refusal, which would eventually lead to his demise. That was the story of Fisher Tiger. A story that few knew the truth of. A truth that would never be spoken. So long as they lived. All of fishmen and merfolks have since admired and looked up to Tiger after his self-sacrificing efforts against humankind. Each year they have held an anniversary. Not for his death as some might expect, but rather, for the day he first attacked Mariajoy and challenged the world government itself. They would always remember the way he lived, the way he fought for freedom of his race. And the way he had died, fighting to his very last breath. But today, this celebration held a special significance. 2 years ago, on this very day, the day in which Fisher Tiger had first laid siege to Mariajoy, a certain something had happened. Something they never thought possible. On the anniversary of this day, the day Fisher Tiger first struck out at the world noble, word reached Fishman Island that Mariajoy had been attacked a second time. What did you just say? Asked a shocked fishman. Mariajoy was attacked again. That's right, his friend replied. A pirate, a human named Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto walked right into Mariajoy and burned the place down. He freed all the slaves, just like Tiger, fishmen and merfolk included. He robbed their treasury and made off with an exorbitant sum of money. It's been years since Fisher Tiger struck. Yet Mariajoy was completely burned to the ground again, only it's a human this time. Impossible. You think that was shocking? That's only the beginning. His friend continued. Not only did this Naruto guy attack Mariajoy and free thousands of slaves, he did something that was unthinkable, unbelievable. Something that even Fisher Tiger would never dare to do. He killed 3 world nobles. No way. The fishman gasped with incredible shock. That can't be. I know you'll ge. An admiral on your tail if you defy a Tenryubito, but killing one, let alone 3 of them. Yeah, I know, his colleague agreed in a complete disbelief. Since then all Fishman Island had been obsessed with this stranger who'd aided their kind. Who was Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto. They were aware that he'd inherited the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi, the very same devil fruit that once belonged to the deceased pirate. Fire Fist Ace. They'd heard of how he broken in and broken out of Impel Down, becoming the 3rd man after Shiki the Golden Lion and Monkey D. Luffy to do so. However, he had fought and defeated a Marine Admiral, a feat known to be virtually impossible for just about any pirate. Even the community of slavers and slave owners across the Grand Line grew to fear him with absolute terror after they heard what he did to the 3 world nobles. Based on the rumors Fishman Island heard, the 3 Tenryubito had each suffered atrocious and inhuman deaths, the details of which were so grisly that they had to be kept from the world newspapers. Such sheer ruthlessness of killing 3 world nobles in such unspeakable manner has caused some fishmen and merfolk to be dreadful of this Burning Will at first. However, former slaves fishmen and merfolk that were freed by Burning Will soon return to Fishman Island to spread the truth of what kind noble hero Naruto was. Flashback. I was there. I saw it all, said a former fishman slave told his story to the crowd. After he freed every slave in Mariajoy he confronted an army of tens thousands of marine soldiers, including Marine Admiral Kizaru. He looked at them and gave out a devilish smile. He fought them alone, all by himself in order to allow every single one of us to escape to safety. I heard out about Admiral Kizaru, said one of the listeners in the crowd. He was the one who fought Whitebeard to a standstill in the Battle of Marineford and Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh, the former right hand of the Pirate King, at Sabayati Archipelago. Yet we read he met his defeat at the hands of Burning Will. This Burning Will is more than just a supernova, added another fishman in the crowd. He's got to be at the least same league of the Yonko or the Shichibukai if he was able to do the impossible and defeat a Marine Admiral single-handedly. Besides the tale of Burning Will's power, there was also a discussion of whether he was truly as ruthless as the world government made him out to be, or if he was the caring, kind, compassionate soul based on the rumors they'd heard. Don't believe everything the world government says about Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto, said a young woman in a strong tone. They're only protecting the bastard noble that's been abusing and oppressing me at Mariajoy, along with many others. Terumi-san. Mei Terumi was a red snapper mermaid, tremendously beautiful with red hair and light green eyes. Dark blue polish adorned her fingers and lips, and gorgeous body with an exquisite blue dress. Right now she was talking to the mermaids at Mermaid Coven, who was very happy to learn she was alive and well. They had learned she was kidnapped by slavers during the Ime Fishman Island lost its protection due death of Whitebeard and sold as slave to the world noble. The proof of her abduction could be spotted in the hated slave tattoo located just above her large chest. What was it like up there? Asked Ishili, one of the dark-haired mermaids. It was heck, Mei Terumi said bitterly, as if she doesn't want to talk about it. Those darn world nobles wasn't human. For they give all humanity a bad name. They had done things to me that was disgusting, things I don't want to talk about. I thought it will never end, and prayed every day for death. Yet instead of the death that I prayed for, Mei Terumi kept on with her story. Heaven sent in a savior named Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto. He killed the world noble that owned and enslaved me, along with many others. I know this because I saw how he killed the world noble with my own eyes. Was it scary? Asked the Medaka mermaid quintuplets, the 5 tiny young mermaids. I was afraid of him at first, Mei Terumi said truthfully. But seeing the death of that world noble that abused for so long gave me a satisfaction I thought I never dreamed to experience in those last 10 mouths as a slave. I heard that Burning Will robbed nearly the entire world noble's treasure wealth, said Madame Shirley, the manager of Mermaid Cafe. She was known to be the younger sister of Arlong and a prophetess that has the ability to see the future. She was Mei Terumi's best friend since childhood. Is that true as the rumors said? That he did surely, Mei Terumi admitted. But strangely, he gave every single slave that he freed an enormously sum of money, stolen from the world nobles. Right now he gave me $850 million. You're kidding me, right? Said a white-haired young man. He gave away all that money just like that. Everyone in the room knows who him. He was Suigetsu, one of the Hazuka brothers, also dear nephews of Madame Shirley. He and his elder brother Mangetsu were half-breeds, born to be half humans and half fishmen. Yet despite their half-breed heritage, they were also former pirates, having once served under Zabuza Momochi, the greatly infamous Demon of the Mist, another half-breed. Before his unfortunate demise, their captain had held a $300 million bounty on his head and was Madame Shirley's lover. After the death of their captain and mentor, the Hazuka brothers had returned to Fishman Island to work as bouncers at their aunt's mermaid cafe. A real pirate would be insane to do something like that, Suigetsu scoffed. This burning will could have used the wealth stolen from the world nobles to fill up the empty Yonko position that was once seated by Whitebeard. Suigetsu, it doesn't matter what you think of Burning Will, Materumi responded harshly. All I know is that Burning Will is the greatest man I ever met, standing up to those disgusting world nobles and giving away all that money to us former slaves. If I ever see him again, Materumi, I am going give him the best hugging he's ever had. But not all were celebrating on this honored day. What the heck did you just say? Hody Jones angrily demanded. Inari didn't see Hody Jones was behind him. Didn't recognize his shadow until it was too late. Much too late. Before he could run, Hody grabbed him by the head, lifting him from the ground, high in the air. I want you take it back, you brat. Hody Jones snarled, bringing his angry face close to Inari's. I want you to eat every single word you just said from your mouth. No, I won't, Inari cried. Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto is hero. Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto is a human, part of that garbage that clings to surface world, Hody responded harshly. He's not Fisher Tiger's heir. Oh yes he is, Inari shot back. Gran, DPA and Kaiza told me that Fisher Tiger is the greatest thing the world has to offer. And Burning Will is his heir because he freed the slaves and attacked. Don't make any angrier as your grandfather already did, you little brat, Hody responded angrily, seething. If you don't take back those words I'm going to. Hody. Hearing his name, Hody turned to his left and see Kaiza, the boy's stepfather, confronting him. Standing at his side was his wife Tsunami and father-in-law Tazuna. Let go of my son this instant, Hody. Kaiza demanded. You mean stepson? Hody sneered. Afraid I can't do that, Kaiza. This little punk needs to be taught a lesson he'll never forget. So what? Kaiza responded. Back when we were kids, we used to praise as Fisher Tiger's deeds. It's no different than what Inari was doing. The difference is that this little punk did the unthinkable, Hody snapped. He called Burning Will the heir of Fisher Tiger's unconquerable willpower against slavery and the world nobles. And that is something I will not allow. Meanwhile, with the straw hats, many meters below the sea floor, Uzumaki Naruto sneezed. Again. That was the third time he'd sneezed today. Was someone talking about him, somewhere? Or was he falling ill from the after effects of the Amaterasu? He certainly hoped that it was the former, instead of the latter. Geez, I hope I'm not catching a cold. And he remembered what he'd been staring at a cow. He was staring at a giant sea cow. Bound by a thick leather harness to the offending ship, the creature stared down at them and the Strafuts stared back. Apparently some of them knew this creature, for they'd been pointing and exchanging glances for some time now, much to Naruto's amusement. Geez, these kids really got around, didn't they? You're Momu from the Arlong Pirates, aren't you? Nami blinked. Do you recognize me? The sea cow twitched. Sanji frowned. We've seen this guy before, right Luffy? Have we? Luffy asked. The cow trembled. Naruto squinted upward at the beast. You know this critter. You could say that. Nami shrugged. A look of sheer and utter horror flashed through the eyes of the beast. Comprehend-see. Ondoned in those glassy orbs of black and white, and it quivered, almost as if it actually feared the gaggle of pirates standing below. Sheer, primordial terror quivered through its frame as its eyes beheld the four original Straw Hats who had already inflicted such grievous trauma upon it once before. Follow after me, mean. One of the invaders cackled as he leapt on board the Thousand Sunny. Ah, Chopper cried. Someone's come on board our ship. Kehehehe. The sinister-looking pirate cackled, heedless of this fact. While these guys are busy staring dumbfounded, we'll slaughter every last man on the ship. Starting with you, Burning Will. I will finally have my revenge. Who are you again? Naruto asked. You probably don't remember me, Burning Will, Caribou snapped. But I remember you. I was just a rookie pirate of the Brotherhood of Kami, the pirate crew which you and that punk Shikamaru Nara wiped out. Don't think I've forgotten. Don't think I've forgiven you. Brotherhood of Kami, Naruto repeated slowly, his eyes widening. You mean to tell me you're a member of those fanatics? Brotherhood of who? Luffy repeated. What is that? I've heard of them, said Frankie. Based on the rumors, those guys are bunch of nutcases who believe God had empowered them to overthrow the world government. They were led by some nutjob who believed himself to be God's holy messenger or something. Quote, that's right, Caribou agreed with the cyborg. Our leader Hidan formed our group for that noble cause in the name of God. Noble cause, my rear, Naruto snarled. You bastards came to my hometown, kidnapped Ayame, sold her into slavery, and made her suffer at the hands of the world nobles in Marieoa. If that's what you call noble, then you're seriously fucked up. You took the one thing that had meaning to me in my life, Caribou snarled at Naruto. I tried to stop you and you crushed me like a bug. But right now I'm a famous pirate just like you, Burning Will. That's why everyone calls me, Wet-Haired Caribou. And I want you remember this face because it's the last thing you're ever going to see is me and my slaughter you and everything you hold dear. Kehehehe. Get in line, Naruto replied tartly. You're not the first one to make that threat. And you'll be the first to die. Caribou cackled. You won't escape from me this time. This time, Naruto frowned. Suddenly, flames flickered at his fingertips. This time, I won't be merciful, Amaterasu. Naruto's eyes widened as great gout of black flame burst into existence upon the Seiko's back. An instant later and another speck had joined the first. Followed by a third, a fourth, and fifth, and a sixth, as the inexorable blackness began to spread. Stretching its hungry tongues across the great galleon, it soon found the haunches of the beast as easily as a newborn would a bottle. Moo. By this point, the Momu was utterly terrified. It couldn't bear to be in the presence of those two horrifying humans for a single second. Not an instant longer, ship and all, it sped away, leaving a strutting Caribou and a dumbfounded Strafut crew in its wake. Its captors tried to steer it back, but the sea beast would have none of it. The flames upon its back refused to be extinguished by the water, and, unhindered, they licked across deck and crew alike. Moo, the sea cow cried, swimming away from the dreaded ship and these terrible pirates as fast as its flippers could carry it. Much to the dismay of Caribou's crew, as they realized that their Captain W. as not only trapped aboard the Thousand Sunny with the entire straw crew. He was also trapped aboard with Burning Will, one of the deadly supernovas that so piously burned Marieoa to the ground. Now, he was burning them, and their ship, to ashes, even as they tried to outtrace the flames clinging to their very flesh. What's wrong, Burning Will? Caribou cackled. Can it be that you've finally come to fear my reputation? The Strafuts continued to stare, stupefied, as the newcomer continued to rant about he and his crew would slowly kill Burning Will, all the while completely unaware that he no longer had a crew, or ship for that matter, to back him up. By the time Caribou realized that something was amiss, by the time he looked over his shoulder and realized that his ship was gone, it was already too late. Much too late. Before Caribou could say anything, before anyone could stop him, Naruto had unsheathed his sword. With little more than a whisper he swept forward. Bring the blade down in a smooth vertical hockey-imbued cut meant to bifurcate the unfortunate rookie standing below him. At the very last instant a hand rested his blade to the side. Hard. Caribou sagged, his eyes rolling back into his head and exposing the whites of his sclera. Naruto followed this up with a secondary strike, driving the now impotent captain to the deck and pinning him there. The legendary blade bit into flesh and sinew and bone as it found Caribou's right arm. And still, the pirate did not stir. Naruto nodded to him and removed the katana, swooping over Hi's head and toward his back where it landed in its sheath with an audible thunk. He dabbed at his eyes as they began to bleed, and, to his credit, staggered only slightly. He'll be out for a while. Burning Will pointed out pleasantly, ignoring the looks of shock and dismay everyone gave him. Now, shall I continue the story? He'd just burned a ship to a crisp beneath the waves, setting fire to an entire galleon as though it were nothing. This was the power of the Mera Mera no Mi at its finest. The ability to devour all, whether it be on land or sea or sky, to wreathe the world in black flames of death and destruction. I'm glad he's on our side. Nami swallowed nervously. Well, Luffy, Naruto asked, pointedly avoiding the navigator's stare. Would you like me to continue? Yes. Luffy grinned exuberantly. Tell me more about Ace. Naruto did just that. Dear Naruto, by the time you get this letter it means that I'll finally catch up to Teach. He and his so-called crew are located at some Banero island. They not aware that I'm on to their position, but they soon will be once I confront them. I just want you to know once I've taken care of Teach, I'll be back in Leaf Island to pick you up. I hope you've finished your hockey lessons with Jiraiya, because I can't wait to show you how great the world is. We're going to have one hell of a good time, you and me. There are places I can't wait to show you, such as Fishman Island, and people I can't wait to introduce you to, like Pops and Marco. Like I said before, Naruto, I felt like it was fate that you and I should meet. I realized how obsessed I was with chasing Teach when he killed Thatch. I guess one good thing that came out of it was meeting you. The way we've hung out with each other, kinda reminded me of my little brother, Luffy. Take care Naruto, we'll see each other soon. We're going to turn the world upside down, you and I. From your best friend, future crewmate and captain, P. Ort Gas D. Ace. Naruto handed the letter to Luffy with a dour expression. And that's where the story ends, I'm afraid. Luffy gingerly accepted the letter. His eyes glistened. Here were the last words of his brother. The last words before everything had gone so wrong. Darn that Akainu. He held onto it for several more seconds, his hands fisting against the weathered parchment as Naruto and crew looked on. Gingerly, he forced his hands to relax. With great care, he began folding it upon itself and placed it in the sash of his hat. Ace. He was a good man, Luffy. Naruto said. He spoke of you often. Luffy nodded numbly. You kinda remind me of him. Naruto blushed, so taken aback was he by this statement. Hey, he seemed to consider it for a moment. I guess you could say we were cut from the same cloth, the two of us. Another nod of numbness. The letter, though not addressed to him, brought back memories. Painful ones. He'd fought so hard to bring back his brother, only to fail. He'd lost his brother, and that wound, along with the one on his chest, would never truly heal. But he still had his nakama, his friends, and now, he had Naruto, who reminded him so very much of his big brother it was almost scary. He would fulfill his dream, not just for his sake, but for that of Ace. Without him, he would have died long ago. He owed it to him, he owed it to his brother, to continue on and live a proud, carefree life. He owed his brother that and he would see to it that he lived up to it. The letter had not shaken his resolve in the slightest. Not at all. Instead it had served to strengthen it. He would press on and push forward. No matter what. Several hours later. No. Caribou wailed when he found that Frankie was about to hurl him over the rail. Don't throw me into the sea. Anything but that. Anything. That's something you shouldn't do. You have to value people's life, you know. God is watching over you. Don't you think so? His sudden change in persona. Liddy was met with scorn and disgust from Naruto. And you call yourself a pirate? The blonde growled. Throw him in the sea and be done with him, Frankie. He deserves death and nothing less. Can't you just kill him? Zoro sighed. Nope. Naruto yawned, resheathing his blade as he did so. I don't feel like killing him anymore. Is that because Robin told you not to? Chopper asked pointedly. Urusai. Nami shook her head. Just what kind of connection did Robin have with their newest nakama? Naruto seemed unusually docile around her. For the bloodthirsty, Burning Will, to actually be cowed by a woman no less bespoke of whatever relationship the two might have had in the past. Robin had also vouched for him, when she rarely spoke up on the behalf of anyone, even herself. No, it couldn't be. She wasn't. Jealous was she. Something wrong. Nami. You should put on a coat too, Naruto. Naruto grinned widely. I don't need a coat, Nami-san. As if in reminder, he conjured a small flame between his fingertips. See, the navigator swung around, a half-assed retort already formed on her lips. It was a mistake. The instant her eyes met his she realized he hadn't meant anything by it. It was just a simple, harmless comment. Gah, why couldn't she look at him without feeling all hot and bothered? What was it about him that set her blood boiling so? And why, for the love of all creation, couldn't she bring herself to stop thinking about him? Maybe. Phew, that's not fair. Chopper interrupted loudly, crying through chattering teeth. You're a human furnace, Nami. Tell Naruto to share. Robin smiled softly from where she sat upon the railing. Come to think of it, I'm not cold, either. That's because you're close to Naruto. I suppose so. Robin didn't stop smiling as she looped an arm within that of the infamous rookie. Naruto felt his cheeks darken, swelling into a scalding shade of scarlet. Blast the woman, she knew just how to get under his skin. Literally. Not that he minded. Robin set him at ease, in a way he'd never been before. Perhaps that was because of their past relationship in Alabasta, brief though it had been. Robin. Yosh. Luffy declared. Everyone huddle around Naruto. Hey, Naruto cried out. You're all hopeless. Nami shrieked. I hope the ghosts get you. GG ghosts. Naruto gawked. No one said anything about ghosts. Arg. Nami flung her hands up in exasperation. Now he wants to license. Before them lay the downward current. Only, it wasn't a current at all. Rather, it resembled a massive undersea waterfall the likes of which they'd never seen. Fish, water, and even the ship itself, it was gradually drawing them in, dragging everything down to the depths. Below, and below the depths, something was stirring. Something large, massive and monstrous. A creature as ancient as time itself, and 10 times as large. Naruto saw it first. Great, writhing tentacles, coiling around crushed ships upon the floor. Twin, bulbous eyes, leering up at them in defiance of their passage. A body twice the size of a squid and with an appetite to match. It roared up at them, bearing its many coils in an unspoken challenge. Kraken. Luffy, unlike the rest of his crew, felt no fear. Or if he did, he certainly did nothing to show it. I've decided, I'm going to make him my pet. Thank you so much for all of you giving me all of these wonderful ideas. I hope you liked the chapter. Also, as the pairings, there is now a poll. Vote on that to determine the results of the eventual pairing as to who will be in the harem. Oh, and I know I may die from asking this so many times, but review please. Then again, being a skeleton, I am already dead. Skull JOOOOOKE. Yoho HOHO. We'll be kicking things off in earnest as of next chappy. Hope you enjoyed the return to this awesome FIC and I apologize for the wait. The next chappy shall come much, much sooner than the last, I promise you that. Sue, here to tide you kiddies over, is a long and epic preview. Enjoy. Naruto awoke with a start. The last thing he remembered was the passing through the bubble, being swept up in the water, spiraling out of control. The door to the room swung open suddenly, startling him. Robin. Naruto blinked. They sat there on the cloak, staring out together into the shadows. Finally, it was Robin who spoke. You love her, don't you? I did love her, he said quietly, though the words tasted like ash in his mouth. She was the love of my life. My love, life, happiness, and inspiration. I loved her, Robin. And I don't know what I'm going to do without her. You don't need to tell me this. Robin murmured. No, I do. He looked at her, his expression grim. There was another woman in my life. Her name was Jewelry Bonnie. I won't lie to you, Robin. I slept with her. I enjoyed it. Heck, I loved it, but I never did it to spite you. Never once, to spite you. Not a one. I know. You knew. Yes. And, I have regrets, too. He chuckled ruefully. You're talking about Ohara, aren't you? She nodded. I would have done anything to take back that day. Yet I couldn't. I had to go on, because Luffy needed me. I swallowed my fears, because Luffy needed me. And when that fear threatened to overwhelm me and destroy the family I'd found, I kept going, despite the fact that everything in my life felt empty. Because Luffy needed me. She looked at him again, her eyes sad. For the past 2 years, everything was because Luffy needed me. Naruto nodded. For the past 2 years, ever. Why thing I've done was because I made a promise to Ace. Sometimes, I feel like I've lost myself along the way. Like I don't even know who I am at all under this, Burning Will, persona. I'm not even sure that I exist without it. I mean, the day I ate that fruit, the day that I took Ace's powers into myself, I changed. I didn't have the luxury of just sitting on the sidelines after that. And believe me, I tried. You're more than just Burning Will, Naruto. And you're just saying that. Am I? Robin studied him in the blackness, her eyes suddenly piercing. Then tell me this. Why do you free slaves? Because, well, because it's right. Quote, why did you invade Impel Down? Because Ayame was in danger. Why did you attack Marioa? I just couldn't let those people suffer like that. Why did you throw yourself at Akainu and Kizaru? To save Luffy. One more question. Robin told him. Then you don't have to say anything else to me, if you don't want to. Quote. Why are you still here? She asked. Naruto glanced at her sideways. Because you're here. He heard her breath catch, in the dark. Why are you asking me all this? He murmured. We all have our dreams, Naruto. Robin said. You have yours and I have mine. He felt Robin take his hand and she squeezed it. He was drawn to her almost magnetically, and found himself leaning in to give her a tentative hugging. He pulled away only a fraction afterwards. She looked as surprised as he did, though not displeased. Then he leaned in again, more urgently, and their hugging had passion. Naruto felt her breathing against him, and accepted her arms as they closed around his neck when he began to pull away. He wanted this. He wanted to be with a good woman, and forget for just a moment about where they were, and what had happened to them. He needed a moment's solace. And he suspected that, while Robin might not need such a thing, she was more than willing to comfort him. Perhaps a bit too willing. Pulling away from the heat of his touch, Robin, lacking any sort of haste whatsoever, tugged at her shirt, releasing the zipper that had tantalizingly constricted her chest for so long. Before Naruto could protest, she pulled at the padded undershirt beneath. Sighing with relief as she finally got it off, Naruto hesitated. At that, Robin, perhaps we shouldn't. She ignored him, reaching over and undoing the straps that held his vest in place. He seemed pained, struggling with himself despite his obvious desire. But what about the others? I don't care. The look in his eyes turned desperate. But, here, he cast his gaze about the cabin, his eyes lingering piteously upon the doorjamb and the appalling lack of a lock. Forget where we are. She pulled the vest over his head and he let her, staring helplessly. When it was done, she started working on the straps for his pauldrons, and after a moment's hesitation, he began to help. They tugged and pulled and twisted until they eventually got all that blasted, silly clothing off. She untied his stained and soiled undershirt and removed it, unveiling bare skin. He was covered in cuts and bruises, as no doubt was she. His eyes were locked on her with an intensity that threatened to burn her up. The great, Burning Will, was a fearsome man. But not all fearsome men were also bad men. Are you certain? He whispered, his breaking husky. There are. Shish. Robin hushed him quietly, putting a finger to his lips. He stopped and looked at her with such an ache of loneliness it almost broke her heart. She slowly stroked his cheek. I am tired of pain. So tired, aren't you? His answer came as he leaned in, his hugging gentle as if he thought her fragile. And then another followed, and then another. He allowed her to pull him toward the bed, leading him by the hand. Allowed her hands to snake their way through his hair, to find their way into the waistband of his slacks with an alarming swiftness as he found the clasp of her bra, his thumbs. Stroked the supple skin of her back and chest as he fumbled with and unhooked it. A pair of hands sprouted behind the door and gently closed it shut behind them. She pulled the door shut and locked it behind them. Naruto. Naruto. Robin spoke, more insistently. Wake up. And then his eyes snapped open. Naruto blinked, his eyes opening and closing with an infinite slowness. He was awake, or was he? He'd already awoken, once before, and that had been a dream. Who was to say then, that he was not dreaming now? As the world swam into focus, he found he was not lip-locked not with Nico Robin as he'd initially surmised, but with a green-haired mermaid, with the latter appearing to enjoy said hugging quite a bit, and belatedly realized just what he'd been doing. A mermaid. He'd seen a few mermaids in Marioa, but never this one. He'd been dreaming. It wasn't that she wasn't beautiful. She was. She just wasn't Nico Robin. Gah! Naruto yelped, immediately lurching back. Oi, Tem. Since when the heck do you hugging people in your sleep? Sanji hollered back. You didn't come in through the main entrance, did you? One of them asked. Are your friends all right now? Inquired another. Those pirates who drowned. Illegal entry, squealed a third. How wild. I love pirates. Hello, chimed a fourth. Say, they don't look too scary. Everyone, Kami began. This is the captain, Luffy Chin. The crying one is Sanji Chin. The big-nosed one is Usopp Chin. The Tanuki one is Chopper Chin, and the other blonde one call himself, She turned toward Naruto, frowning. Anyo, what did you say your title was again? Naruto Chin. Naruto. The silence was deafening. The Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto's sweat dropped. Oh my gosh. One of the mermaids cried aloud. It's him. Look girls. Over here. It's really him. He's really here. Naruto blinked in surprise as all eyes in the Mermaid Cove fell upon him. It was overwhelming. Both wonderful and terrifying at the same time. Darn. He should have expected this. He'd freed all those slaves from Marioa after all, a feat that only one of their own, Fisher Tiger, could hope to boast of. And he was long since dead. The Naruto had done so freed all the slaves on the anniversary of Fisher Tiger's death had been purely accidental. The repercussion of such an action hadn't even occurred to him until just now. You are who we think you are, aren't you? One of them asked. Naruto's sweat dropped. Well, yes, I'd like to think I know who I am. Burning will. Gently, he eased himself into the shallows, stopping only once the water nearly reached his waist. This is as far in as I can go, I'm afraid. Naruto cocked his head fractionally. A slow smile spread across his face, because an idea was already forming in the back of his mind. If he truly was seen as a hero here, then perhaps they might be able to get away with this after all. We might not have to hide, actually. He began, softly, and you are. Greetings. Naruto stepped forward, his hand raised peaceably. You are the princess, I take it. Take a good long look at my face. Naruto stated sternly. Do you honestly think I would harm any of the fair maidens residing here? The whole of the Mermaid Cove swooned before his words. Ah, Naruto-kun, had we known of the main entrance, we would have taken that route. As it was, a number of pirates forced our hand. She was a red snapper mermaid, and she was as beautiful as she was lovely. A beautiful woman with flame-colored curls, dressed in a simple low-cut blue dress, she was the only occupant of the cafe. Her shirt was half-zipped down her body, and only her voluminous hair and a thin brassiere stood between her bulging chest and the open air of the cafe. She looked up at their approach with eyes so incredibly green Naruto couldn't look away. She waited patiently as the blonde struggled to regain control over himself, his eyes, his mind, and still she peered at him, staring with wide orbs of brilliant jade hidden behind the bright orange tresses of her hair. Hello, handsome. When she spoke, her voice was everything a man might expect it to be. Low, sultry, full of warmth and amusement, sprinkled with the faintest trace of the deepest, darkest desire known to mankind. But of the straffuts that had entered the Mermaid Cafe, she only had eyes and words for one of them. Bypassing a stricken Sanji and Usopp, she glided across the cafe, coming to a halt before Naruto. She paused, tilting her head as she regarded him amidst the silence. She reached out and ran a slender finger from his exposed bandages up along his chest. His skin shuddered and shivered. Where she touched and he gulped. It was the only sound, save for that of his own breath. Hello to you too, May. Naruto stammered, suddenly nervous in the presence of this buxom beauty. How have you been? I'm much better, now that you're finally here. The mermaid all but purred, her eyes never leaving his. Not even for a moment. Much better. Haha. Naruto laughed nervously. As that's so, it is. Their faces were only inches apart. Naruto was breathing heavily, every brie. ATH wafting past his lips in a thick cloud of steam, and he was beginning to regret his decision to forego his cloak, but still couldn't bring himself to look away from her. Even her smell was intoxicating. Like a rare flower that only bloomed in the darkest gardens. Despite all the time that she must have spent in that cafe, she was enticing and sweet without being cloying. Then the mermaid known as May smiled. "Ah, yes, I promised my hero a hugging, didn't I?" She winked seductively as Burning Will flushed from head to toe. "How rude of me to have forgotten. How terribly, terribly rude of me. I thought you might have forgotten all about that silly little promise of mine, but, here you are. If it's a hugging you came here for, you needed only to ask." She wore a subtle expression of amusement on her face as she returned his disbelieving gaze, her grin turning slightly devious as she leaned in and pressed her lips to his. Naruto's mind exploded into white as he tasted her tongue over his, just for a moment. In that instant, with every fiber of his being, he willed himself to stand fast. He failed, and miserably at that. His arms took control, spreading themselves across her back. He was so completely taken aback by her hugging that he hardly noticed when his left hand began to cup her firm rear and his right palm took up residence on her jaw. He deepened the hugging as he pressed his body against hers, pushing her back against the nearest wall. Her hands were just as explorative, her nimble fingertips running along his chest and stomach. "What the heck am I doing?" Gasping, he tore himself away from her. "Oh my," May smiled. "If you boys want to a pick fight with him, then be my guest." May Terumi mocked the new fishman pirates. "But I should warn you, boys, this is no ordinary pirate or human that you're about to face." "Oh really?" Hammond snarled. "And who might this weakling human be? I can't believe a racist moron like you doesn't know who this is." May Terum. I smiled as she looped an arm within the blonde's. "This is Burning Will Uzumaki D. Naruto." The silence was deafening. "BBB Burning Will." Naruto grinned ferociously. "Long time no see, Hammond." No. Hody Jones and his lieutenants were very surprised that the monster of the sea had come to visit. Just few months ago Hody Jones had attempted to recruit Kisame Hoshigaki into the new Fishman Pirates. No one had seen him in many years since the disbanding of the Sun Pirates. Showing up from out nowhere was a big surprise and chance for Hody to recruit Kisame on his side. When Fisher Tiger was alive, Kisame had been regarded as among the most powerful members of the Sun Pirates. Even among fishmen, his physical strength was considered monstrous and a fearsome master of fishman karate, alongside Jinbei. In addition, Kisame was the wielder of the Samahata, a mysterious and powerful sword said to be both alive and capable of its own will. Kisame held a dangerous reputation among the Grand Line's most famous pirates. For example, Kisame had fought a fierce battle with Dracule, Hawkeye's Mihawk, a member of the Shichibukai and the current holder of the title, greatest swordsman in the world, in equal measures. Another example of Kisame's strength is that he once wiped out 100 marine warships in mere moments and nearly killed Admiral Aokiji. Having the monster of the sea on the IR side was guarantee that Ryugu Kingdom will fallen. However, Kisame refused the offer to join the new Fishman Pirates. He insulted Hody and his lieutenants, calling them addicted kids who weren't worth his time. He also insulted them further of lacking Fisher Tiger's spirit. For Hody, he would have killed Kisame for that insult, however he didn't do of fear of the monster of the sea's power. He had promised himself after King Neptune and his family was taken care of him, he was going to deal with Kisame personally. "What are you doing here, Kisame?" Hody asked coldly. "I thought you didn't want to join the new Fishman Pirates." Kisame looked at Hody as if he were a child pretending to be a man. Then he spoke. "I'm here because I've made a decision. I've decided to join your little band of addicts to overthrow the Ryugu Kingdom." This seems to surprise Hody and his lieutenants. They knew Kisame held no love or respect for them and they began to grow suspicious of his motives. "You're joking," replied Zio. "You really want to know?" Kisame responded with a wicked smile. "Yeah," Dosen demanded. "You think we're just going to let you in our crew just like that? You embarrassed us and now you won't join us?" Daruma snarled. "Gives us one good reason to even consider letting you in our crew." "Well, one thing's for sure," Kisame chortled softly. I do know that the Straw Hat Pirates are here on Fishman Island. No one's seen them in 2 years, and I've no doubt in my mind that their strength now rivals even that of the strongest New World pirates. We know that the Straw Hat Pirates are here on Fishman Island. Hody responded. And despite their reputation, they're still just weakling humans to deal with. Even burning will Uzumaki D. Naruto. Kisame sneered. The very mention of the name seems caused some of Hody's officers to grow nervous as they noticed the dark rage covering their captain's face. You better watch yourself, old man, Hody growled in a dangerous tone. I don't care if you're among the most dangerous pirates in the Grand Line. You say that name again and I won't hesitate to kill you. R&R equals D. Splashdown Part 2. A.N. Wow. Over 1,500 reviews. As of last chapter. Thank you so much for all of your support. I never thought that this story would become the sensation that it is for you guys and gals and myself. Also, Merry Christmas. I know this chapter was late in coming out, but I had a lot of work to do, and I needed to let the manga get ahead of me somewhat. Now that it has, I am finally free to continue. Some of you might be wondering why it is that I've suddenly sprung a Naruto's Robin moment on the lot of you so early in the story. Some of you believe that it might be too soon for such a relationship to develop. And some of you are in for a surprise C equals. But I digress. Pretty soon, plenty will have their turn with him, eventually. Keep in mind that Naruto knows Robin, and she knows him, and as such, she's bound to have a bit of an advantage over the others' wenches at first. Poor Sanji. He's going to be so very jealous when he learns of Burning Will's popularity with the ladies XD. I also added some much needed hum. Or in this chappy short thought it might be. Now, I know all of you are eager to see the Strafuts arrive at Fishman Island, and to see everyone's reaction once they learn that Burning Will is in town. I promise you, it won't be a disappointment. Why, I'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, in lieu of further chit-chat, I present to you the fruits of my labor. And, long last, another moment you have all been waiting for, taking place in this chapter. Getting closer to Fishman Island. To find the place where you belong, to seek knowledge and grow stronger with it. These things we all must have to be at peace with ourselves. The Epitaph of Gall D. Roger. The legend arrives. Strafut Luffy and Burning Will. Splashdown on Fishman Island. Part 2. Before them lay the downward current. Only, it wasn't a current at all. Rather, it resembled a massive undersea waterfall the likes of which they'd never seen. Fish, water and even the ship itself. It was gradually drawing everything in, dragging them down to the depths below. And below the depths, something was stirring. Something large, massive, monstrous. A creature as ancient as time itself. And nearly 10 times as large. Caribou saw it first. Great, writhing tentacles, coiling around crushed ships upon the floor. Twin bulbous eyes, leering up at them in bold defiance of their passage. A drooling slavering maw, drooling at the prospect of another meal. A body twice the size of a squid and with an appetite to match. It roared up at them, bearing its many coils in unspoken challenge. He'd heard the stories, but to see it up close. Kraken. Usopp's shriek of dismay sliced through his reverie like a hot knife through butter. Luffy, unlike the rest of his crew, felt no fear. Or if he did, he certainly did nothing to show it. I've decided, I'm going to make him my pet. Usopp face vaulted. Are you insane, Luffy? Their sniper exclaimed aghast, attempting to smack some much-needed sense back into his captain. You can't possibly be serious. Of course I'm serious, Naruto. Nami wailed as she cut her eyes toward the one person capable of culling their captain's stupidity. Do something. The wielder of the Mera Mera no Mi fruit user didn't answer her. Oh no, the grown man was far too busy quivering on the deck in the fetal position. Now, why would a battle-hardened warrior quiver in fear? Was it the great Leviathan below that stirred such dread in his chest? Far from it. In the last chapter Nami had made the fatal mistake of mentioning the dreaded G-word in his presence. Her exact words had been, I hope the sea ghosts get you. Less than a foot from him. Poor Blonde had been frozen in fear ever since. G-ghost. Ah, Frankie cried. Naruto's down. Nami, what did you do? Chopper accused. The navigator averted her gaze. Nothing. You mentioned ghosts, didn't you? Usopp pressed. I didn't mean to. Will someone please tell him there's no such things as ghosts? Robin walked over to Burning Will and stooped beside him. She laid her fingers upon his shoulder, gently stroking his back in an effort to elicit some sort of response. The blonde tucked both knees into his chest, refusing to utter so much as a single syllable. His eyes remained fixated firmly upon the floor, as did his fingertip. He pushed the smoldering digit into the wood as though in doing so he could somehow erase all his fears. To see the might Burning Will, it's no good. Nami groaned. He's completely out of sorts. Leave it to me. Robin leaned forward, determined. I think I can snap him out of it. Nani, Naruto-kun. Robin purred softly, her lips brushing the outer lobe of the blonde's ear, much to the dismay of the crew. Surely, you're not that afraid of ghosts, are you? Naruto said nothing, but Nico Robin would not be deterred. Even as the blonde chewed on his lower lip in silence, her chest pushed ever so subtly against his back. She continued to whisper into his ear, sweet nothings that left him trembling all over. Despite this new temptation, his gaze remained steadfast, fixated upon the floor. But Robin-chan, Naruto whimpered, raising his gaze in response to an unheard query. Ghosts are scary. And I'm not. Robin smiled, and the gesture was warm as lava glow, but her eyes flashed fire. Naruto's head jerked down like a puppet cut from its strings. Nami had the sudden realization that Burning Will didn't just respect Nico Robin, he feared her. Whatever his past relationship might have been with their archaeologist, it was enough to force the blonde began to shiver anew via an old memory perhaps, before shaking his head in emphatic denial. And no, he stammered, the fear of God put in him at her words. Robin-chan's plati scary too. Robin smiled. Good boy. Nami gulped. Oi, Blondie. Sanji shouted. What the heck do you think you're doing with Robin-kwan? I think she's the one doing it to him. Chopper pointed out. Certainly looks like it. Zoro nodded his nonchalant agreement. Brooks sighed. I wish she'd rub my skin. Oh, wait. He raised a bony wrist. I don't have any skin. Because I'm a skeleton. Skull joke. Yo ho ho ha ho. What the heck is with these crazy strafuts? Caribou thought to himself. Don't they know we might die at any moment? The Kraken's right outside. If you get up right now, I'll cook that for you. Robin soothed at Naruto. Much to the rookie's dismay, Burning Will's head snapped up. His eyes aglitter, his fear momentarily forgotten. Seriously, he all but drooled. You'll cook it for me? You mean it? Ba Ostar D. Sanji looked as though he was about to strike up another argument and possibly a fight with his fellow blonde, but a powerful nosebleed knocked him flat the moment he dared lay eyes upon Robin's beauty. Naruto was likewise transfixed, though he lacked the geyser of blood stemming from his capillaries. He leapt to his feet in a single fluid movement, snatching up his sword as he went. Nami gawped. Was it really that easy to tame him? Offer to cook something for him. Whatever that was, she must learn how to make it. Yush! Naruto roared, his flames flaring briefly before he remembered to quell them. Let's go get that Kraken. Nami blanched as the coating shrank a few feet in response to his sudden exuberance. Baka. He was going to, leaning close up all their oxygen. He was going to, oh dear. Her fear found itself smothered in modern-day terror as the blonde raised his gaze, eyes narrowing to thin slits. He drew his fist back. Fingers clenched. She recognized that move. She'd seen Ace perform the very same technique back on Alabasta. And now Naruto was going to use it here. Hi, don't you do it. Nami flung her arms around Burning Will's neck and hauled him backwards, using her body as a lever to drag him back from the brink. You'll set the ship on fire. Naruto grunted in annoyance, flabbergasted by the truth of those words, but it was already too late to do anything other than surpass his power. It was a mistake. Both Straw Hats cried out in surprise as they lost their balance. Naruto from the sudden tackle attack, and Nami from the blonde's irritated effort to free himself as she crashed into him. By some unspoken grace he managed to twirl, keeping himself from skewering her with the deadly spikes of his jacket. The navigator found herself sorely regretting the move, as his valiant attempt to save her life ended in catastrophe. Nami's nearly bare back graced the grassy deck of the Thousand Sunny. But that was all Nami knew before their bodies collided. Warm. Why was his body so warm? Stupid question, she reprimanded herself. He's eaten the Mara Mara, no am I. Of course he'd be warm. Her self-reproach faded into oblivion as she realized the awkward position into which they'd fallen. Naruto's arms were planted, on either side of her, bent at the elbows in a desperate, last-ditch effort to forestall the inevitable. It wasn't enough. Although his arms were wedged, in an almost enviable attempt to prevent it, his whiskered face remained buried firmly between the valley of her bikin and her chest. Sanji, having only just recovered from his first nosebleed, promptly found himself laid out by a second. His body couldn't handle it. The arrow level was too high. Much too high. His last thought, before passing from sheer blood loss and into unconsciousness, was thus. It's not fair. Kami-sama, why does he get all the girls? Naruto's thoughts were more along the lines of, oh dear lord, I hope Robinson hasn't mastered her haki yet, because she is going to kill me for this. Beneath her pale skin, the slow flush of Nami's face was like a burning forest fire, spreading to every inch of her body. Much like her flame-colored hair, Naruto raised his head to risk a glance at her, his wide-eyed gaze mirroring her own horror and disbelief. The silence was deafening. One could hear a pin drop, if they were so inclined. A squeal of disbelief shattered it like so much glass. You pervert. Now, wait just a second, Nami-chan. Naruto struggled to fork himself upward amidst the swaying and rocking of the deck. I can explain. An uppercut ushered his face upward, and his lips found hers. If Nami had been crimson before, then now she was positively pink. Nami wanted to die. She wanted to curl up in a ball and into corner and pretend today never happened. First he embarrasses her, then he sticks his face in her boobs, then he steals her first hugging. All as if it were nothing to him. Naruto jerked back as if he'd been burned. Ironic, considering his body was comprised solely of flames. Any chance of mercy for him was gone now. Even so, he stumbled backwards. Eyes flying wide open as an eerie, familiar aura of female doom brightened around the strawberry blonde. Oh dear. He stole a glance back to Robin, but found no mercy in her eyes, either. Robin, he pleaded. A little help here. The archaeologist smiled, and her blue eyes were more akin to winter ice than the afternoon skies he'd come to adore during their time together in Alabasta. Sorry, Naruto. She raised her hands and abruptly, the blonde found himself bound. You must be punished. May you rest in peace. Usopp removed his hat and laid it upon his chest. Traitor. Naruto roared as the strawberry blonde stalked closer. Bone voyage. Damn it, Brook. That's not funny. He swallowed nervously. Ahahaha. Nami-san. Any last words? He had a sudden epitome as Nami raised her hand. Wait a second, can she use haki? Eki. Naruto found his worst fears realized as a righteous open-palmed slap sent him careening into and through the coating like an arrow launched from a taut bow. Bubbles billowed from his mouth, leaving him stranded in the deep without oxygen, as the Kraken looked on in disbelief. It had been about to cruise this ship like all the oath. But one of the humans had gone out to greet it instead. Was it insane? And why did its flesh suddenly feel so insufferably warm? It had long since been accustomed to the cold of the deep-sea depths, but to feel such warmth was strange hot. It was burning. It turned to regard the tentacle with a bulbous eye, alarmed to find black flames spreading across the limb. Fire. Hot. Pain. Shrieking its fury, the Kraken retreated, trying, and failing, to quench the unquenchable flames of the Amaterasu as they slowly scorched its tentacles. Man overboard. Usopp bellowed. Luffy, quick. Reel him in before the Kraken comes back and eats him. Roger. Mere moments later, the blonde found himself returned to life and land, gasping and hacking as he expelled a lungful of seawater. He clutched as his eyes, now bloodied and battered by the usage of his penultimate technique, waving off assistance as he struggled to stand. Nami instantly felt a pang of guilt as she watched him struggle. Damn it, the author. She hadn't meant to hit him that hard. Unbidden she went to him. Walk. Don't run. The pity in her eyes painfully evident. Oi. Are you all right? All right. Naruto spat a bloody gob onto the deck. Maybe I deserved to be slapped for that motorboat. Maybe I deserve to be slapped for stealing your first hugging. Blue eyes narrowed. But did you have to knock me into the sea? You know I can't swim. I wasn't trying to. Well, you did. Why, you idiot. Here I was trying to be nice and you ruined everything. Baka. Baka. How am I the baka? You almost killed me. If it wasn't for... Oh. Abruptly, Naruto's eyes rolled back in his head, the words dying on his lips. He grunted in surprise as consciousness left him, leaving him toppled, falling forward in a heap. Nami uttered a small eep as he fell into her arms like so much deadweight. Heavy. She was about to cuss him out again, when she heard the Kraken's renewed screams of agony, just outside the coating. Right, he'd used the black flames again. That deadly fire that burned even beneath the water, the flames that fanned his own pain, and he'd used them to keep the Thousand Sunny to keep her safe from harm, even after all she'd done to him. You big lug, she thought at slumbering blonde softly, why can't I stay mad at you, even when I want to? Ah, Frankie guffawed. He passed out again. The reactions of the crew were rather mixed in that aspect. Not again. Oi oi oi, Naruto. At least he got rid of the Kraken. Well, don't look now, but here it comes. Scarce had swordsman spoke, then. A massive orange blur swelled before the ship. The Kraken had returned, and it was not happy. 3 of its tentacles lay withered and blackened by burning will's flames, flames that died the moment Air Master lost the will to sustain the dread power behind them. Roaring its fury, it brought those same scarred tentacle crashing down upon the ship. Rather, it would have, were it not for the genius shipwright of the Strafuts. Chicken voyage. Frankie hauled on a lever, the act of which sent the Sunny swimming backwards, fleeing from the grasping tentacles. Suction's cup strove the undressing the ship of its mast, seeking to break the galleon in two even as it beat a hasty retreat. The Thousand Sunny shuddered at the sudden motion, nearly sending them sailing from their feet. We need to do something. Nami yelped as a glancing blow struck the ship. Standing itself was fast becoming a chore, let alone holding onto the slumbering form of burning will. Can't we just run? We aren't going to do anything. Luffy declared, swinging his arm as he stalked forward. I'm going to fight it. Don't do it, Chopper squealed, leaping upon his shoulder. You'll pop the bubble. Listen to me. Caribou finally found his voice as it were, straining against his own bonds. If you want to fight that thing so desperately, I have an idea. Please, just don't pop the bubble. What is it? Luffy demanded. Tell me. Within minutes, they'd learned the secret of flutter kick coating, instant diving suits that allowed them to fight as they pleased, outside the ship. Soon thereafter the monster trio Sanji having recovered. Despite the previous overload of beauty suited up and prepared to set out. As long as that's on you CNA fight in the ocean as much as you want. Caribou breathed, visibly relieved to realize he wasn't going to die just yet. What did you do that for, outsider? Usopp hollered. We need to be running away. Now we have to fight, don't we? I've been saying we should run. But that captain of yours doesn't listen, does he? Caribou hissed back. Would you rather have him go rampant while on the ship still? All right. Usopp raised a hand to send them off. Go as far as you can from the ship. If you're going to fight him, at least get away from the ship. Nami seconded, grimacing as burning will began to drool on the coat of her shoulder. NWILL someone please do something to wake this guy up. When none could succeed, even Nico Robin met with little success. Frankie winced at her attempt to revive the blonde. The dreaded double clutch. He'd suffered once at the hands pun intended of fate once before, and he was certain not even the mighty rookie could stand up to such a sterilizing technique. Imagine his surprise when the blonde didn't so much as twitch in his slumber. Impossible. Unheard. The boy must have balls of steel. No, solid gold. He truly was super. Oi, Robin, he isn't waking up. Luffy pointed out, fiddling with the rope at his waist. Arg, this thing's gonna be in the way. Nami felt terrible. What if he'd really hurt himself this time? And it was her fault. Surely they must be able to do something. Leave that to me. As the crew looked on, Nico Robin raised her hands, and a pair of arms sprouted from the blonde's back, another from his legs, and still another from his neck. Nami edged aside as the Appin Dages forced the blonde into an upright position. What on earth was Robin planning to do? She found her answers as the archaeologist utilized the power of the Hana Hana no Mi to tilt the blonde's face up to greet hers and held him there, throwing her arms around his neck for emphasis as she fitted her curves to his. Nami's jaw dropped. Www, what the heck did she think she was doing? For the span of 2 beats nothing else happened. No one blinked. No one breathed. Nothing could be heard. Even the Kraken seemed to have ceased its assault to see what would happen. And something did happen all too swiftly. Abruptly the hands holding him vanished, dissolving into flower petals beneath the sudden eruption of flame. Once again the near-invisible coating shrank a few inches toward the floor. But the Strafuts did not notice. Oh no, they were far too focused on the scene before them. Naruto jerked back to wakefulness with a startled spasm, blue eyes bulging so large everyone was certain they were going to drop right out of his head. They fluttered open, shut, open again, with all the rapidity of the hummingbird's wingspan, so much like the crest emblazoned upon his right arm. When he finally recognized whom it was holding him fast, who was locking lips with him, he frowned. Nami half expected him to break off from Robin then and there. Instead, a surprisingly weak whimper trailed through the archaeologist's lips as Burning Will bent her backwards, his lips tackling hers with a renewed and relatively startling ferocity yet unseen in this chapter. Nami felt the blood drain from her face as she looked on, his hands roaming freely across her back and chest, leaving her own tangling through the messy mane of his hair. That no good two-timing son of a bitch, bastard. How could you? I liked you. Nami knew she had no claim to him, just as she knew he shared some strange past with the former Baroque Works member, as past Robin refused to speak of. Looking on, it didn't take much to guess what their past relationship had been. So, she'd been deluding herself all along. After all, she'd never had a chance to begin with. She was not alone in her despair, either. Miles away, in the midst of their pitched battle with the Kraken, a certain cook's arrow senses were tingling. No, Sanji bawled, blood spurting through his nose as he made the near-fatal mistake of glancing over his shoulder. Robin Kwan, how could you? This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. His precious Robin Kwan, gone, lost to him forever. This wasn't happening. It must be a dream. That's it. It was a dream. This was all a dream. He was going to wake up any minute now, and when he did, this vile woebegone nightmare would be gone. He pinched himself frantically beneath the coating, praying to Kami-sama that this was a dream, that this was some strange, terrible, horrible dream, because if this was the reality he was cursed to live, he didn't think he'd be able to live a second longer out here in the cold sea. Not without his precious Robin Kwan. With some effort, Robin drew herself back from the blonde, leaving Burning Will looking slightly glazed in the eyes, but very much alive. Even as they looked on, Naruto blinked that strange look away, scratched his head and yawned a mighty yawn. I am revived, he cackled, grinning from ear to ear, heedless of the dumbfounded looks sent his way by the remaining straw hats. What? Did I miss something? He turned. Oh, isn't that the Kraken? What happened next registered as little more than a moving blur to the trained eye. 3 attempts by the beast to crush the Thousand Sunny against the rocks, 3 successful blocks on the parts of Frankie, Chopper, and Robin. Frankie rocket launcher, guard point, mill fleur, giganso mano. With the last technique, a giant pair of hands sprouted from the Thousand Sunny itself and shoved off the rocky seabed, pushing the Strafuts' craft away from certain doom. The Straw Hats cheered. They'd been saved. Naruto was less than optimistic. They might have been saved for now, but that didn't necessarily guarantee their continued survival. Or did it? Monsters. Usopp wailed, drawing his focus to the fight. They're all monsters, the 3 of them. Even as he turned his attention back to the monster trio, he saw Luffy's new technique, aptly named the Elephant Gun. Such power. A single blow knocked the Kraken out cold and sent it, along with a sizable chunk of debris, tumbling down and over the edge. Unfortunately, in doing this also sent the trio of pirates and the Thousand Sunny spiraling after it. Luffy, I'll get them. Leaping into action, Naruto attempted to step inside his own coating, only for the bubble to promptly pop upon his entry. The second attempt with another failure, as did the third and the fourth. Naruto growled in disbelief, his flame unintentionally flaring in aggravation, shrinking the coating still further. "What the heck?" he exclaimed aghast, gawping at the fickle thing. "Why can't I use this?" "It's your flames," Nami shouted. "You can't use the coating when you're on fire like that." "Oi, Luffy." He watched the downward current drag them under and toward the rocks. The ship bucked beneath them, and shards of white-hot pain stabbed at his retina. Not again. Of all the rotten times to act up. It had to be now when he needed his body to cooperate. He sank to a knee as the red haze crept over his vision, blotting out all else. He willed himself to be calm, to ignore the ravages of the disease as it crippled him once more. Pain, mind-numbing pain, blotted out all else. He felt a hand on his shoulder, heard the words of concern, but they were all white noise against the backdrop of his own agony. The wounds Akainu had given him flared anew in indignation, driving him to his hands and knees. Naruto thought to himself. It's just as I thought. I can't keep going like this. His last thought was that of the pain pressing down against him, and then nothingness. Naruto awoke with a start. The last thing he remembered was the undersea current, being swept up in the water, spiraling out of control. Where the devil was he? Where was Luffy, Robin, Nami, Chopper, Zoro, Frankie, Brook, Usopp? Where was everyone? And why was it so bloody dark? The door to the room swung open suddenly, startling him. Robin. Naruto blinked as she sat beside him. They sat there on the cloak, staring out together into the shadows. Finally, it was Robin who spoke. "You love her, don't you?" "Hooray, Jewelry Bonnie." Dread tightened like a fist in his stomach. "I do love her," he said quietly, though the words tasted like ash in his mouth. "She was the love of my life. My love, life, happiness, and inspiration. I loved her, Robin, and I don't know what I'm going to do without her." He found himself admitting it to her almost casually, without any concern. Robin had a temper, one not easily roused. But once it was, heck hath no fury like her. "You don't need to tell me this," Robin murmured. "No, I do." He looked at her, his expression grim. "There was another woman in my life. Her name was Jewelry Bonnie. I won't lie to you, Robin. I slept with her. I enjoyed it. Heck, I loved it, but I never did it to spite you. Never once, to spite you. Not a one. I know. You knew. Yes. And, I have regrets, too." He chuckled ruefully. "You're talking about Ohara, aren't you?" She nodded. "I would have done anything to take back that day. Yet I couldn't. I had to go on, because Luffy needed me. I swallowed my fears, because Luffy needed me. And when that fear threatened to overwhelm me and destroy the family I'd found, I kept going, despite the fact that everything in my life felt empty. Because Luffy needed me." She looked at him again, her eyes sad. "For the past 2 years, everything was because Luffy needed me." Naruto nodded. "For the past 2 years, everything I've done was because I made a promise to Ace. Sometimes, I feel like I've lost myself along the way. Like I don't even know who I am at all under this Burning Will persona. I'm not even sure that I exist without it. I mean, the day I ate that fruit, the day that I took Ace's powers into myself, I changed. I didn't have the luxury of just sitting on the sidelines after that. And believe me, I tried. You're more than just Burning Will, Naruto. And you're just saying that. Am I?" Robin studied him in the blackness, her eyes suddenly piercing. "Then tell me this. Why do you free slaves?" "Because, well, because it's right." "Why did you invade Impel Down?" "Because Ayame was in danger." "Why did you attack Marieoa?" "I just couldn't let those people suffer like that." "Why did you throw yourself at Akainu and Kizaru?" "To save Luffy." "One more question," Robin told him. "Then you don't have to say anything else to me, if you don't want to." "Why are you still here?" she asked. Naruto glanced at her sideways. "Because you're here." He heard her breath catch, in the dark. "Why are you asking me all this?" he murmured. "We all have our dreams, Naruto." Robin said. "You have yours and I have mine." He felt Robin take his hand and she squeezed it. He was drawn to her almost magnetically, and found himself leaning in to give her a tentative hugging. He pulled away only a fraction afterwards. She looked as surprised as he did, though not displeased. Then he leaned in again, more urgently, and their hugging had passion. Naruto felt her breathing against him, and accepted her arms as they closed around his neck when he began to pull away. He wanted this. He wanted to be with a good woman, and forget for just a moment about where they were, and what had happened to them. He needed a moment's solace, and he suspected that, while Robin might not need such a thing, she was more than willing to comfort him. Perhaps a bit too willing. Pulling away from the heat of his touch, Robin, lacking any sort of haste whatsoever, tugged at her shirt, releasing the zipper that had tantalizingly constricted her chest for so long. Before Naruto could protest, "Shish!" he pulled at the padded undershirt beneath, sighing with relief as she finally got it off. Naruto hesitated. At that, "Robin, perhaps we shouldn't." She ignored him, reaching over and undoing the straps that held his vest in place. He seemed pained, struggling with himself despite his obvious desire. "But what about the others?" "I don't care." The look in his eyes turned desperate. "But, here." He cast his gaze about the cabin, his eyes lingering piteously upon the doorjamb and the appalling lack of a lock. "Forget where we are." She pulled the vest over his head and he let her, staring helplessly. When it was done, she started working on the straps for his pauldrons, and after a moment's hesitation, he began to help. They tugged and pulled and twisted until they eventually got all that blasted, silly clothing off. She untied his stained and soiled undershirt and removed it, unveiling bare skin. He was covered in cuts and bruises, as no doubt was she. His eyes were locked on her with an intensity that threatened to burn her up. The great, burning Will, was a fearsome man. But not all fearsome men were also bad men. "Are you certain?" he whispered, his breaking husky. "There are." "Shish." Robin hushed him quietly, putting a finger to his lips. He stopped and looked at her with such an ache of loneliness it almost broke her heart. She slowly stroked his cheek. "I am tired of pain." "So tired, aren't you?" His answer came as he leaned in, his hugging gentle as if he thought her fragile. And then another followed, and then another. He allowed her to pull him toward the bed, leading him by the hand. Allowed her hands to snake their way through his hair, to find their way into the waistband of his slacks with an alarming swiftness as he found the clasp of her bra. His thumbs stroked the supple skin of her back and chest as he fumbled with and unhooked it. A pair of hands sprouted behind the door and gently closed it shut behind them. She pulled the door shut and locked it behind them. She pushed him down and clambered atop him, her lips frantically seeking his. "Naruto," she murmured between kisses. Naruto." Robin spoke, more insistently. "Wake up." And then his eyes snapped open. Naruto blinked, his eyes opening and closing with an infinite slowness. He was awake, or was he? He'd already awoken, once before, and that had been a dream. Who was to say then that he was not dreaming now? A pair of lips were still pressed against his own, so one could assume he was still in dreamland somewhere. Where? He felt not the cold embrace of the ocean beneath him, but rather that of warm sheets and air. He could breathe again. He could breathe. He tried to sit up, only to find a weight pushing him down. Something soft was pressing into his chest, and lips continued to smother his own. What alarmed Naruto was thus, his lips were moving of their own accord. As the world swam into focus, he found he was not lip-locked not with Nico Robin as he'd initially surmised. Instead, he was clashing tongues with a green-haired mermaid, with the latter appearing to enjoy said hugging quite a bit and belatedly realized just what he'd been doing. A mermaid. He'd seen a few mermaids in Marioa, but never this one. He'd been dreaming. It wasn't that she wasn't beautiful. She was. She just wasn't Nico Robin. And he was hugging her. Hugging her. Curse his unintentional habit of hugging women in his sleep. Gah! Naruto yelped, immediately lurching back. "I'm so sorry, miss. I didn't mean to do that." The greenette flushed heavily. That's all right, burning Will." Naruto blinked. "How do you know who I am?" She tented her fingers. Well, I've been following your exploits ever since Mario. I'm really a big fan of yours." A light bulb went off in the blonde's head. "Say, miss, why yes. Where are we, exactly?" "Oh, that's easy. You're on. Oi, Tem." Naruto sighed as half his face was obliterated by a wayward kick. NLY to reform into flesh and bone seconds later. Troublesome. He turned his attention toward the perpetrator, lightly amused to find Sanji glaring bloody red daggers back at him. The cook was not pleased. But Burning will put on his most winning smile anyway. Yes, Sanji-kun, since when the heck do you hugging people in your sleep? Sanji hollered back. It's not enough that you had to take Robin Kwan from me, but now Kami-chan too. Exclamation mark quote. Naruto arched an eyebrow carefully ignoring the cook as a sweeping kick passed through his abdomen, the blow fizzling out amongst the flames. He sat up with a start upon realizing the room housed not just the three of them, but Chopper and Usopp as well. And Luffy, Naruto roared, bopping his captain and foster brother across the head the moment he laid eyes upon him. What was that stunt back there? We coulda died. What are you talking about? Luffy blinked. We were fine. We almost crashed. Naruto, what you mean? Now it was Usopp who eared concerned for their newest crew member. Did you hit your head or something on the way here? What the heck did I miss? You were out cold after Luffy beat up the Kraken, Sarum. Chopper corrected, mildly. Even when we faced the fishmen and passed through the bubble and nearly drowned, you were still asleep. If it wasn't for Kami-chan you'd be dead. Sanji added, show some respect, playboy. Naruto's flames flared, all other remarks momentarily forgotten. Oi. Now listen here, Tem. Just because I hugging women in my sleep. He paused, realizing the implications of what he'd said. All right, he admitted, sitting down, sullenly. I may have a weakness for women. Just like that, Sanji guffawed. He'd been braced for a fight. For his rival for Robin CHW. Anne's affections to admit his weakness so easily. Wait, Naruto frowned suddenly. He blinked in surprise, sat up just a tad bit straighter. Chopper, earlier, did you say, bubble? The reindeer nodded. A slow grin spread across the blonde's whiskered face. Could it be? Were they finally here? Had they finally arrived? Wait, does that mean, we're finally here? We're actually on. Luffy's exuberant grin spoke volumes. Fishman Island. Ahahaha. I return. This is only a taste of the awesomeness that is to come, pardon the grammar. We'll get down to the real meat of the matter next chapter, all the interactions. Battles and everything else you love. And it seems Naruto can't quite handle the flutter kick coating without leaning close out all the OYX gen implying a major weakness in underwater battles. Nami and Robin seem to be trapped in a battle of wits over Naruto, with the former not even intending it. Naruto also has a strange sleeping habit like Ace and Luffy, though instead of eating while he sleep, he may be hugging any female unfortunate enough to be within arm's reach. We'll catch a glimpse of his past with Robin next chapter, and I'm sure you're looking forward to that, too. And, of course, Mermaid Cove and Cafe, not to mention Naruto finally gets to meet his adoring public and perhaps even the Mermaid Princess. Ho, that's gonna be fun, hard to write. And with that, I'm afraid I must leave you now my dear readers, as work is calling me. I look forward to reading all of your wonderful reviews when I get back tonight. And remember, if any of you have any suggestions, feel free to let me know, as I'll be more than happy to use them, while crediting you of course and such. Remember to keep reviewing and voting for the harem. Robin currently has quite the hefty lead. Now, in the immortal words of Brooke, be sure to review until my eyes fall out. Oh, wait, I don't have any eyes. ... Because I'm a skeleton. Skull JOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOOO even exist in the One Piece universe. Boys will be boys. Naruto cut his eyes at the approaching kraken. But now that you mention it, I'm a little curious. He licked his lips. I bet grilled kraken would taste great with ramen. Don't kill it, Luffy demanded as he slipped into the bubble coating. I'm gonna name it Sarum. You sure about that? Much to their diss, Zoro had already stepped over the still twitching form of Sanji and was slipping on his own coating as well. I'm sure we can make quite the feast out of it. No, the Gomu Gomu user declared. You're not allowed to kill my pet. Too late. The two swordsmen were already discussing how best to serve up their soon-to-be dish. Oi oi oi, I bet kraken meat would taste really good. Grilled or fried? Grilled, Naruto enthused. Definitely grilled, with a side of miso ramen. I've been meaning to ask about that. Zoro frowned suddenly. Ramen. About what? Naruto blinked. Just what the heck is ramen? Ramen. Naruto blinked rapidly. Ramen. Zoro reaffirmed. Well, it made up of broth and noodles and goes great with just about anything. 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 So why have I never heard of it before? Naruto blinked. Never. Heard of ramen. And with that, he passed into unconsciousness. A world without ramen was certainly not one he wanted to live in. R&R equals D. Splashdown Part 3. A.N. Wow. Over 1,600 reviews. As of last chapter. Thank you so much for all of your support. I never thought that this story would become the sensation that it is for you guys and gals and myself. Also, Merry Christmas. I know this chapter was late in coming out, but I had a lot of work to do, and I needed to let the manga get ahead of me somewhat. Now that it has, I am finally free to continue. But I digress. Pretty soon, plenty will have their turn with him, eventually. Keep in mind that Naruto knows Robin, and she knows him, and as such, she's bound to have a bit of an advantage over the others wenches at first. Poor Sanji. He's going to be so very jealous when he learns of Burning Will's popularity with the ladies XD. I also added some much needed humor in this chappy short thought it might be. I'm terribly sorry for being gone so long and not updating in forever, but with this chapter, and another slew of updates, I plan to amend that. Now, I know LL of you are eager to see the Strafuts arrive at Fishman Island, and to see everyone's reaction once they learn that Burning Will is in town. I promise you, it won't be a disappointment. Why, I'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, in lieu of further chit-chat, I present to you the fruits of my labor. And, long last, another moment you have all been waiting for. Taking place in this chapter, some very much needed romance. And away we go. A man can never die, so long as he is never forgotten. Burning Will. The legend arrives. Strafut Luffy and Burning Will. Splashdown on Fishman Island. Part 3. You didn't come in through the main entrance, did you? One of the mermaids asked. Are your friends all right now? Inquired another. Those pirates who drowned. Illegal entry. Squealed a third. How wild. I love pirates. Hello. Chimed a fourth. Say, they don't look too scary. Naruto stifled a laugh and a nosebleed as he found D himself confronted with all these mermaids and their inquisitive inquiries. Kami's tour had been thus far enlightening to say the least. Literary trope aside, Fishman Island was beautiful. Hee-haw. D to forcibly refrain from getting too excited, lest his flames flare out of control and sear someone. He was in that much awe. He'd long since dreamed of laying eyes upon this place, but to actually set foot upon its shores, gaze upon its wonders, wondrous didn't even begin to describe it. This is a paradise. Sanji sobbed. Naruto was inclined to agree. He'd never seen so many beautiful women in one place. His inner pervert was fighting to get out. It took all he had to stand stock still and allow Kami to introduce them whilst he beheld these vivacious beauties. Everyone. Kami began introductions. This is the captain, Luffy Chin. The crying one is Sanji Chin. The big-nosed one is Usopp Chin, the tanuki one is Chopper Chin, and the whiskered one is She turned toward Naruto, frowning. Anyo, should I really tell them who you are, Naruto? The blonde blanched. I think you just did, Kami-chan. The silence was deafening. Then the mermaids began to murmur amongst themselves. Did she just say Naruto? Someone whispered. The Uzumaki Naruto. Burning Will sweat dropped. That did it. The cat was out of the bag. Oh my gosh. One of the mermaids cried aloud. It's him. Look girls. Over here. It's really him. He's really here. Naruto blinked in surprise as all eyes in the Mermaid Cove fell upon him. It was overwhelming. Both wonderful and terrifying at the same time. Darn. He should have expected this. He'd freed all those slaves from Marioa after all, a feat that only one of their own, Fisher Tiger, could hope to boast of. And he was long since dead. That Naruto'd so freed all the slaves on the anniversary of Fisher Tiger's death had been purely accidental. The repercussions of such an action hadn't even occurred to him until just now. You are who we think you are, aren't you? One of them asked. Burning Will. Naruto's sweat dropped. Were they seriously asking him this? Well, yes, I'd like to think I know who I am. Burning will. Their combined squeal of delight was nearly enough to blow him clear off his feet. Before he could blink, before he could even think to defend himself against this sudden adoration, he found himself all but dragged off solid ground into the waters of the bay, already submerged nearly to his knees and going deeper with each passing second. Whoa! He dug his heels in at the last instant, his boots biting into the shallows of the reef before the eager women could haul him into deeper water. Kami took note of the blonde's sudden increase of strength. The blonde wasn't budging an inch. It was as if he'd turned to stone. Sadly, they took his refusal to move as hesitation. "What's wrong, Burning Will?" they asked. "Don't you want to join us in the water? We just want to show you our appreciation." Behind Naruto's tan skin, the slow flushing of his face looked almost like a growing forest fire, and he seemed literally unable to catch his breath. Dear Kami, he could already feel the pressure building in his nose, not to mention elsewhere, ruining his thoughts, distracting him with pleasure. It felt as if his very skin were aflame, threatening to erupt into tongues of holy fire at the slightest provocation. Curses! Curse this infernal damned weakness for the fairer intimacy that was his. Kami flushed at the sight of so many women vying for the blonde's attention. Unbidden, he was drawn back to when he'd first kissed. Shouldn't we help him? Usopp adopted a sage-like expression. So this is the true power of Burning Will. Nay. Chopper pantomimed the same action. The bastard, Sanji hissed, stifling a nosebleed. It's not fair he gets all the attention. Oh ho. Luffy was the last to offer his opinion. Looks like you're having fun, Naruto. Luffy. Naruto snapped back. What the heck are you saying? I coulda drowned just now. Still glowering, he returned his attention to the mermaids tugging at his belt. Wait a second, girls. Sputtering, he forcibly pulled himself free from their many prying hands. Let me get in under me own power for Crisix. They paused, their enthusiasm momentarily curbed by his anger. But, Burning Will Sama. Gently, he eased himself into the shallows, stopping only once the water nearly reached his waist. Any further and he risked the sapping of his strength. Luffy and the others soon found themselves accosed by the other mermaids of the cove, leaving the charismatic blonde to fend for himself. There, he nodded, satisfied with himself. This is as far in as I can go, I'm afraid. Do you mind if we ask you a few questions, Burning Will Sama? A mermaid inquired as she pulled herself out of the water and onto the reef beside him. Scarce had she done so than she began to run her fingers across his chest, showering him with droplets. Naruto had expected as much the questions that as and had already mentally prepared himself for it. He flashed one of his foxy grins and leaned back against the reef, content to endure their curiosity for as long as he was able. Tolerating their physical affection would prove to be another matter. Not at all, he grinned. Ask away. Well, in that case, almost before he knew it, he had a mermaid on either arm and still another on his lap. They couldn't seem to get enough of him. Nay, so what was it like, Mario? One of them, a fine lass with dark, ebony hair, asked of him. To be honest, I don't remember, Naruto replied, shruggingly. I was busy setting everyone free, you understand. Well, perhaps that wasn't entirely true. He thought back to the glistening white palace, the gleaming cobblestones of polished silver, and the Tenryubito. He'd gone there to free Ayame, true, but instead he'd flown into a rage the moment he laid eyes upon these so-called celestial dragons, parading their slaves about as though they were mere pieces of meat, to be discarded as they'd saw fit. He might have burned the entire Holy Land down if he hadn't been so focused upon actuating everyone. You're so dreamy, heard another mermaid as she pushed up against him, drawing him from his reverie. Am I now? Naruto flushed, more from pride than any actual embarrassment. Looking back, he hadn't thought it would feel so darn good to free all those slaves, to spit in the face of the world government and their corrupt policies. They deserved to burn for what they'd done. All of them. But gradually he became more and more aware of the mermaids pressing in around him, each eager to hear him tell his tale, of how he'd single-handedly stormed the Holy Land and heck down upon the world nobles for what they had done. He was also very much aware of their questions, a seemingly never-ending stream of verbal intrigue that demanded he satisfy their curiosity. Did you really kill a Tenryubito? How many slaves did you free? Will you marry me? No, me. Naruto was just starting to regret his decision, and beginning to reach the limit of what his body could stand without ravaging someone. When a voice broke through the din. Girls, girls, someone cried out. Give the poor man some breathing room before he suffocates. Everyone seemed to draw back as one pulling away from his arms and lap, eager to make way for whomever had first spoken. Whoever it was, they seemed to respect them a great deal to back off so swiftly. Intrigued, Naruto turned to regard the voice, and his jaw nearly fell clear off his face. She was a red snapper mermaid, and she was as beautiful as she was lovely. A beautiful woman with flame-colored curls, dressed in a simple low-cut blue dress. She was the only occupant of the cafe. Her shirt was half-zipped down her body, and only her voluminous hair and a thin brassiere stood between her bulging chest and the open air of the cafe. She looked up at their approach with eyes so incredibly green Naruto couldn't look away. She waited patiently as the blonde struggled to regain control over himself, his eyes, his mind, and still she peered at him, staring with wide orbs of brilliant jade hidden behind the bright orange tresses of her hair. Hello again, handsome. When she spoke, her voice was everything a man might expect it to be. Low, sultry, full of warmth and amusement, sprinkled with the faintest trace of the deepest, darkest desire known to mankind. But of the Strafuts that had entered the Mermai Cove, she only had eyes and words for one of them. Bypassing an equally stricken Sanji and Usopp, she glided across the pool, coming to a halt just before Naruto. She paused, tilting her head as she regarded him amidst the silence. She reached out and silently ran a slender finger from his exposed bandages up along his chest. His skin shuddered and shivered where she touched, and he gulped. It was the only sound, save for that of his own breath. Hello to you too, May. Naruto stammered, suddenly nervous in the presence of this buxom beauty. How have you been? I'm much better, now that you're finally here. The mermaid all but purred, her eyes never leaving his, not even for a moment. Much better. Haha. Naruto laughed nervously. As that's so, it is. Their faces were only inches apart. Naruto was breathing heavily, every breath wafting past his lips in a thick cloud of steam, and he was beginning to regret his decision to forego his cloak, but still couldn't bring himself to look away from her. Even her smell was intoxicating, like a rare flower that only bloomed in the darkest gardens. Despite all the time that she must have spent in that cafe, she was enticing and sweet without being cloying. Then the mermaid known as May smiled. Ah, yes, I promised my hero a hugging, didn't I? She winked seductively as burning wool flushed from head to toe. How rude of me to have forgotten. How terribly, unforgivably rude of me. I thought you might have forgotten all about that silly little promise of mine, but, here you are. If it's a hugging you came here for, you needed only to ask. She wore a sly expression of bemusement on her graceful face as she scooted closer to him, that same grin turning slightly impish as she leaned in. Humming softly, Shish pressed her lips to his. Naruto's mind exploded into white as he tasted her tongue over his, just for a moment. In that instant, with every fiber of his being, he willed himself to stand fast. He failed, and miserably at that. His body froze, refusing to obey. What the heck am I doing? Gasping, he tore himself away from her, all but bursting out of the water. I need to clear my head, he muttered, striding away from the cove stiffly. Oh my, May smiled to herself, placing a hand upon her chin. He really isn't honest with his feelings now, is he? Gasping, Naruto all but flung himself into the back room of the Memide Cafe. All but panting for breath. Too close. That had been much too close. Any longer and he might have. Bang. He whipped around as the door was all but slammed shut behind him, eyes narrow and intent. Imagine his surprise when he found himself locking gazes with none other Madame Chiarli. Kami had introduced them briefly before bringing the Strafuts to the cove, a factor Naruto found himself most grateful for, then not so much, as she locked the door behind her to ensure the two's privacy. She was beautiful, make no mistake, he simply didn't understand why she had locked that damned door behind him. He was about to voice that, when she finally spoke. I see you're not one for conversation. The slightest of smiles graced her lips. They were fawning all over me, Naruto said, by way of explanation. Who would be comfortable with that? Charlie peered at Ace's phoenix, as she regarded the blonde, and she had to confess that Fire Fist knew what he was doing. Entrusting his powers and spirit to be inherited by such a successor. The prime example on Fishman Island was in how he treated the natives. His vision was selective, with fishmen and merfolk. Everything that the darn Tenryubito saw about her and her people, which was only the aquatic features the people of Fishman Island have, he was willingly blind to. He didn't look at what a person was, only at who they were as a person, and judged based on that. You know, I owe you for saving my best friend from Mario, she said at length, and quite a few people see you as the heir of Fisher T. Iger's unconquerable willpower against slavery in the world. Nobles. She watched him bite back an audible sigh. Doubtless this subject had been broached before, and he wasn't willing to go there. I said it once and I'll say it again. I'm not Fisher Tiger, even though I have the deepest respect and admiration for him, even though I can never truly hope to measure up to him. The thing at Mario was all just timing. I would have done it even if it weren't the anniversary of the dawn of the sun. When I saw how miserable all those slaves were, how they were suffering and being mistreated as less than living beings, I just couldn't leave all of them like that. He shrugged. Charlie smiled. Good to know. But timing or not, you still did it, and that's what counts. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Yeah, I just couldn't help it. I utterly loathe anything and everything about the slave trade, with everything I have been, everything I am, and everything I'll ever be. And the Tenryubito, she prompted. Naruto scowled. I killed 3 of them, as well as that prodigy enforcer of theirs, along with a number of their other lackeys, and I would have wiped out the bloodline of the 20 kings, if the damned Marines hadn't shown up. As it was, I settled for using their own hoof of the Flying Dragon brand on the faces of the survivors of those bastards. All that I had time for. Before I stopped Kizaru and his men from rounding the escapees, he said with distaste. Charlie looked interested, and by the Tenryubito's own rules, the world government and anyone loyal to it considers anyone who bears that mark not to be seen as a human being but as an item or a possession. You scarred them in a way that taints their sense of superiority. Naruto snickered. Yep, wonder how much the blood of kings is worth on the market. From what I've heard, slavers have been hounding the survivors like starved, rabid wolves since then. And I know it's wrong, but I actually enjoy that sin. See, they're on the receiving end of that disgusting trade. Charlie nodded. She felt similarly, all the people of Fishman Island did. The idea of the world nobles getting a taste of their own medicine was something they enjoyed. Looking around the room, Naruto spotted a large crystal ball. You can see the future? He asked, approaching it. Charlie nodded. I read the timeline and inform on what I see. Although, it's better not knowing the future. Naruto didn't take kindly to those words. Excuse me. He stepped forward, bringing himself eye to eye with the merwoman. I fail to see just how you can be so certain about that. If all you get is a hazy image and an impression, how can you properly interpret the meaning? Seems more to me that time just gives you a riddle. All due respect, prophetess. Recognizing their sudden proximity, he flushed, and spun away from her, not so swiftly as to be rude, but enough to make it clear he wasn't entirely comfortable with the lack of distance between them. That's just what I think, he said at last. Charlie's eyes widened at that remark. Shave never thought of things that way before, since all of her visions had actually come true. You're saying that all your visions are of negative events, so I'm asking you something. Why even look for what hasn't happened yet rather than finding happiness in the present? Rather than looking at things this third eye that lets you read the timeline, look at events with your own eyes and make your own opinions and judge based upon that. The future's never predetermined. With a strong enough will, someone can rewrite it however they choose. The question, then, is what kind of future do you want to make? One where you depend on that ball, or another, of your own volition? The shortfin Mako shark mermaid eyed the blonde, at a loss for words. Then she smiled. With a strong enough will, someone can rewrite the future, and the question is what kind of future do you want to make? She had never thought of that before. Why would she? But she had to confess that what the young man was saying made sense. And that was what clinched it for her. Swimming over on the life preserver like Bubble, she sat on, using momentum from her tail to do so. Charlie neared him, a needy look on her features. In the next instant, Naruto felt his head start to spin as the fortune teller threw herself against him, pinning him against the wall behind them. She clapped her hands over the supernova's cheeks, causing him to pucker as his lips began throbbing as he felt the mouth of Alrong's younger half-sister smashed against them in a chaste, but still interesting, hugging on the mouth, her lips all but smothering his own as she roughly brought her mouth down onto his. Her tongue entered his mouth and she savagely used it. Her hugging was passionate and desperate. "Wah, what was that?" Naruto asked when they separated. His voice broke and seemed to crack. While he had a weakness for women and he'd expect something like this since arriving on this island, he was still caught off guard by it. Charlie ignored him. Her eyes looked deeply into his and she bit her lip as she caressed his face and whispered, "Don't move, darling." The blonde pirate was blushing just as much as she was. Her face was so close to his and she, despite what most people assumed about the people of Fishman Island, smelt amazing. Her hands worked across his chest and she could feel the hidden power underneath that annoying outfit he wore. As for Naruto, he could feel his heart doing backflips in his chest, and it made him nervous. Charlie gazed at him with a desire like blood in the water. She couldn't control herself. She wanted to taste him, wanted to leaning close him in and consume him. Utterly ravenous, she only had eyes on her goal, her prey. Her beloved. No way was she going to let him escape her, nor allow anyone else to claim him as theirs. He had gone out of his way to help save her best friend from the world nobles. He treated her people as equals and saw them for who they were, and he had even encouraged her that there was a way that even the future wasn't set in stone just now. She had to confess that he was impressively good-hearted. He was, as far as Charlie saw him, very much like fire. Appropriately enough, he could be warm, comforting, and welcoming, and yet he could also be ruthless, raging, and dangerous just as easily. She liked it about him. She had nothing against merpeople, human hybrids. Her own twin nephews and former boyfriend had been proof of that, and she was practically elevating as she tried to imagine what her pups would look like with a mix of Naruto's genes and her own. Yes, that was a future she wanted. That was a future she planned on making reality right now. And there you have it. After such a long time, I've finally returned to this story. As you can see, I've been on one helluva updating spree. Once again, we see Naruto's quite the ladies' man in this story. Not just May, but Shirley as well. You'll have to forgive the spelling with her name, it keeps confusing the heck out of me. And with that, I'm off to work once more. I sincerely look forward to reading your reviews when I get back. So, in the immortal words of Altas, review, would ya kindly? R and R equals D. Fire and water. A.N. Wow. Over 1,680 reviews as of last chapter. Thank you so much for all of your support and I'm sorry for disappearing on y'all like I've done. I never thought that this story would become the sensation that it is for you guys and gals and myself. Also, Merry Summer. What's left of it? I know this chapter was late in coming out, but I had a lot of work to do, and I needed to let the manga get ahead of me somewhat. Now that it has, I am finally free to continue. I'm proud to say that things heat up this chapter, as we finally start to bring a close to the Fishman arc, then onto the juicy bits with the others. But I digress. Pretty soon, Plenty will have their turn with him, eventually. Keep in mind that Naruto knows Robin, and she knows him, and as such, she's bound to have a bit of an advantage over the others' wenches at first. Poor Sanji. He's going to be so very jealous when he learns of Burning Will's popularity with the ladies XD. I also added some much needed humor in this chappy short thought it might be. I'm terribly sorry for being gone so long and not updating in forever, but with this chapter, and another slew of updates, I plan to amend that. Now, I know all of you are eager to see the Strafuts arrive at Fishman Island. And to see everyone's reaction once they learn that Burning Will is in town. I promise you, it won't be a disappointment. Why, I'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, in lieu of further chit-chat, I present to you the fruits of my labor. And, Long last, another moment you have all been waiting for, taking place in this chapter. Some very much needed romance. And away we go. Sorry if it's short, but consider this story officially restarted. We're covering a lot of ground here. Pitiful fish, your hope ends here, and your meaningless existence with it. Tilda burning will. Fire and water. Love is a hurricane. Tilda. Naruto swansonged out of the mermaid cafe whistling a happy tune, his eyes aglow with hearts. There was a spring, a swagger, mayhaps, in his step that Sanji immediately noticed, a curl to his lips. Enough so that it all but jolted him out of his mermaid days. Impossible not to notice as he walked, staggered over to the rest of the cove. If ever there was such a thing as a love-struck look, this was it. What did you do? Nothing. The blonde made a point of readjusting his tie. I just reminded someone that the present is more important than the future. There was a moment of tense disbelief as the cook processed those words of his fellow blonde, the gears slowly grinding together in his head. Present, future. What was he talking about? Ding. The proverbial lightbulb snapped on just above his head. Present, future, surely. A thin line of blood took itself out of his nose, trailing away down his now trembling jaw. You didn't, did, guys, Usopp called from across the grove. I'll tell you what he did, May purred. He won my boss's heart. Guys, steam spouted out of Sanji's ears. Bossatard, why is it always you? What can I say? It's a gift. Hey, Naruto blinked at Usopp's shout, only now becoming aware of the presence of Hammond and the princess. Oops, I think I might have missed something here. Okay, maybe a lot. Guess I was gone longer than I thought. Oh really? Hammond snarled. And who might this weakling ninja be? I can't believe. A racist moron like you doesn't know who this is. Materumi smiled as she looped an arm within the blonde's. This is Burning Will, Uzumaki D. Naruto. The silence was deafening. BBB Burning Will. Naruto grinned ferociously as he pulled his arm free, disentangling himself from May. Hammond, right. He drew his arm back, fingers clenched into a fist. Sorry, we haven't really had the chance to meet. But I'ma have ta char ya a little. Actually. Flames flickered at the back of his clenched hands, rearing back to obliterate the fishman before him. You're probably gonna die. Wah, Hiken. And then there was only the fire. Naruto cocked his head fractionally as Hammond and his cronies fluttered away, mere ashes in the breeze. Now there remained only the princess to deal with. Hopefully it wouldn't come down to a fight. Unless, a slow smile spread across his face, because an idea was already forming in the back of his mind. If he truly was seen as a hero here, then perhaps they might be able to get away with this after all. I apologize for the mess. He began, softly. I don't take kindly to those who threaten my crew and friends. And you are. Again, greetings. Naruto stepped forward, his hand raised peaceably. You are the princess, I take it. Take a good long look at my face. Naruto stated sternly. Do you honestly think I would harm any of the fair maidens residing here? The whole of the Mermaid Cove swooned before his words. Naruto-kun, had we known of the main entrance, we would have taken that route. As it was, a number of pirates forced our hand. Surely you'd be willing to understand our situation here. There was a moment of tense silence as he stared the trio down. A smile curved at his lips. Would you kindly take us to the palace? Leagues beneath the sea. In the Fishman district, now Hody Jones and his lieutenants were very surprised that the monster of the sea had come to visit. Just few months ago Hody Jones had attempted to recruit Kisame Hoshigaki into the new Fishman pirates. No one had seen him in many years since the disbanding of the Sun Pirates. Showing up from out nowhere was a big surprise and chance for Hody to recruit Kisame on his side. When Fisher Tiger was alive, Kisame had been regarded as among the most powerful members of the Sun Pirates. Even among fishmen, his physical strength was considered monstrous and a fearsome master of fishman karate, alongside Jinbei. In addition, Kisame was the wielder of the Samahata, a mysterious and powerful sword said to be both alive and capable of its own will. Kisame held a dangerous reputation among the Grand Line's most famous pirates. For example, Kisame had fought a fierce battle with Dracul, Hawk Eyes, Mahawk, a member of the Shik. Hibakai and the current holder of the title, greatest swordsman in the world, in equal measures. Another example of Kisami's strength is that he once wiped out 100 marine warships in mere moments and nearly killed Admiral Aokiji. Having the monster of the sea on their side was guarantee that Ryugu Kingdom will fallen. However, Kisame refused the offer to join the new Fishman pirates. He insulted Hody and his lieutenants, calling them addicted kids who weren't worth his time. He also insulted them further of lacking Fisher Tiger's spirit. For Hody, he would have killed Kisame for that insult. However, he didn't do of fear of the monster of the sea's power. He had promised himself after King Neptune and his family was taken care of him, he was going to deal with Kisame personally. "What are you doing here, Kisame?" Hody asked coldly. "I thought you didn't want to join the new Fishman pirates." Kisame looked at Hody as if he were a child pretending to be a man. Then he spoke, "I'm here because I've made a decision. I've decided to join your little band of addicts to overthrow the Ryugu Kingdom." This seems to surprise Hody and his lieutenants. They knew Kisame held no love or respect for them and they began to grow suspicious of his motives. "You're joking," replied Zio. "You really want to know?" Kisame responded with a wicked smile. "Yeah," Dosen demanded. "You think we're Zhu Chi going let you in our crew just like that? You embarrassed us and now you won't join us?" Daruma snarled. "Gives us one good reason to even consider letting you in our crew." "Well, one thing's for sure," Kisame chortled softly. "I do know that the Straw Hat Pirates are here on Fishman Island. No one's seen them in 2 years and I've no doubt in my mind that their strength now rivals even that of the strongest New World pirates." "We know that the Straw Hat Pirates are here on Fishman Island," Hody responded. "And despite their reputation, they're still just weakling humans to deal with. Even burning will Uzumaki d. Naruto," Kisame sneered. The very mention of the name seems caused some of Hody's officers to grow nervous as they noticed the dark rage covering their captain's face. Pointed teeth gnashed together furiously, emitting a grinding sound akin to that of nails dragging themselves across a chalkboard. His fingers clenched around his trident with enough force to physically crack the powerful weapon, sending tiny rivulets of blood trailing down his pale fingers too. "You better watch yourself, old man," Hody growled in a dangerous tone. "I don't care if you're among the most dangerous pirates in the Grand Line. You say that name again, and I won't hesitate to kill you. You're then welcome to try," the swordsman rumbled in a voice that sounded like a slow-moving avalanche, his teeth flashing merrily. "I'll take care of everything myself. Back with Luffy and company." And he did. Invading the palace was pitifully easy, even for the humans flung into the castle by Vanderdecken. For Kisame, child's play. He would have preferred to enter during the chaos that came with the main banquet, but alas, sometimes one had to adjust their plans for the quirks that came with fate. He had no interest in Shirahoshi, or this whole new age that Hody was preaching about. No, there was only one thing that interested him. The rumors said that this burning will had taken down an admiral. Single-handedly. A man like that might be able to give him a good fight. That he was here in the palace, well, that was a bonus. Indeed, Burning Will proved himself an able opponent, but nothing could have prepared him for the dread power of Samahata. Then again, nothing could have prepared Kisame for the ingenuity of Ace's successor. Kaden Karakusagawara Saiken, Nami Bakta. Naruto's knuckles barreled into Kisami's face as a shockwave rippled across the other members of the new Fishman pirates and sent them flying, the improvised technique launching the Fishman halfway across the palace. "When did you learn Fishman karate?" "I'm a quick study." Naruto stuck his tongue out playfully, then he held up a hand. 3, 2, 1. What Naruto had started counting down. For was made apparent as the fishmen with Kisame were all tossed backwards by some kind of invisible force and, to the shock of the Straw Hats, they also burst into flames as they struck the ground. What happened to them? The rest of the Straw Hats shouted as Hody's minions shrieked and flailed about, trying to extinguish the flames that devoured them. They thought that Kisami's sword drained Naruto's devil fruit abilities. Naruto popped his neck. "While I only have enough of my powers to boil water, that's still enough." The secret of Fishman karate is mastery of the water in the user's direct vicinity, using its power to send powerful waves impacting the water within the opponent's body. Since every living creature is basically nothing more than a mass of water, Fishman karate Sirs are able to battle opponents that are usually highly resistant, if not immune, against blows and punches. It can be used effectively on land if you know how to utilize the water in the atmosphere and make use of it to attack. I combined that with my Mera no Mi powers to ignite the fats and body oils in these clowns. Hence why I added the fire style at the beginning of the arabesque tile true punch. Nami and the others covered their mouths as they swallowed their vomit as they watched the members of the new Fishman pirates burn alive from the inside out. They found the sight and sound of the burning fishmen repulsive. Yet despite their horror, couldn't bring themselves to look away. Urig. All right, a human knowing fishman karate. I admit I wasn't expecting that. You're a real piece of work and as tough as your reputation claims. Burning will, I'll give you that. The swordsman said as he pulled himself up. Seems I'm not the only piece of work here that does their reputation justice. Sheesh. Monster of the sea, indeed, that attack didn't kill you. What are you made of? Naruto asked. Kisame shrugged. I was feeling a bit dehydrated. Not as much water in my system. Not that your attack still didn't hurt me. Just not as badly as it would have. Naruto scowled. Well, that was no good at all. Ho, and I forgot a neat little trick I figured out. The ability to comb. I'm the natures of devil fruit energies that my sword took in. And wouldn't you know it, I can combine the powers of the Horo no Mi and the Mera no Mi to generate a will-o-wisp. Naruto turned somewhat pale. While he feared ghosts, he feared losing those he cared about more. Still, how did you combat and stop the incorporeal? Samahata jerked and coughed, and a small, free-floating fireball that was an ethereal, haunting shade of venomous neon green came out of it. The will-o'-the-wisp hovered between them all for a moment before it glowed and sprouted lindies and its shape changed into the outline of a person. Beof it gained further details. Once the spirit gained its full form, Nami clapped her hands to her mouth and tears welled up in her eyes as she screamed. That couldn't be. Nami-chan. Belle Mere. Kisame gawked before laughing openly. Well, that's a face I haven't seen in years. Reminds me that I swore to kill Arlong for killing you, Belle. Hey, the only marine to ever volunteer to hunt me down. If it weren't for finding those two brats in the wreckage of that last battle we had with one another, darn, it made you just have to give that rivalry up. I haven't forgotten that day you quit on me. Belle, still pisses me off that you did. Marines sent to an island to fight pirates I was with. The fighting, all the dead and the destroyed village the two sides were fighting in. How you lay wounded and dying from the injuries caused by my Samahata. Kisame sighed nostalgically, before he scowled. And then those two brats came along and ruined everything. You quit the Marines and left our business unfinished. And if that weren't bad enough, you go and let Arlong kill you to protect a pair of foster twerps. You were my prey. I was supposed to be the one to kill you. Hearing that, Nami snapped. UBAAAAAAAASSSTTTTTTTAAAAAAARD. That's my Ka-chan, you're saying that too. The navigator screamed, seeing red. Rushing at the monster of the sea, with her clean attack like it was a lance. Knocking her aside, Kisame glared at Nami. She's your what? I swore to kill everyone that made it so that my business with Belle Mere couldn't be finished. Never thought one of them would fall into my lap like this. Kisame snarled, pointing the bandaged sword at Nami, then raised it above his head and brought it down. Belle Mere screamed her name and moved to protect her daughter. Even if the living blade would only pass through her, she had to keep her family safe. There was a sudden blur of motion and the bandages around Kisame's sword were slashed away. And his sword halted before landing on the cat burglar. What the? Kisame said, then saw who was blocking his blade, and his eyes widened. So, he could move faster than light when he really pushed himself after all. No wonder it was reported he could outpace the Pika Pika no Mi abilities of Admiral Borsellino Kizaru during both his encounters with the man, both in his attack Mario and La Terre in Shibandi when he faced both Kizaru and Akainu. Kisame, you just crossed the damned line with this. Naruto hissed. The supernova's muscles bulged as he forced Samahata off the edge of Kokushi. Ibayo and his free hand smashed into Hoshigaki's face like a sledgehammer and sent the shark man tumbling backwards. Nami, with your permission, may I beat the out of this guy? Nami shook all Veer as she growled her response. Just so long as it's unnecessary painful, unnecessary messy, and you free my Ka. Chan, you've got my blessings. Naruto shot her a devilish, razor-thin smirk. Was my intention even if you said otherwise. Kisame stood up and shook his head, rubbing his jaw with a clear grimace. What the heck? You're still going to fight without your full powers at your disposal? He seemed more curious than anything else as he voiced the question. Devil fruit users are usually overly dependent on their special powers. But I chose not to follow that norm. Why do you think I learned fishman karate, hockey, swordsmanship, and bare bones hand to hand? It was so I wasn't as helpless as most with the mixed blessings of the sea devil without my powers. You may have stole, and most of my Mera know my abilities with your sword, but that's only too big a problem. After all, before I had those powers I did fight on equal grounds with Fire Fist Portgas D. Ace, the 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates under Edward Newgate. You really think I've let those skills dull just because of a weird piece of fruit? Naruto asked Kisame pointedly. Kisame chuckled. Okay, I'll give you that, and I did say your full power would return if I was ever beaten, by whom doesn't matter. Sounds fun. Naruto shouted, rushing Kisame, blade ready for blood. And there we go. Been a while, hasn't it folks? As I said, I've been on a massive updating spree. I'm sure many of you might be wondering what I plan to do with the Donflamingo arc coming soon in this story, as well as the matter of the contest and Sabo himself. But fear not, I have plans. I can promise you this, though, the punk hazard is going to be very amusing. Can you say body swapped Robin and Naruto, anyone? Biwahahaha. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would ya kindly? Preview. Water. Naruto hated water. It wasn't just that he couldn't swim, although it was almost certainly a factor. Water was simply the polar opposite of his element. He'd never liked it, even less so since he'd eaten the Mera no Mi. He despised the idea of getting wet, even when it came to getting wet. It was rather ironic, given the fact that he'd chosen to make his life one on the high seas. But this was different. Never in all of his years had he expected to find a warrior of this caliber. Trapped in a dome of crushing pressure, with almost no oxygen left in his lungs, powers reduced to a mere flicker of their former selves, and all that awaited him outside was the cold depths of the ocean's embrace. Now then, Kisame grinned, the shark's words warping within the realm of wetness. Just how do you intend to get out of this, burning will? R&R equals D. Heavyweights. A.N. Wow. Over 1,680 reviews as of last chapter. Thank you so much for all of your support, and I'm sorry for disappearing on y'all like I've done. I never thought that this story would own the sensation that it is for you guys and gals and myself. Also, Merry Summer. What's left of it? I know this chapter was late in coming out, but I had a lot of work to do, and I needed to let the manga get ahead of me somewhat. Now that it has, I am finally free to continue. I'm proud to say that things heat up this chapter, as we finally start to bring a close to the Fishman arc, then onto the juicy bits with the others. But I digress. Pretty soon, plenty will have their turn with him, eventually. Keep in mind that Naruto knows Robin, and she knows him, and as such, she's bound have a bit of an advantage over the others' wenches at first. Poor Sanji. He's going to be so very jealous when he learns of Burning Will's popularity with the ladies XD. I also added some much needed humo. In this chappy short thought it might be. I'm terribly sorry for being gone so long and not updating in forever, but with this chapter, and another slew of updates, I plan to amend that. Now, I know, all of you are eager to see the Strafuts arrive at Fishman Island, and to see everyone's reaction once they learn that Burning Will is in town. I promise you, it won't be a disappointment. Why, I'll soon see just what kind of elegant, flowing tapestry I'm weaving for you here. Now, in lieu of further chit-chat, I present to you the fruits of my labor. And, long last, another moment you have all been waiting for. Taking place in this chapter, some very much needed romance. Sorry if it's short, but consider this story officially restarted. We're covering a lot of ground here. And yes, I know about the Dressrosa debacle. Trust me, I have a plan. And we're wrapping up the Fishman arc with this chapter here, folks. Onto Punk Hazard and all the insanity that comes with it. And fair warning, someone takes a beating here. And a few liberties have been taken in regards to devil fruits, so please be nice. I absolutely cannot, will not, lose to you. Burning will, heavyweight, water. It had to be water. Naruto hated water. It wasn't just that he couldn't swim, although it was almost certainly a factor playing in his defeat. Water was simply the polar opposite of his element. Fire simply did not tolerate it. He'd never liked it to begin with, far less so since eating the Mara no Mi. Indeed, he despised the idea of getting wet, even when it came to something as platonic as a simple shower. It was rather ironic, given the fact that he'd chosen to make his life one on the high seas. You can't do anything, but to lose that power, to have it reduced to a mere tenth. You're completely at my mercy. To then be forced to fight an enemy who not only regenerated, but owned the home turf. Ace's successor. Ha, don't make me laugh. Unpleasant didn't even begin to describe the situation. Much less with his opponent actively mocking him. Everything he stood for, everything he was, all of it was being made light of, and he couldn't do anything to stop Kisame, nothing to silence him. Merely opening his mouth would result in a slow, agonizing watery death. Another agonizing rent tore across his chest as he parried Samahata, his black blade trembling violently in Ha. ND as the barbed blade slipped through his guard to find flesh. Red bloodied the waters around him, more of his life slipping away as he stood there. And still burning will weathered the storm. Weakened as he was, it took everything he had just to move. Just to stay alive. What's wrong? Kisame cackled, drifting to halt only inches away. Words bubbled through the water, distorted and warped. Yo, you were talking all that good a few minutes ago. Come on. Naruto's entire body gave an epileptic shudder as the agile fishman rained blows down upon him with each word. Where's all that pride? What happened to the strength that beat two admirals? I know you can move. I want to see it. Show me your power. Gak. Breath burst from Naruto's lungs in a streamy foam of air as a blue fist found his stomach, but like a stubborn mule, he held on. Kisame grunted, unamused. Really? You're starting to bore, His smile trailed down into a frown as a hockey-hardened hand latched onto around his wrist with surprising strength. Scalding the limb, the blonde glowered back at him, refusing to let go, refusing to relinquish his hold. Angry blue eyes leered back at him, his sword arcing up to strike. Slowed by the water, it was almost pitifully easy to dodge. Kisame simply scoffed and struck him in the stomach again, launching his stubborn adversary away with a contemptuous kick, smashing him through yet another ruined wall. You'll have to do better than that. Twitching, Naruto struggled to move, his body fighting him for every inch. It was true he'd found a way to resist water, but resisting wasn't the same as overcoming. He was still greatly weakened, and, coupled with the lack of oxygen, he could feel himself slipping away. Kill him. Kill him. I swear to God, I am going to kill him for this. Now, as he slowly suffocated in the palace, barely able to move as water flooded the room, Uzumaki Naruto felt a seed of anxiety begin to grow in his chest. He was wholly outclassed in this environment. He knew Zoro was suffering a similar plight, but was powerless to help him. He never even saw the swordsman cut down Hody Jones. Never heard Nami shout for him as Kisame swatted him down into the drink again. Naruto. All he could do was fight. And exactly how long had he been fighting now, anyway? Hours, days, weeks, months, even, perhaps. Time no longer held any meaning for him. Even if it had, he'd have failed to recognize it. Minutes bled together as he weathered attack after attack after attack, helpless to do anything other than defend. Everything hurt, everything ached. His body bled from so many wounds, dying from 1,000 cuts. Sheer willpower kept him on his feet. His incredible lung capacity enabled him to cling to the cliff of life despite countless blows otherwise. But Kisame just kept coming. I'm not going out like this. Naruto was dying. Nami didn't need an ability to know this. The blood in the water told her all she needed to know. The rising flood waters and the thrashing bodies within couldn't be more apparent. Every fiber of her being told her to flee with Kami, but she hadn't. Instead she'd stood here, transfixed, watching. So here she stood, perched upon the last piece of dry land in the palace, watching those waters rise. Watching him die. She couldn't understand what was taking Zoro so long to help him, or even if he could, had he finally run out of air. Had he been captured, didn't understand why Naruto's honor was more important than his life. What point was there in having pride if it got you killed? Yet no matter how hard Kisame battered him, she still saw the blonde move. Her eyes traced back to the crater in the floor. He had fought for her, defended her, done what so few would do. Now he would die for it. Mo. Her hands scrabbled furiously against her head. This is ridiculous. I told him to fight, not die. What the heck is he thinking fighting down there, Tilda? Avenging you, that's what. In all chaos she'd nearly forgotten about her. Belmere. The will-o-wisp created by Kisame was still present after its creation, and now, the ghost of Belmere was glaring intently at her daughter. In that instant, she didn't care whether the apparition was the genuine article or not. That look was so entirely her that Nami felt herself stiffen. If you care about him that much, get down there and do something, already. But I can't do anything in a fight like this. Tears glimmered in her eyes as she beheld the woman who'd raised her. I'll be killed. No buts. I didn't raise a coward. Nami's hands stabbed into her pockets in indecision, fretting. Wait. Frowning, she retrieved the item in question and recognized for what it was. She still had that piece of bubbly coral that Kami had given her. She'd completely forgotten about it in the chaos of the palace being invaded, but now, Nami clutched at it like a lifeline. What are you waiting for? Hop to it. Glancing back at the water, the navigator could only gulp. Her mind instinctively rebelled against the plan taking shape in her. Nope. There was no way she could compete with those monsters. Fighting a beast like Kisame was out of the question. But if she didn't do something, Naruto would. Oh, you better appreciate this, Naruto Tilda. Steeling herself, she dove headfirst into the water. The ghost of Belmere observed this selfless act with a small smile. That's my girl. I'm glad I got to see you, one last time. She vanished moments later. Burning Will knew he was knocking at death's door. With every fiber of his being he struggled to hang on, but it was like trying to swim upstream with both arms tied behind your back. Every second sapped his strength further. He could see black spots straining against the corners of his vision, darkness encroaching on his sight. Just a little breath, his body begged. Just a little air. Opening his mouth was suicide, and he knew that, but his lungs were screaming. It wouldn't be long now. Not long at all. Still, this was almost exciting, in its own way. Never in all of his years had he expected to find a warrior of this caliber. Trapped in a dome of crushing, watery pressure, air running out, powers reduced to a mere flicker of their former selves, and all that awaited him outside was the cold depths of the ocean's embrace. Given the circumstances, he might have actually enjoyed himself. Nope, not enjoying this, at all. His only solace lay in the fact that Kisame seemed to be toying with him. Had he tried to finish him off from the get-go, he wouldn't even have the chance to regret his actions now. Now, flat on his back legs pinned by a heavy piece of coral, he could only wait for the mistress of demise to take him. Kiss. Aim was bound to find him sooner or later under this rubble. Oh. Speak of the devil, there you are. Kisame chuckled as he materialized within the gloom, hoisting Samahata high. I think you've earned this much. I'll finish you off with my best technique. Before his very eyes the strange blade began an even stranger transformation, wrapping itself around its master, spiky tongues of metal obscuring the fishman from sight. Well, at least he's only focused on me. Then, as though summoned by that very thought, a shape resolved itself in the murky blackness. Naruto tensed, resolving himself to meet death with a smile as the last of his oxygen left him. Determined to meet death without flinching. He wasn't expecting a hand to touch his cheek. Not the rough shark skin of Kisame or Samahata. It was instead a woman's touch that roused him. What? Baffled, he barely managed to raise his head. A halo of orange hair wafted before his vision in the water, bright eyes staring back at him. Nami. What was she doing here? He tried to wave her away, but she swam closer still. Her hands pushed desperately at the corral pinning his legs, a determined expression set in her eyes. When that failed, she turned back to him. Now what was she planning? He shook his head rapidly, cheeks bulging, and tried to push her away. She had to get out of here. Quickly, before Kisame. That was all Naruto had time for before Nami grabbed his face between her hands and forcefully welded her mouth to his. Blue eyes bulged, and he inhaled without thinking. It was pure bliss. Great gulps of heavenly air rushed back into his shriveled lungs, life-giving oxygen flooding his chest in a heady rush. Desire took over, sinking its claws deep into him. Strong arms locked around her and held tight, drawing a.s. Maul gasping from the strawberry blonde as his tongue found hers. Nami was of two minds on the whole matter, equal parts torn between shock and another, stranger, emotion she couldn't quite quantify. Her first instinct had been to give Naruto some much-needed air before passing off the coral to him, but now, she couldn't find it in her to let go. By the time Naruto finally did, her face was steaming. Oh, there would be words about this, later. Air. Strength came roaring back and Naruto bucked, knocking the beam off his legs with an ease that seemed almost primitive. Her hands slapped at his frantically, pushing a small piece of coral into them. Pushing a button. Bubbly coral. He blinked, marveling as a small bubble enveloped him. Where had she gotten that thing? Strength. That was his next thought as his stamina came rushing back in a great wave, washing away his weakness. He could move again. A hand reached down, reclaiming the black blade from the ocean floor. The bubbly coral was swiftly passed back to Nami, creating another coating for the navigator, allowing her to breathe in the murky waters. A moment of awkward silence passed between the two of them. Nami, she spun away, flushing from head to toe. Don't die, idiot. You do like me. Do not. Do too. A jet of pressurized water shot past them in the deep, putting an end to their argument. Aren't we forgetting something? Oh, right, freaking me. When next Naruto turned his head, he was looking at a monster. Kisame and Samahata were no longer separate, both man and blade had merged, becoming some twisted amalgamation of a shark. It was quite terrifying, really. He was facing a legendary monster of the deep, with the environment against him, and only his skill and wit standing between him and certain doom. Yes, this was the penultimate challenge, the second most dangerous entity he'd ever faced in all his career, and yet, for all his fear, he couldn't help but grin like a complete loon. Because now the odds were in his favor. He could fight. He could win. For all that Kisame had done, all the atrocities he'd committed. You're going to die. The worlds were cold and black, colder than the deepest waters of the abyss. The deadly black blade leveled itself at the monster of the sea, gleaming a menacingly blue in the dim light. It's a real shame. I've enjoyed fighting with you, but I can't forgive what you tried to do to Nami. We're pirates, kid. We do whatever we can to win. The fishman scoffed. Not me. I have a code. Whatever you say. Kisame grinned, the shark's words warping within the realm of wetness. Anyway, looks like you've got your second wind. Why don't we finish this, burning will? Gladly. Nami. Once more, the navigator stiffened at the bite in his voice. Hi. Get out of here. She looked at him like he'd grown an extra head. Are you nuts? You're hurt. You'll die. Red eyes rounded on her, glaring bloody red daggers. Get out of here while I can still control myself. She got. Kisame barely gave her a glance, sending her away. Smart. She'd just be in the way. Quote. Naruto didn't answer. He simply beckoned within the coating. You're finished. With a cackle, the legendary monster of the sea raced forward, howling to end it. And found himself facing a pair of clenched fists. Wait. He paused, drawing back. Isn't that? Blue eyes snapped up, narrowed to angry slits. In the words of an old friend of mine, prepare your anus. Kisame went white. Rokuogen. A wave of sonic force erupted from the blonde's clenched knuckles, snarling upwards into the fishman's unprotected chest and flinging him away as though he'd been smacked by the hand of an angry god. Weakened by being beneath the water, the DLY technique didn't so much pierce as it did push his blue foe, but that brief moment of respite was all that it took for him to recover. Enough for Naruto to end it. You may be right, Yano. He stood slowly within the coating. Woodenly, not taking enough care. Maybe I don't deserve to be in Luffy's crew. My presence is like a magnet to crazy monsters like You. A hand rose, stubbornly scrubbing a bloody line away from his face. Maybe I should have struck out on my own from the beginning. I could have done a lot of things. A ton. But, they're my friends. No, they're my family, and for their sake, for my sake, for Nami's sake. I will not lose to you. You don't have a choice. Once more Naruto met him head-on, the edge of Kokushibayo arcing up with a whispering hiss. For the first time since their battle had begun, Kisame bled. More than that he realized, staring down at the truncated stump of his right arm, the limb severed coldly just below the elbow. There was no pain, he realized distantly as he stared at the ragged cut. His body was simply going into shock. And in that shock Naruto flashed into existence behind him, and the deadly black death blade tasted fishman blood once more. Clutching at the bloody rent in his back, the fishman could only glower. Yes, that's more like it. This is it. The fight I've always wanted. Naruto merely snarled. Give me back my flames. With every fiber of his being he took what little remained of his power and focused. He could do this. He would do this. Come on. Focus. Focus. A bubble snaked between his clenched teeth. Blood vessels burst in his eyes. The white of his sclera staining themselves scarlet as he called forth every inch of his reduced flames. Fire was life. Fire was eternal. It could be weakened, even slowed, but never truly stopped. All around him, the water began to bubble. Not with flames, but heat, raw primal energy heating the deadly dome around them. The power was still his, it was simply trapped, held elsewhere. Sealed away inside Kisame where the fishman couldn't use it. Naruto just had to call it out, remind it who was its master. He roared, and all the world roared with him. So did the fire. Temperatures skyrocketed, the once cool water becoming now warm, then warmer, bubbling, boiling. Kisame balked, hissing in discomfort. What stop? He streaked forward through the boiling water, lashing out with a fin. I said stop. What the heck are you doing? Naruto only pulled harder, the temperature spiking to inhuman degrees. It's over. With a final howl, the watery dome collapsed with a loud splat, shriveling up into harmless steam. Deprived of his natural advantage Kisame fell, and in the same instant Naruto hand closed around his throat, fingers wrapping squeezing with a vengeance. There was a moment of dreadful, dead silence as the fishman processed this, the terrible mistake, realizing exactly what was about to happen. He tried to struggle, and found himself impaled for his efforts. That black blade pierced his stomach as effortlessly as one would cut open a waterlogged corpse, erupting out his back in a shower of bloody entrails. I have blundered. That was his last thought before Kokushibayo found his head. It was a swift death, all things considered. He barely even felt the pain, grinning toothily as the rest of his body tumbled away, the headless corpse striking the palace floor with a wet smack. Well, you're just too much for me. Burning Will glanced at the corpse and sent it ablaze, wheezing softly. Pain flickered to life in his chest. Ace, I hope I'm living up to your legacy. I really do. But I'm so tired. I need to rest. Naruto stood there a moment, swaying on his feet, smiling as the full of his being his power flooded back into him. Unfortunately, his body chose that very moment to finally give, knees buckling beneath him like a wet bag of sticks. His forehead kissed the ground with a dull thud, all the world spinning around him like a merry kaleidoscope. Distantly, he thought he saw Nami's legs running toward him. A gusty breath burst out of him with a dry croak of his lips. Baka, why did you have to overdo it again? Fwa, he slurred, yawning. No more. I'm exhausted. Gonna sleep. For now, wake me when tea's over. He slept for a very long time. Before anyone asks, yes, Naruto does have an illness. That manifests when he overexerts himself. He's deadly, but in a prolonged fight, he ain't the best. And there we go. Been a while, hasn't it, folks? As I said, I've been on a massive updating spree. I am sure many of you might be wondering what I plan to do with the Donflamingo arc coming soon in this story, as well as the matter of the contest and Sabo himself. But fear not, I have plans. I can promise you this, though. The punk hazard is going to be very amusing. Can you say body swapped Robin and Naruto, anyone? Biwahahaha. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would ya kindly? Hope it makes ya smile. Preview. Naruto blinked, slowly. He stared down at a slim pair of hands, his hands, and yet not. These were certainly not his arms. His arms were all muscle and tattoo. Skin kissed by years under the harsh, beating rays of the sun. By comparison, these arms looked as though they hadn't seen a good tan in over 2 years. Turning them end over end, trying and failing spectacularly to understand what was going on here. The last thing he remembered was hauling rear away from Law and Smoker. Now this. He looked down, and found himself staring at a sizable chest. A trembling finger reached down, poking the chest, and he nearly jumped out of his skin at the response. Definitely not his. Ah, heck, somewhere in his brain, the wires finally crossed. Oh, Robin's voice answered him. Naruto turned, and realized he was looking at himself. Well, this is all kinds of don't want. R and R equals D. Swap interlude. A.N. Review for It Feeds My Eternal Engine of Creation tilde. DIDDYA miss me. Edit smiley face, finishing this up at 2 in the bloody morning. Can't sleep yet, must finish. For the FAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA me away. For a while. I won't bore you with the details, but suffice it to say I'll likely be getting surgery by the end of the year for my heart condition, if not sooner than that. Con side. Ring the last time I had surgery I wasn't able to eat or function properly for a while, which led to more surgery. See where I'm going with this? Good news, I've somewhat got a handle on this unruly body of mine, at least in part. My health may have kept me away, but hey, at least it allowed the manga to get ahead of me again. Now, between all those fillers and the like, I've got plenty to work with. And yes, there is a plan for Punk Hazard and Dressrosa in the future. Not to mention spoiler Naruto meeting Sabo. They're gonna have a lot to talk about. I also feel the need to address Summit. Naruto's been out cold for a sizable amount of time. After all, though he may have inherited Ace's power, he also possesses a glaring weakness that manifests itself in the form of his illness when he overexerts himself. He's deadly, but in a prolonged fight, he ain't the best. Naturally, Luffy and company would want to find a way to get this treated, So for now, consider this an intro. Uday as I warm up the OL writing engine and find my notes. Worry not, I've got a ton of stuff written, all the way up to Wano. It just so happens that the Punk Hazard arc might prove to be a bit shorter than most. Yes, it's short, and I'm sorry for that, but my health woes and my chaotic work schedule only affords me so much time to write. Also, time skip ahoy for all parties concerned. Onto the Punk Hazard arc. Law, you're a right and proper bastard, ya know that. Oh really, just for that snide remark. You get to wait an entire week. I swear, I am going to charbroil you one of these days. Boo it right now. Oi, Naruto. Why are you looking at me like that? Oi, don't you dare. You're not going to. I'll settle for strangling you. Don't you dare run away from me. Come here, ya little Tilda burning will and the surgeon of death. Swap interlude. Finally waking up. In that moment, Naruto almost wished he hadn't. His head spun like a raft in a storm-tossed sea and his vision wasn't much better. His sole solace came in the form of the soft, verdant grass of the deck against his back. Someone had propped his head up with a pillow. A salt gray sky teeming with snow spun before him as he forced his eyes open, interposed upon the ever-stoic rigging of the thousand sunny, hooved hands floated before his vision. No, scratch that. 4 hooves. He must have been seeing things. Because he surely didn't remember Chopper having that many arms, and it definitely didn't snow underwater. Wait, snow, what in the yow? Grunting, the blonde tried and failed to force himself upright. He made it all of an inch before his body gave out on him, every muscle in his being clamped down at once, and he valiantly fought down a shout. Rather than his atypical strength, he found himself scarcely able to move at all. As if his body had simply shackled itself and tossed away the key. What in blazes? Just how long had he been out? Did anyone get the number of that bus? The young man groaned, shaking his head. And why is it snowing? His words trailed off as he beheld the small army of faces arrayed before him. Nami and Chopper chief amongst them. Why the long faces? He croaked. The pair exchanged a long look. He's all yours, Nami. A beat of silence. Wait, what? And then? Whack, yow. Burning Will recoiled with a soft hiss to clutch at his head as the Navigator promptly clobbered him upside the head with her clean attack, and in the doing raised a smoldering red welt against his head. Granted, the impact didn't really hurt so much as it did sting not. The point. Why was the darn sea witch clobbering him of all people? What the heck did I do this time, oi? Rather than lash out a second time, Nami took him by surprise yet again. Discarding her weapon, she dropped onto her haunches and enfolded him in a fierce embrace. Don't you scare us like that again, Baka. Well, she sputtered. I didn't mean to. Odd. His voice sounded strange. Guys, he frowned. What did I miss? Unfortunately, he didn't have a chance to process this as a veritable sea of voices assaulted his ears. As though each of his comrades wanted to be the first to answer his inquiry. So too did the burning man find himself inundated in the flood of responses that followed. Belatedly, he tried to rise, only for all heck to break loose. Gah, Chopper cried, he's going to overexert himself again. Quick, somebody call a doctor. That's you. Frankie guffawed. Oh, yo-ho-ho, I nearly bawled my eyes out. Brooke chorused, although I have no eyes. Skull joke. TCH. Looks the shitty bastard still alive. Sanji all but growled. There weren't any good fights. Zoro's unflinching deadpan. Luffy picked a fight with Big Mom. Usopp lowed. Shishishishi. I'm glad you're finally up. A muscle jumped in Naruto's jaw. Are you now? Nami shrank back. There it is. That face again. Luffy tilde. Hey, it's not my fault she decided to be such a bwaergh. Quick as you please. Naruto's right hand arced up and latched onto the captain's rubbery cheek in an unyielding vice. Firm fingers took hold of his face and pulled, stretching that grinning visage to its utmost limit. Despite his own looming exhaustion, he jerked his captain's forehead to his and growled. To his credit, Luffy didn't try to escape, rather he allowed his elastic visage to snap right back. Barely a day in the new world and you've already pissed off an emperor. Why am I not surprised? You never do anything by halves, do you? Nope. I'm surprised you're awake at all. A new voice drawled, causing him to release the rubberman, their words rife with exasperated anger. Logia powers are one thing, but an awakened Logia. It's a miracle you didn't destroy yourself from the inside out. Going at that pace. When was the last time you slept? Just what the heck were you thinking? Naruto turned his head and spat. Oh, bite me Trafalgar Law. Wait, Law. Sure enough, the surgeon of death stared back at him. Is that any way to address the man who changed your life? He smirked. Saved my. His head cast about wildly, seeking answers and finding none. What are you on about? Well, you weren't waking up, Chopper interjected fretfully, tenting his hooves beneath the blonde's baffled glare. Even after we left Fishman Island. You were barely breathing by the time we got here. We were all getting desperate, you know. When we met Law here, Robin grabbed him and made him, well. What, Robin? Made him do what? At that, he finally registered strange unease he'd been experiencing for the better part of 5 minutes now. Rather, it finally occurred for him to look somewhere other than the crew. Or the meddling Shichibukai whom he wanted nothing to do with. He'd come to regret that unfortunate decision. Oi, wait a freaking second. Naruto blinked, slowly. He stared down at a slim pair of hands, his hands, and yet not. These were certainly not his arms. His arms were all muscle and tattoo, skin-kissed by years under the harsh, beating rays of the sun. By comparison, these arms looked as though they hadn't seen a good tan in over 2 years. Nay, they seemed pale, and deceptively frail, turning them end over end, trying and failing spectacularly to understand what was going on here. His last coherent thought was of Fishman Island. That crippling pain in his chest. Now this. He looked down, and found himself staring at a sizable chest. A trembling finger reached down, poking the chest, and he nearly jumped out of his skin at the response. A muscle jumped in his jaw as he pushed a strand of ebony hair out of his eyes, leading to a vein throbbing in his temple. His furious expression certainly had no business belonging on such an angelic face. Definitely not his. Ah, heck, somewhere in his brain, the wires finally crossed. Surprise. Robin's sultry voice answered him. Naruto turned, and realized he was looking at himself. Rather, his body, housing Nico. Robin's voice. Someone had even taken the liberty of slapping a small likeness of her face on his forehead for good measure. Under any other circumstance he might have found this amusing, but now, after waking from what had proven to be a terribly long dream, he found himself genuinely at a loss. Bua, he managed coherently. We wanted to make certain you survived the surgery and we weren't sure if your will was strong enough in your comatose state, she soothed, laying a strong hand on his slim arm. It seems foolish, I know, but we had to be certain you wouldn't perish in the outing. So I convinced La to. She made an elaborate gesture with her hands. What? Swap our hearts or something? He balked. Swap our hearts? Can he do that? A harsh snort from the latter dispelled his disbelief. Very much so. Yes, the Shichibukai chimed in. In any case, the procedure was a success, despite your mouth. His expression bordered on apoplectic. La, you're a right and proper bastard, ya know that. Really? A dark brow arched at him. Just for that, I think I'll leave you like this for a while. I swear, I am going to charbroil you one of these days for this. The blonde groused. Boo it right now. Slowly he rose, a dark aura exuding from his shoulders. I'll settle for strangling you. Don't you dare run away from me. Come here, ya little Oi, burning will. The latter paled as a small army of hands sprouted from the blonde's temporary body. How did you get her powers under control that quickly? That shouldn't be, URK. His expression turned ashen when the latter advanced upon him. Why are you looking at me like that? Oi, don't you dare. We have an alliance. Naruto, I swear to God. The blonde's expression turned feral. Clutch. Yes. That bit was mean to be a funny little joke there at the end. Again before anyone asks, yes, Naruto does have an illness that manifests when he overexerts himself. He's deadly, but in a prolonged fight, he ain't the best. Of course, now that they've made it to Punk Hazard and run smack dab into law, we might well see that weakness alleviated somewhat. Naruto may be powerful, but I don't want him stealing all the spotlight. Thoughts? We'll get to the good, OL humor, action and the like next chapter. And before you say it, no, I'm not doing those filler arcs. God knows they were long. And there we go. Been a while, hasn't it folks? As I said, I've been on a massive updating spree. I'm sure many of you might be wondering what I plan to do with the Donflamingo arc coming soon in this story. As well as the matter of the contest and Sabo himself. But fear not, I have plans. I can promise you this, though, the Punk Hazard is going to be very amusing. Can you say body swapped Robin and Naruto? Anyone? Biwahahaha. So, in the immortal words of Atlas. Review. Would ya kindly? Hope it makes ya laugh and smile. Also, does anyone think Monet should live? Granted, she ought to be frightened out of her mind, but still. Someone oughta smack some sense into her. Next time we've got ourselves a brawl for the ages. By that, of course, I speak of the previews. Potential ones, I mean. Lemme know what ye think. Snow vs. Fire. Preview. I'll give you one chance to repent. Say you're sorry. Dedicate your life to atonement. And I'll let you go. TCH. What are you on about now? You darn blue eyes blazed into scarlet rubies. But if you refuse. Fire danced with snow and in the end only one yielded. The intense temperatures clashed violently with one another and rendered themselves into harmless steam. Monet was the first to retreat, shrinking back as a column of blazing flames manifested itself in her winder wonderland, rendering her terrain little more than warm water. As she looked on, those flames gradually resolved themselves into the shape of a young man, his back standing straight and proud, eyes blazing like twin stars in his skull. That figure stooped slightly, hands clenching into burning claws at his side. Not red, but something else. Ebony, emerald, a twisted, poisonous color, consumed by emotion. I don't enjoy hitting a lady. Burning Will's resonating voice carried across to her from the storm. Yet for you, I'll make an exception. Now, apologize. Monet clicked her tongue in exasperation as she found herself forced to assume physical form. More than that, she found her resolve scorched by the sight towering before her. For what? The specter of fire loomed large. Apologize to those children for all that you've done. If you won't. A bead of sweat ran down her brow as the wildfire roared higher. In a heartbeat it crashed into her, picking her up and dashing her back against the wall. Shrieking, she beat her wings to escape. In spite of the mercy he'd offered her, she found herself faltering as she flailed her arms, suddenly uncertain when faced with this inferno. She shouldn't have hesitated. She should have struck him down while he was weak. Damn it, she'd been so close. A fist snapped back, swirling with wrath. Then you can burn with the rest. Heiken. Shororororororororo. That's right, you cretins. Bow to the power of my science. Oi, Luffy. Ha, can I kick his rear? Sure. Wait. Those flames. No. Don't let him near me, Mugiwara. Help, he's gonna kill me. So, you're Naruto. Ha, and who are you? Sabo merely offered a small smile. I trust you've taken good care of my brother. R&R equals D.